Chapter 46:20. A strange glint flashed through Mao Yang's eyes. At that time, he could follow the clues to find the melon, tear open this divine realm, invade this little imp's divine sense, and completely take it for himself. Arbor coldly stared at the old man for a moment before saying, "Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" Mao Yang's eyes were instantly filled with haze. "Little girl, you still don't understand your current situation, right? Do you know that as long as I say the word, you will immediately be completely controlled? I can send you into a gloomy hell at any time until you are willing to reveal your secrets." The old man smiled sinisterly. "Or are you willing to personally offer up your portable divine realm?" The little stoic tilted her head and spread her hands, saying coldly, "You've locked my conscience. So how can I take out my portable divine realm and give it to you?" Mu Qingya stepped forward and said, "Master, don't speak too much with her. This little girl is very clever and has extremely bad intentions. If you are slightly careless, you may suffer a hidden loss from her." Mao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "As long as she gets on this boat, I have the ability to make it impossible for her to get off." Arbor blinked, and a cold smile filled with evil intentions suddenly appeared on her face. "Are you sure?" She paused between each word, and her voice was very drawn out, making people feel a bit uncomfortable and flustered. Mu Qingya felt a bit scared from her small gaze, and she immediately felt that her reaction was very laughable. The little girl was currently bound by the spirit-binding rope, and her conscience was locked. What kind of monstrous waves could she cause? She was actually intimidated by her gaze again. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. No, the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was right in front of her. She had to calm down. She couldn't be too agitated. Her state of mind had to recover to its original state. Only then could she continue to do things calmly, lest she let her impulse burn her head. "Grandmaster, you still need to report this matter to Master. After all, this can be considered a major matter. Don't you think so, Master?" "Of course." Mao Yang saw that she didn't continue to pester him about such trivial matters, so he nodded and said, "I will explain clearly to your master that I want this lady to give up her divine realm. Presumably, the master of the Heavenly Fate organization wouldn't be so stingy as to be unwilling to give out even a small favor." The old man's mind was full of wishful thinking. He had forgotten that if he could really take away Arbor's divine territory, that couldn't be considered a small favor. "Guards, take him in." Mu Qingya raised her hand and waved. She didn't expect that as soon as she finished speaking, someone would immediately rush over from behind and stand in front of the little stoic. "Hall Master Mu, it's better for our underground hall to watch over him." Mu Qingya stared coldly at Fan Meng, who had rushed in front of her. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Right now, she was feeling rather irritable. He had already captured the little stoic, and the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was about to fall into his hands. However, this group of people kept jumping out to make things difficult for her, which really made her extremely annoyed. Vice Hall Master Meng must be joking. Mu Qingya's smile was gentle, and she did her best to soothe her voice. She didn't speak in a very anxious tone. "Our soaring heavens captured her, so we naturally have to watch over her." Chapter 46:21. Young Master Songfang's eyes were cold and sharp, like a pair of sharp arrows, piercing into the depths of Mu Qingya's heart. Even Mu Qingya, who had always been indifferent and calm, couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Take him away." Mu Qingya waved her hand, and Hong Chong strode forward with two middle-aged men, wanting to take over Arbor. Fan Meng raised her hand, and a row of wood thorns immediately appeared under Hong Chong and the other's feet. The two middle-aged men hurriedly dodged back and jumped a foot away. Hong Chong looked at Mu Qingya with an unsightly expression. Mu Qingya's expression instantly darkened. "Vice Hall Master Meng, what's the meaning of this? Let's see who dares to come forward and snatch him from the underground hall." Fan Meng narrowed her eyes, and the wood's spiritual power in her hand suddenly surged out violently. Mu Qingya clenched her 5 fingers tightly and turned to look at Mao Yang. who was watching coldly. Grandmaster, are you still not going to make a move? I'm a guest of Tianyun, not just a guest of flying heaven. The old man smiled leisurely, and a trace of coldness hung in the corner of his mouth. Flying heaven and underground hall wants to fight among themselves, but what does that have to do with me? Why should I interfere? Grandmaster, you must have seen it. If the underground hall takes Arbor away, he'll probably be released in less than 4 hours. Mu Qingya said coldly. In this way, Grandmaster's idea of carrying the godly realm will be completely erased, right? Mao Yang realized that this matter involved his interests and immediately frowned. He turned to look at Gong Songfeng, and his attitude was obviously better. It wasn't that he looked down on Mu Qingya. A woman without cultivation, sitting in the position of Hall Master of Flying Heaven Hall at most, was considered quite intelligent and lucky, but it would be difficult for her to advance even half a step. But this young and talented Hall Master Gong was different. Not to mention his cultivation at such a young age. He was that person's right-hand man and was deeply trusted by that person. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Hall Master Gong, in my opinion, it's not appropriate to hand this little girl to any of the flying heaven and underground halls. It will affect the harmony of our organization. What do you want? Gong Songfeng looked at the old man coldly and clearly saw the greed in his eyes. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This old man had been seriously injured when he came back last time and was in secluded cultivation, so it was impossible for him to know Jojo's arrival. He did not know who had leaked Xiao Qiao's information to the old man. That person was simply too malicious. Vice Clan Leader Meng's words represent my intentions, Gong Songfeng said coldly, rejecting the old man's request. Mu Qingya of the old man's lips. As expected, the old man flared up on the spot. How dare you? Of the hall of flying heaven. Of the flying heaven of this use after all. You of the heaven of this is of the ofs two of heaven of the Qing Ti of. He was tricked by Mo Lien in the Tianji secret realm and finally lost his of the materialized body. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit blood. Now that he thought about it carefully, that young man had tricked him. He had used all his strength from the beginning and was definitely deliberately suppressing him. In fact, that young man's realm was very unstable. If he hadn't been frightened and reconsidered, perhaps he could have saved his of the of. Chapter 46:22. However, it was clearly too late to say all of this now. When the old man thought of the clone he was forced to abandon, his face turned extremely unsightly. But speaking of which, were all the youngsters nowadays this formidable? The youth he fought with previously wielded a lotus seal from an ancient inheritance, and his strength was terrifyingly tyrannical. If he was allowed to mature in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hall Master Gong is very formidable, Mu Qingya said indifferently. Don't tell me you want to release the crown princess right away. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Mu Qingya warned, this Hall Master holds Master's edict. Gong Songfeng snorted and interrupted her, saying impatiently, you don't need to test me again and again. Hall Master Mu, my underground hall is determined to have this person. Take her away. You. Mu Qingya's face contorted slightly when she saw Gong Songfeng's unyielding attitude. None of these people took her seriously. They all looked down on her from start to finish. Even though she was now Soaring Heavens Hall's Hall Master, her position in the organization was second only to a few people and above millions. Mu Qingya clenched her fists tightly and sneered as she stared at Hall Master Gong and the others. Since Hall Master Gong insists on doing this, then I have no choice but to compromise. Mu Qingya raised her voice and tried to put on a brave front. However, I will report this matter to Master. I advise the Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters not to act recklessly and think that no one can punish you. Mu Qingya turned around after saying this. Let's go. Gong Songfeng and the others watched her leave in a huff before silently turning back to look at the expressionless little stoic. What a headache. Gong Songfeng rubbed his temples. Things were already troublesome enough. Why did this little stoic run here instead of obediently staying on her own deserted island? Bring her back first and keep a close watch on her. Gong Song Feng also turned to leave after throwing down this sentence. Fan Ming turned to look at the little stoic and said gently, "Don't be scared, it'll be fine." The little stoic truly wanted to ask this fool, which eye of hers saw that she was scared. However, she couldn't be bothered to speak to these damn liars and immediately walked back into the passenger cabin. He couldn't help but chuckle. Why do I feel like she's here to stroll in her own backyard? Why was it so comfortable? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fan Ming's gaze shifted down half an inch and landed on the little stoic. Are you hungry? Nonsense. Only you dead people from all seer don't know what hunger and exhaustion are, the little stoic retorted righteously. Now that my conscience has been sealed by that old bastard, I can't take anything out. Are you trying to starve me to death? Fan Ming. Jojo really knew how to joke. If a God Realm practitioner really starved to death, the world would laugh their heads off. Hurry up and prepare some food. After Fan Ming instructed the others, she turned back and saw the little stoic sitting upright and still on the wooden couch, her pitch-black eyes staring at her. Fan Ming avoided her gaze as if she had a guilty conscience. She sat down at the table and poured a cup of tea for her. Why did you come here? The little stoic looked at her meaningfully, but didn't say anything. Fan Ming placed the teacup on the table and looked up at her. What I meant was, why did you deliberately come here? Chapter 46:23. With your cultivation, even if you can't defeat those harpies, you can still summon people to help you. Fan Ming's voice paused, and she stealthily glanced at the little stoic in bewilderment. Just now, Great Master Mao Yang said you have a portable divine realm. No matter how bad it is, you can still hide inside if you can't defeat them, right? The little stoic snorted and irritably retorted, I'm not someone who hides her head but shows her tail like you. Of course I have to fight even if I can't defeat them. Why run? Hide? Am I someone who can hide? Fan Ming. As expected, you have to be prepared to choke to death when talking to this little fellow. Cough, cough. Red Coat, who was leaning against the door, couldn't resist coughing twice. He strode in and waved at the little stoic. Stoic, we meet again. The little crown princess looked at him expressionlessly. Her eyes were eerie, like a pair of mercury swaying in a deep pool, making it impossible to discern her true emotions. Stoic, why exactly did you come? Red Coat chuckled as he dragged a stool to sit in front of the couch. He got straight to the point and asked, Tell us your objective and see if we can agree to it. Arbor looked at him for a while and evaded the topic, saying aloofly, I want to see that rotten old man. Who? Red Coat blinked curiously and looked at her regretfully. What's there to see about that rotten old man? I have something to discuss with him. Can we be present? Red Coat asked jokingly. Arbor was expressionless as she replied coldly, Up to you. From her unconcerned appearance, it looked like she really didn't care whether they were present or not. Ah, if you say so, then you'll be obedient. Red Coat nodded with a grin. Looking at the little girl's appearance, he really wanted to raise his hand and smooth her hair. We're staying here for your own good. You have to know that that old man wanted to refine you since just now. If we weren't here to protect you, he would definitely eat you. Arbor chuckled. His laughter was rather strange, but his expression remained as still as a mountain. It was a little cute, with a fake smile the corners of Red Robe's mouth twitched. He waved his sleeves, turned around, and walked to the door. He called out, Go and ask the master to come over. Jojo, you. Hearing Fan Ming's cry, He turned around and saw the little girl sitting up straight. She took out a golden talisman from her sleeve. Saint Grade golden talisman? He cried out in surprise. What are you trying to do? Saint Grade gold talisman, God summoning talisman. She had drawn over 100 God-inviting talismans, but this was the only Saint Grade golden talisman she had drawn. With the grade of this talisman, she didn't know what kind of immortal species it could summon. Logically speaking, the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal should summon an expert of immortal venerable level and above from the Holy Region. He just didn't know if they would be like rotten peach blossoms, staying here and not wanting to go back. Arbor's fingers shook, and a talisman force quickly flowed out. Lu, Yi, and Lan Ning, who had just arrived at the door and had yet to speak, couldn't help but be startled. The golden talisman that was floating in the air suddenly shattered in the void. Light and shadow shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in rays of light. Fan Ming reflexively reached out to grab the little stoic's arm. However, the little stoic didn't even move half an inch from the couch. She didn't look like she wanted to escape at all. Fan Ming was taken aback and reflexively glanced at Arbor. Chapter 46:24. Slap! The little fellow rudely slapped his hand away. Then, he looked around with an expressionless face. After looking for a long time and waiting for a while, he couldn't help but frown. The deity-inviting talisman was indeed as deceptive as always. Forget it. She was probably a laggard like a rotten peach blossom. She was a bit slower, so she should be on her way now. Vice Hall Master, the great master is here. Fan Ming returned to her senses and said, "Invite him in." Mao Yang strode in and locked his eyes on Arbor. "I heard you wanted to see me. The little girl is quite gutsy. What? You're not scared now? Don't think that I don't dare to do anything to you just because Hall Master Gong and the others are protecting you. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" Arbor irritably interrupted the old man's monologue. "I called you here because I have something for you to do. I'll give this to you once you're done." As she spoke, the little girl dug around in her sleeve and took out a pitch-black heart of misfortune. She casually tossed it in her hand. "How is it? Everyone!" Exclamation point. At this moment, Great Master Mao Yang felt like 1,000 curses were galloping through his heart. If there were 2 words to describe his current feelings, it would definitely be fuck. What was going on? This girl's head couldn't have been squashed by a door, right? Was there such an oddball existence like her? What kind of toy did she think she had randomly pulled out? It wasn't some small glass ball for decoration. That was a genuine, refined, mystic realm. "Little girl, are you serious?" The old man's eyes shone brightly. If he could pounce over and snatch it, he would have already disregarded his status. However, he was apprehensive about Fan Ming and the others, so he forcibly restrained himself. Now that he heard the little stoic's tempting condition, how could he not agree? "What is it?" "It's practically a piece of cake for you." Arbor tossed the heart of misfortune in her hand and stared at the old man with cold eyes. She said faintly, "Go deal with all the trash by mooching Ya's side. Remove all her limbs and bring her to me. Then this is yours." She raised her hand and tossed the heart of misfortune up and down as if it was a toy. The old man felt his teeth ache as he stared fiercely at the heart of misfortune in her hand. "Deal." The old man forced these 2 words out of his gritted teeth. He agreed almost immediately. Arbor nodded and looked at the old man with a faint smile. "Go and do it. If you do it well, you'll naturally receive great benefits. I never lie. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." "Damn liar." Arbor pointed at Fan Ming and the others beside him. Fan Ming, Hong Yi, Lu Yi, and Lan Ning were speechless. The old man sneered, "I don't think you would dare to deceive this old man." After saying that, he turned around and left as fast as lightning. Arbor sneered in his heart. This Hall Master Mu didn't believe in fate, but she insisted on letting this person know. If it's fated, it will be there. If it's not fated, don't force it. Bang, 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 bang. After a few loud sounds, something dropped down from above her head, smashing towards the little stoic's body with a burst of flying ash. Why were all the people from the holy region so deceptive? Chapter 46:25. She watched as this person fell down from the top of the cabin and rolled straight toward her. The little stoic hastily and silently moved aside, allowing this elderly person to mercilessly crash onto the wooden couch with a bang. After the dull thud, everyone was speechless. This situation was inexplicably a bit funny. What was going on? Arbor jumped off the couch with a kick of his legs and solemnly looked at the person who couldn't get up after rolling on the couch for a long time. From her angle, she felt that the elderly person was very short and small. She wore a new bright red robe with a long ponytail trailing behind her head. Just looking at her back and figure, Arbor instantly felt a bit of disdain. What was going on? The elderly senior, who was summoned by a saint-grade deity inviting talisman, didn't even have a 10,000th of the elegance and nobility of Rotten Peach Blossom in any case. Rotten Peach Blossom's consummate with spirit skill was world-shocking. Why did this person in front of her look so unreliable? The figure on the couch suddenly moved, and a small hand trembled as it raised up. They seemed to have heard the elderly senior make a shattering sound and subconsciously took a few steps forward, wanting to clearly hear what she was saying. Tian, 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 Tian Dao. A weak voice came from the couch, sounding like she was gnashing her teeth. Tian Dao, you old swindler, don't let me see you again. This elderly senior jumped up from the couch with a poof, and her eyes, as cold as the moon in starlight, abruptly swept a glance over everyone in the room. When her gaze landed on Arbor, her eyes suddenly brightened as if they were emitting millions of starlight, twinkling brightly. Little treasure! The elderly senior pounced forward, but because she was especially short, she jumped into Arbor's arms with a thud. Sir Jojo was stupefied and subconsciously reached out to catch this fellow, blinking his eyes. What kind of great Buddha did this or summon? She's so short, isn't she just a little brat? Wait, what did she call me just now? Child, why are you so silly? Don't you recognize your Aunt Master? The child looked at her with a grin and reached out a small hand to stroke her head in all seriousness. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't help but think about this strange scene. A brat around 5 to 6 years old was caressing the little stoic's head, revealing a loving gaze, and even calling her child. This scene was too beautiful. Everyone couldn't bear to look at it directly. The little stoic's eyes instantly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. This can't be real, right? Master and Uncle Master are restricted by the heavenly Tao. Didn't they say that they can't come over? Could it be that he had summoned an old senior who was keen on prying into people's dreams and reading their minds? It was impossible for a freak from the sacred region to not have some skills. Looking at her youthful face and white hair, she shouldn't be too old. No wonder his temperament was so jumpy that he actually came to pretend to be her martial uncle. Arbor carried this old senior with both hands as if he was carrying a hot potato. He didn't know whether to throw him away or not. After a while, the little stoic expressionlessly glanced at her and used one hand to pick up this fellow, while her other hand vigorously rubbed that child's head. Brat, you still want to trick me? Stop acting. I won't fall for your trick. The little stoic muttered and walked forward a few steps with the child. Chin Nitian, who was being carried around all the way, instantly looked a bit embarrassed. What goes around comes around. Chapter 46:26. Thinking back to the past, it was only her who dragged the little stoic here and there, but now it was the other way round. Put me down. Chin Nitian grumpily slapped the back of the little stoic's hand. Sir Jojo pursed her lips and let go, throwing Defying the Heavens onto the couch. Watch! Little Defying the Heavens stood up and patted the robe on his body. This fraudulent heavenly law dragged her along and refused to let her go. In the end, it couldn't defy that sacred-grade deity inviting talisman and was forced to allow her to pass through the heavenly law's barrier and enter the Wangchuan region. The problem was, at the very last moment, heavenly law still ruthlessly tricked her. After she passed through space, her body shrunk to the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Thankfully, the robes she was wearing were the origin-returning treasured clothes made by a weapon refiner and could change according to her height. Otherwise, wouldn't she be running around naked right now? It ruined her image too much. When Defying the Heavens thought of that fraudulent heavenly law, his face darkened. Watch! Chin Nitian turned back and roared at the little stoic. Before the little stoic could react, her small figure had already vanished from everyone's sight. The power of space. These 4 words abruptly popped out in Green, E, Lan Ying, and the others' minds. In an instant, a loud bang was heard. Everyone looked over in astonishment and saw the entire window beside them was kicked to smithereens. A small figure hopped in and swept a disdainful gaze around. Finally, it landed on the little stoic's face. Little Against the Heavens took a few steps forward and ran in front of her. He raised his head and asked solemnly, Did you see clearly? I didn't see clearly. Ant Master is telling you to look again. After saying that, a cluster of light suddenly rose from his hand and smashed into the two unlucky fellows who darted in after hearing the news. Arbor stared blankly as those two Spirit Realm cultivators were directly sent flying out of the passenger cabin by Ant Master's light element attack. Splash. Two splashes sounded in succession. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. In front of this little one, those two people actually didn't have the strength to retaliate and were sent flying in a single exchange, Ant Master. This time, the little stoic truly recognized him. Just by looking at the skillful way he smashed people, his mastery of the power of space, and his tendency to send people to their deaths without any explanation, this person was undoubtedly her heaven-defying martial uncle. Naughty brat. Little N.I. Tion's little face tightened as he angrily scolded. She lowered her head to look at her tiny hands and feet, then looked up at Xiao Mu. Small eyes ordered Xiao Mu, "Carry me, your Ant Master." The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched. He squatted down obediently and picked up his little Uncle Master. He held him in his hands as if he was holding a big Buddha with a pious expression. "Martial Uncle, how did you get here?" Just now, Ant Master smashed down from above. Could it be that he was kicked down by the heavenly Tao? What kind of mocking expression is that? Little Defiant flew into a rage. He stretched out his little hand and slapped Arbor's forehead twice. "Does your martial uncle look like someone who would be tricked?" "You do," the little stoic answered very honestly in her heart. "Your master, I have been worried day and night about you, naughty brat, in vain. We didn't know how you were doing. We didn't expect that when we met again, you wouldn't even recognize your Ant Master. Tell me, should you?" "Shouldn't." Little Defiant choked and reprimanded in a huff. "What kind of expression is that?" Chapter 46:27. "Uncle Master, I don't have any expression," the little stoic replied innocently. "Chin Nitian." "That's right, it's wrong to have no expression." Chin Nitian angrily reached out and rubbed the little stoic's face. "Didn't I tell you before? Why are you born a stoic and old lady? You have to smile." Arbor tugged at his lips and suddenly hugged his Uncle Master, kissing the top of her disheveled hair. "Uncle Master, it's really great to see you." Little Nitian flailed her arms in exasperation. "Hurry and let me down, Uncle Master." "How is this appropriate?" Arbor hugged her with a chuckle. Just as they reached the door, they heard a sinister voice. "Little miss, I've already done as you instructed. Then now shouldn't it be up to you to fulfill your promise?" The old man's snort of laughter abruptly broke the tranquility here. Everyone looked up in unison at Great Master Maoyong, who walked in from the door. This great master looked to be in a good mood, as his entire person exuded a hint of excitement amidst the sinister aura. It looked like he had already completed his task. "Oh, where's the person I wanted?" The old man chuckled and shrugged. "She already escaped on a small boat less than an hour ago. It's not that I didn't complete my mission, but that Hall Master Mu is too formidable. Little miss, the moment you appeared, she already guessed that you were here to make trouble for her." Arbor coldly swept a glance at Maoyong. "She escaped. You didn't complete your mission, yet you dare to claim credit in front of me? You're truly laughable, Great Master." The old man's eyes were enraged, revealing a vortex of greed. "Do you think you still have a choice now?" Maoyong sneered. "Your only choice now is to hand over that godly realm Black Pearl and assist me in forming a contract with it. Also, you should have other portable godly realms on you that can merge with your body, right? Little treasure, who is this old geezer?" Little Nitian suddenly asked, his eyes coldly glaring at the boastful old thing in front of him. Did he not think that he was being ridiculous? He actually dared to threaten a student in front of Chin Nitian. It seemed like this old man didn't know where he stood. The little stoic's eyes brightened, and she obediently replied, "This elderly senior is a formation Great Master." It was this senior who set up a formation to shield the ship from divine sense. "As soon as I walked in, my divine sense was locked. I can't open my inner world, and I can't take out any food. I'm about to starve to death." When Chin Nitian heard the little stoic's words, his brows furrowed half an inch. Originally, I used the heart of misfortune to make a deal with him so that he could bring my enemy, Muqingya, here. I didn't expect that not only did this old senior fail to complete his mission, he even came to me to ask for a reward. Let me ask you, how can there be such a logic in this world? Grandmaster Mao Yang's expression was extremely ugly. He stared coldly at Arbor and said, "Little girl, you also know that your consciousness is sealed? Since that's the case, why don't you listen obediently? You even want to bam." Suddenly, a ray of light exploded in front of Mao Yang like a halo. Even with Mao Yang's speed, he couldn't block Qin Nitian's attack from the sky. Mao Yang retreated 17 to 18 steps. Chapter 46:28. His pair of gloomy old eyes instantly widened, and his body also completely straightened. Just now, that terrifying premonition of impending danger made his heart beat faster uncontrollably, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps to barely block the other party's fierce attack. The instant the light element exploded, a berserk factor filled this space, making one's heart tremble involuntarily. The old man felt that his hand holding his long sword was trembling slightly due to the impact of that power. But how could the 5 to 6-year-old little girl next to the little girl, such a tiny little imp, accumulate such a terrifying explosive power in her body? She was a freaking little monster, right? Wait, that little monster narrowed her eyes and was about to attack him again. Master Mao Yang hastily stopped her and said loudly, "A little girl, stop. This old man didn't come here to fool the little stoic. I really caught her." Master Mao Yang said sternly, "Although Mu Qingya and her daughter escaped, she still has a daughter that I sent people to bring over. Take a look first. Isn't it up to you to decide whether it's useful or not?" Arbor raised her brows slightly when she heard this, and her gaze shifted to the entrance. She saw 2 robust men dragging a woman who was on the verge of death through the entrance. The 2 robust men threw her in front of Arbor without the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex before turning to leave. Mao Yang's eyes flickered as he looked at Arbor. "How is it? Take a look. This is Hall Master Mu's biological daughter that you want. If you detain this person..." Arbor glanced at Mu Rochuan in astonishment. Why did Mu Rochuan look so miserable after not seeing her for a while? Not to mention the scar on her face, there didn't seem to be a single piece of good flesh on her body. Her complexion was very pale, and she looked at her with lifeless eyes. She actually didn't know how to scold her anymore. The 2 people's gazes met, and their eyes met. Mu Roxian actually smiled weakly at her. Arbor instantly felt that the sun might rise from the west. Mu Rochuan actually smiled at her? Didn't she hate her the most? She hated her for stealing her identity as the eldest daughter of the Mu family. She hated her appearance. She hated her for being able to overshadow her glory despite being from a lower star field. She hated her talent, intelligence, and all the glory that she valued were all taken away. Martial uncle, this person doesn't speak the truth and is especially annoying. Mu Roxian was clearly an abandoned pawn by Mu Qingya. How dare this old man lie in front of me? You just have to argue with me. The little stoic shouted at Little Defiant in a huff. Qin Nitian didn't say anything and slapped him across the face. After a paw sound, the old man's cheeks had 5 distinct small handprints on them. He didn't feel much pain, but the humiliation was enough to make his lungs explode. He almost fainted from anger. The little stoic's eyes flickered, and her gaze landed meaningfully on the old man. I knew it. Mu Qingya's special ability is long-range surveillance. She saw that the old man accepted her deal and came to kill her. But does she really think she can escape from the Forgotten River? The show had just started, and it was only the prelude. The little stoic's chilly gaze landed on the old man, and she suddenly shouted, "Martial uncle, this old man has been bullying me. He used his mental power to suppress me and even wanted to steal my portable divine realm." Chapter 46:29. Preposterous. Everyone heard the 5 to 6-year-old girl angrily rebuke in a soft voice. Their mouths twitched involuntarily. There was no other reason. This child was too soft and cute. Even if she used all her strength and shouted angrily, it sounded like she was acting coquettishly. That old man, Mao Yang, was almost hit by Lil Defiant's light wheel earlier. After retreating a dozen steps, his heart was still thumping with fear. At this moment, he suddenly heard little Ni Tion's roar. Looking down, his breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost couldn't get it out. Was this real? Just now, Defiant attacked too quickly, so the old man didn't see clearly who it was that threw the light wheel at him. Now that he took a closer look, he was almost angered to death. The little girl was no more than 5 to 6 years old. She looked soft and round and harmless. Such a squishy little ball scared the old man half to death just now. He thought it was some venerable sage who had descended, but when he came back to his senses, it was actually a little girl. He was actually scared by this little girl just now. If his group of old brothers were to find out about such a shameful thing, they would probably laugh their heads off. Mao Yang's face darkened. He stared coldly at Lil Defiant and said sternly, "Where did this little girl come from?" "Your parents' slap." The old man was dumbfounded. There was an additional mark on his cheek that matched the original slap mark. It was small, and the 5 fingers were very bright. "Who allowed you to speak?" Lil Defiant's little face darkened, and his gaze was sharp as he looked directly at the old man. "You secretly set up a few mediocre illusory array formations. What do you think you could do to us?" Mao Yang was slightly shocked, and his expression turned ugly. This little girl actually saw through his illusory array formation. Before he came, he set up a small illusory array formation outside the cabin door and in the corridor to prevent the little stoic from escaping with the heart of misfortune. Who would have thought that the array formation he set up would be seen through by this little girl in front of him? What exactly was this little girl's background? Could it be that she was a young miss from some impressive family in the holy region? Could it be that she was like him and couldn't get used to the holy region and secretly came to the river of forgetfulness? The old man's face couldn't help but twitch as he received another slap on his cheek. He was so angry that his old eyes suddenly turned red. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. He was slapped 3 times by this little child, and he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "I think you're courting death," the old man suddenly waved his hand. A big guy with a tiger's head and a dragon's tail suddenly roared and pounced on the ground, directly smashing the furniture and utensils in front of it. Fan Meng frowned and said coldly, "Grandmaster Mao Yang, what are you doing? Do you have to use the tiger dragon beast to scare people?" This tiger-headed, dragon-tailed beast occupied the entire cabin as soon as it came out. It cornered everyone in a corner and stared at them coldly. Qin Nitian was so angry that he stomped his feet. His eyes were cold as he looked up at the old man and sneered, "Of all things, you want to compete in beasts with me? Who is this old man trying to scare? Competing with her in beasts, beasts?" Lil Defiant waved her hand, and everyone's gaze involuntarily followed her little hand. He felt as if his heart was being pressed down by a heavy boulder, and even his breathing became difficult. Chapter 4630. Boom! Fan Meng and the others couldn't help but be flabbergasted. With their eyesight, they naturally saw that the little girl had summoned a 4-winged thunder dragon from the alternate space. Like a sudden clap of thunder, he released a terrifying light of thunder spirit. Immediately after, the tiger dragon was heavily sent flying by an irresistible power of lightning. Its enormous body fell out of the cabin and heavily smashed onto the deck outside. Some people on the deck were scared half to death, and they screamed as they jumped up and fled in unison. It was only after they were a distance away that those people let out sighs of relief and stealthily looked over. The tiger dragon beast was lying there pitifully. Even the reinforced deck of a ship had caved in a few inches due to its huge body. The tiger dragon's fur on its back had been touched by the power of lightning, and a large area of its fur had turned black and curled up. It simply looked incomparably wretched. Fan Meng and the others hastily ran out of the dilapidated cabin. At this time, the other members of the 7 Flowers all rushed over after hearing the commotion. Arbor's gaze swept over them. When he saw that young Master Song Feng wasn't present, suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that Gong Song Feng had something to do and had already left the ship? Ah, what's going on? A cyan figure flashed, and he ran to Fan Ming and Hong Yi's side. He whispered, "How did the little stoic cause such a big commotion? Aren't you guys watching her?" Redcoat put on a fake smile and said, "Look, how are we supposed to watch? It's not like this is the first time you've heard of the little stoic's earth-shattering personality." "That's true." Qing Xing pursed his lips, and his gaze landed on the wretched tiger dragon. He cried out in alarm, "Ah, isn't this Grandmaster Mao Yang's fifth-level spiritual beast? Why is it so wretched now?" While they were talking, Mao Yang stumbled out of the cabin with a pale face. When he saw the tiger dragon beast lying on the ground, on the verge of death, he hurriedly put it into his spirit beast space to recuperate. What a joke. If the tiger dragon was killed by someone, although it wouldn't affect its master's life, it would absolutely reduce his strength by half. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for him to form a contract with other spirit beasts in the future. After all, the laws of heaven and earth were very fair to everyone. Being able to contract with only one beast in one's lifetime wasn't a joke. Therefore, even though Mao Yang was unwilling, he still carefully recalled his tiger dragon beast back into his body. "Have a taste of my great void dream formation." Mao Yang's eyes turned red, and the anger in his heart couldn't help but rise. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind swept across the crowd. Everyone was brought into Mao Yang's great void dream formation. In the blink of an eye, the little stoic felt her body plummet straight down. She could hear the sound of the wind and a few people calling her name. Jojo, Jojo, it was so annoying to listen to. What could possibly happen to Jojo? Of course, it was impossible for such a formation to hurt Master Jojo. However, this person who set up formations at the drop of a hat was so annoying. He would lock her conscious for a while and then throw her into some great dream-breaking formation. As the name implied, this should be a trapping formation, right? Those people on the deck had probably all been brought into this large formation. Little treasure. Just as the little stoic was getting impatient from the plummeting, a ripple-like undulating scar appeared in the space in front of her. Chapter 46:31. A small hand reached out from inside and grabbed her arm tightly. "Uncle Master." The little stoic seemed to pass through a thin layer of space and abruptly arrived in front of little Nitian. "Are you all right, little treasure?" Little Nitian raised his small hand and caressed Arbor's face, pinching it in passing. "Don't be scared, Uncle Master is here." "What can happen to me?" The little stoic expressionlessly replied. Qi Nitian's heart felt stifled. What was going on? She actually felt a sense of melancholy, as if her child had grown up and no longer needed her parents. "Then can you break this illusory illusion formation?" Arbor shook his head in puzzlement. "I don't know anything about formations." Nitian, since you can't break the formation, why do you look so calm and collected? Look at this little guy. He didn't know whose bad habits he had inherited. He couldn't tell what the little guy was thinking from his expression. Arbor blinked. "Isn't Uncle Master here?" Nitian. It seemed this little guy had hope. "Let's go out first." Although this lousy formation didn't have much deterrence, it wouldn't be good for their bodies if they were trapped here for a long time. Qi Nitian waved his small hand, and the space in front of them twisted. The entire illusory illusion space was like a small toy in her small, jade-white hand and was instantly crushed. Little Nitian jumped into the stoic Qiao's arms and pointed at a circular spatial door that appeared in front of them. "Let's go." Qiao Mu carried her small body and stepped through the space door with a step. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the two of them had returned to the original deck. On the ground, there was a shallow pit created by the tiger dragon beast. The air in the surrounding area was fluctuating. Suddenly, one figure after another was released from the illusionary dream formation and fell down one after another. Fan Ming and the others reacted quickly. As soon as they realized they had left the formation, they steadied themselves and floated to the ground. It was the other disciples of the Heavenly Fates sect who suffered. Some of them rolled out of the array, and before they could react, they screamed and fell into the sea. The deck started bustling with activity. Some people didn't know what was going on at all and looked around in confusion. Qi Nitian's face darkened as he shouted, Still not showing yourself? With a gentle flick of her finger, a crack appeared in the space in front of her. A black figure was sucked out from inside. With a wail, it fell heavily to the ground. Old man, you want to play array with me? Little Tion smirked. Who do you think your lousy formation can trap? The old man couldn't stop trembling. He was drenched from head to toe, as if he'd been fished out of a river. Arbor suddenly realized that she seemed to be able to use her divine sense. It looked like the villainous old man's consciousness had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, he could no longer maintain the great spirit sealing array that he had previously set up. Ha! This old man really brought this upon himself. He was sealing someone else's divine sense, but in the end, his own divine sense just had to suffer a destructive injury. Interesting. The little stoic raised her eyebrows cheerfully. The old ghost raised his head with a ghastly pale face. Before he could finish his sentence, "How did you?" He spat out a mouthful of blood. It looked like he had been holding it in for a long time and couldn't bear it anymore, so he could only spit it out in front of everyone. TSK. This appearance of wanting to save face at all costs was really delightful to look at. Chapter 46:32. 50384 Area of Effect Damage. You want to ask me how I can break your bullshit false dream formation? Against the sky, sized up the old man in amusement. He motioned for the little stoic to put him down on the ground. Everyone saw a 5 or 6-year-old soft little girl running in front of the old man with small, quick steps. She lifted her small chin and said coldly, "I'm your ancestor who set up the formation." Everyone. Master Mao Yang had a gloomy expression. He gnashed his teeth and sneered, Little brat. You think you've won for sure? You might as well raise your head and take a look." Master Mao Yang let out a shrill howl, his eyes dark. "Today all of you will die here." Xiao Mu looked up and gazed impassively at the large, densely packed group of harpies approaching from afar. The sky was blocked by the harpies' pitch-black wings. There was a dense mass of black above their heads, and from time to time, several black wings would shed their feathers and float down from above. The little stoic's face darkened, and she subconsciously moved closer to her Ant-Master. There were probably tens of thousands of harpies in the sky, and each one looked stronger than the previous harpies. Furthermore, their bodies emitted a faint blue glow. Master Mao Yang sneered. "How is it, little brat? Do you think that Hall Master Mu doesn't have a backup plan?" The old man stared at Arbor and smiled smugly. "Instead of cooperating with a little brat like you who goes back on her word, why don't I continue cooperating with Hall Master Mu? After all, this old man is still someone blessed by the heavens. The organization forbids private fights and the killing of companions. Little miss, I'm a good person, so how can I really listen to your orders and go deal with Hall Master Mu? Do you feel especially disappointed and dejected?" The old man wanted to discern some clues from the stoic's calm face. In the end, he couldn't discern anything. "As expected, you're a cunning old man." Xiao Mu nodded at this great Master Mao Yang. "This Hall Master Mu that you speak of is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. However, this is as far as he goes." "What do you mean?" The old man frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. Arbor gave him a long look and said expressionlessly, "If you're in the mood to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself? What is there for me to worry about? Do you think you can escape unscathed under the siege of these mutated harpies that have been poisoned by over 10,000 of them? I'll look up." The little stoic suddenly pointed at the sky. The old man's eyelids twitched. He looked up and saw that the 5 or 6-year-old girl had already leaped into the air. One person stood in front of thousands of harpies. The old man's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but shout angrily, "Wishful thinking! Who do you think you are?" He wanted to fight against tens of thousands of harpies by himself? Don't blame this old man for not reminding you. Once the flesh and blood of these harpy men fall to the ground, they will definitely be poisoned and die without a proper burial ground. These were all harpies that had mutated after being dipped in poison. No one could stop them. They were originally prepared to attack Yan's city, but now they were used here. First the old man glared, only to see the little girl turn her head and glance coldly at him. She then brandished a heaven-pointing sword. All of a sudden, a blinding light erupted simultaneously. Just like that, she brandished it directly at the Harpy army opposite her. Chapter 46:33. Who do you think you are? Vainly thinking that you can withstand the attack of tens of thousands of poison-mutated harpies by yourself? Mao Yang didn't expect that the other party would display extraordinary strength right after he taunted her. Mao Yang's old face was completely contorted, and he widened his dog eyes in disbelief at the situation in the sky. That little girl swung her sword. It was merely a single strike. Under the dazzling radiance, the sword shadows transformed into tens of thousands of mimicry humans and swept toward the harpies in front of them. An unstoppable force rushed into the group of eagle-bodied cultivators. Mao Yang and the others only saw a dazzling radiance in front of them. A massive light barrier descended from the sky and enveloped the entire harpies inside. A deafening sound exploded in the midst of the eagle-body crowd like a thunderclap. They clearly saw that the group of fleeing harpies inside the light barrier were instantly ground in a fine powder the moment they came into contact with the tens of thousands of rays of light, and the powder drifted down. Everyone was stunned. The little stoic blinked her eyes and dazedly looked up at her Uncle Master for a long time, unable to utter a single word. That's right, in my impression, my Uncle Master is indeed such an unscrupulous and dashing person, starting a fight at the slightest disagreement. This simply fits the image of the Uncle Master deep in my memory. That's right, these harpies were all insta-killed by my Uncle Master in a single move. I'm not blind. My eyesight is failing me? Redcoat finally found his voice after a while and asked meekly, "Did the little girl annihilate tens of thousands of harpies in a single move just now?" "Your eyesight isn't failing me." Fan Ming shook her head and said, "That is indeed the truth. This kind of terrifying power already didn't belong to the category of human power, right? How could there be such an expert in this world? Peak stage divine venerable realm? Could it be the holy venerable realm? I don't know." Fan Ming shook her head again and looked in the little stoic's direction. In the end, she saw that the little fellow was also in a daze, looking like she was at a loss for words. After this ultimate strike, several hundred transparent chains appeared in the air and shot toward little device limbs, tightly binding them. "Qin Nitian, are you a fraud? I told you not to beat them to death. Don't kill them." A trembling voice that was close to hysteria directly entered Defy the Heaven's mind through the soul voice. Strangely, Lady Chow Chow was actually able to hear the voice. The little fellow could not help but frown. She was already very familiar with this voice. It was the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao had come to capture Lord Jojo's martial uncle again. Couldn't it just stop for a bit? Jojo Sama had only reunited with his martial uncle for a few seconds. Why was he rushing over to catch people? "Heavenly Tao, I'm warning you. Let me go. Aren't you annoying? If I hadn't killed them earlier, we would be the ones dead now." Little Defying the Heavens swung the transparent chain around his wrist and sent a soul message to the Heavenly Tao. He wanted to let this old man know how angry he was right now. How can you do that? How can you insta-kill him? How could you use a top-notch killing move to torture these small shrimps? You're cheating. Hurry and scram back. Don't cause trouble here. Heavenly Tao's internal OS was probably on the verge of collapse right now. Chapter 46:34. When did I cheat? Get your facts straight. I didn't arbitrarily tear open space to come here. I was summoned here. Do you understand summoning? I didn't break the rules. I'm not going back. Child, according to this summoning talisman of yours, how long can Aunt Master stay here? Forever, the little stoic said expressionlessly. Pooh scram. A lean little old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows popped out of the void, and he stomped on the clouds. You are the Heavenly Tao? This image did not match the grand and lofty Heavenly Tao that she had in mind at all. What's with your brat's expression? Heavenly Law hopped around. It's an expression of disdain. Nitian rolled his eyes. Look at your rotten old man's image. Who would take a liking to you? What did you say? The little old man paced back and forth in the air, huffing and puffing as he roared. What do you know? I am heavenly law, and heavenly law is formless. Any form can be called heavenly law. I can turn into a drop of water, a gust of wind, a blade of grass, a cloud in the air. Now that I've turned into a human, in order to match this old man's age, I aged a little. Who am I hindering? Shut up. Little Antmaster and Marshal Nephew roared at the old man at the same time. You talk too much. Too long-winded. The little stoic and Cheen Nitian reprimanded one after another, and then they looked at each other from a distance. The little old man was infuriated, and he glared at the two of them and roared. So what if this old man talks a little too much? Everyone, they were dreaming, right? Just now, they saw with their own eyes someone annihilate all the harpies with a single strike. Now they saw a little old man who resembled heavenly law, hopping and flipping in the clouds, and even chattering and cursing at someone. It was a fantasy. There must be something wrong with their eyesight. Heavenly law, let me ask you, why didn't you strike me last time when I was 5 spirits reincarnation? This question had been suppressed in the little stoic's heart for a very, very long time. She had to ask clearly, why didn't this guy strike her? And since you didn't do it the last time, does that mean you won't do it in the future? The little stoic asked several questions expressionlessly. The questions she asked made everyone present extremely speechless. I'm telling you, don't screw me over. Last time, I drew so many talismans, set up so many talisman arrays, and put on hundreds of layers of defensive barriers. You won't strike me. If you find another chance to strike me again, I will definitely not let you off. Fan Ming glanced at the little stoic and muttered in her heart. I saw Heavenly Law's lips twitch just now. He's seriously too anthropomorphic. Look at your good disciple. Heavens will roar at against the sky angrily. My balls hurt when I see you. Hurry up and scram. Scram, scram, scram. Cheen Nitian, you can only stay here for 24 hours. Once the 24 hours are up, you'd better return to your position and get the hell out of here. Don't mess around here. Also, do not meddle in the affairs of this place. Don't randomly use skills. In short, once the 24 hours are up, you'd better get the hell out of here. More than 2 hours have already passed, so you're on your own now. Wait, come back here. I already said that I was summoned here, so it's in accordance with Heavenly Law's rules. Rules my ass. Your existence is the greatest violation of rules. Get the hell out of here. Heavenly Law's aura disappeared into the clouds with a huff. Chapter 46:35. Arbor blinked strangely and looked at little Antmaster, who floated to the ground and walked up to her. Isn't the old man a bit strange? He keeps telling Antmaster to scram, but he's the first one to scram and scram. Against the heavens, Fan Ming and the others. Against the heavens couldn't resist chuckling. He originally wanted to pounce forward and hug his little Antmaster, but he discovered that his arms and legs were short, so he could only pounce onto the little fellow's legs. Against the heavens was quite gloomy. With a raise of his hand, a gigantic 4-winged thunder dragon landed in front of the little stoic with a puff. Against the heavens abruptly discovered that his Xiao Bao's eyes had clearly brightened. This oddball stoic really wasn't any different from usual. Little Against the heavens' eyes curved into crescents with a grin, and he glanced amiably at Arbor and said, Xiao Bao, it wasn't easy for Antmaster to come here. It's time to leave. Even if she didn't leave, Heavenly Law wouldn't let her off. Let's not care about this mess. Let's go chat with Antmaster. Arbor nodded her small head. Against the heavens noticed that all the pretty boys around them were looking at her strangely. Little Against the heavens climbed onto Arbor and poked the little stoic's cheek, asking quietly, They're your friends? No. Arbor shook her small head and turned to glance at Fan Ming and the others with a complicated gaze. After thinking about it, she still said, Are you guys going to stop me? On the side, Lu E hastily shook her head and said, Of course we won't stop you. Little stoic, we actually don't have any ill intentions towards you. If you had any ill intentions, you would all be beheaded by now. The little stoic thought to herself and harumphed. She turned around and walked 2 steps before suddenly turning back and shouting, Where's that old man? Fuck, Heavenly Law interrupted her midway, and she even forgot about Mao Yang, that damn old man. Now, that old man had actually disappeared. Most likely, He was afraid of Sir Jojo's Ant Master and took advantage of the chaos to slip away. What a shameless old man. He actually ran away when he couldn't beat them? Wasn't he jumping around very happily earlier? Speaking of which, little Ant Master had interfered in the worldly affairs of this place and suppressed the harpies with unequal strength. To the heavenly Tao, this matter had indeed crossed the line. It could not be repeated. If she still wanted to summon her master and martial uncle over next time, she definitely couldn't offend the heavenly Tao this time. Everything had to be done slowly and steadily, right? Little treasure. Little Defiant stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the little girl's cheeks. He smiled and said, I remember that you have a blood-trace demon dragon by your side. Where is it now? His eyes were like electricity as he stared at the 4-winged lightning dragon. What a ridiculous baby. That's an ancient dragon. When it grows up, it will be more powerful than all beasts in the world. It's very powerful. The little stoic expressionlessly replied with an "Oh." Against the Sky couldn't help but be very curious when he saw her listless appearance. What's wrong, child? It couldn't be that someone was blind and stole your little dragon, right? As he spoke, Against the Sky even glanced at Fan Ming and the others with an extremely intimidating gaze. Lu Yi hastily pulled Fan Ming and the others back a few steps and waved her hand, saying, Old senior, why would we steal the little stoic's things? I reckon you guys wouldn't dare either. Against the Sky harumphed and turned to look at his aunt-nephew. Be good and tell Ant Master what happened. Where's your ancient dragon? The little stoic disdainfully grabbed the blood-traced demon dragon from the star domain. Chapter 4636. The little stoic shook her frail little body and said dispiritedly, You're talking about this? Ant Master. Defiant nodded repeatedly with a smile and rubbed the little dragon's head. How did you make little master angry? The blood-patterned demonic dragon was adorably dazed. It looked up with its round eyes and foolishly stared at Defiant in front of it before glancing at its master. The little stoic threw it back into the star domain in disdain and said with a worried expression, Ant Master, do you have a stronger beast? The kind that's sturdier than a small mountain, can run faster than a giant eagle, can pounce on a ferocious beast, and can shake the earth with a roar? Defiant chuckled. Yo, it seems this little fellow disdained that blood-patterned demonic dragon for being too weak. This was truly a heaven-defying act. The blood-patterned demonic dragon was one of the most powerful ancient dragon species. It had to be known that after the blood-patterned demonic dragon entered the growth stage, its body could reach several hundred meters in length. Its dragon scales were incomparably hard and impenetrable to swords and sabers. Ant Master refined a lot of nutrient fluid for beasts and beast tags. It's very effective for the growth of demonic beasts with bloodlines. If you feed the blood-patterned demonic dragon a mouthful every day, it'll definitely enter the growth stage in less than 3 months. The little stoic's eyes brightened. At that time, it won't look like an earthworm anymore. An earthworm? The corners of Defiant's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Looking at his Ant Master's serious expression, he nodded in amusement. Yes, Ant Master, then quickly give me that nutrient fluid. The little stoic hugged her little Ant Master and clamored. She had to make the little lousy dragon a bit stronger, a bit stronger. Defiant nodded and took off a slender bangle that glowed with a lotus-pink luster from his wrist, slipping it onto the little stoic's wrist. Patting her small hand, Defiant said, It's all inside. The nutrient fluids taken by humans and beasts are categorized. Take a look when you take it. The little stoic's eyes brightened. Just as she was about to speak, her footsteps suddenly halted, and she took out a jade communication talisman from her sleeve. There was a line of small words written on it. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Come quickly. The little fellow was instantly delighted. Although her expression didn't change, her tone was very brisk. Ant Master, let's go. I'll take you to the sea. Qin Etienne's gossipy nature was instantly aroused by the little stoic, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go. Xiaobao, it's not easy for us to get together. Let's put these messy things aside and have a good chat with your martial uncle. Arbor nodded repeatedly. He moved a land whale out of the star field, carried his youngest martial uncle, jumped onto the whale's back, and left immediately. Fan Meng and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Tens of thousands of mutated harpies who had been dipped in poison had died in the realm of forgetfulness, and they had to give an explanation. But speaking of which, this martial uncle of the little Stoics that she had never met before was truly quite impressive. A prideful master like Mao Yang was actually worthless in front of that person. And this big guy is moving so fast in the sea. Little Uncle Master sat on the land whale and fiddled around. He said happily, "Little treasure, this big fellow looks cumbersome, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It's even faster than this when it's walking on land." In the distance, he saw a 3-story ship anchored there. Defiant narrowed his eyes and sized up that ship. TSK, what an extravagant origin restoration tool. Arbor saw a tall figure standing at the ship's bow in the distance. Chapter 46:37. Ant Master, let's go. Arbor picked up little Ant Master and stored the land whale into the star domain the instant they took off. Niantian, is this child addicted to dragging me around? The little Stoic carried Sir Qin Niantian and landed on the deck of crimson firmament blue waves. Whoosh! A large group of people hastily surrounded them and shouted at the same time, "Jojo, are you all right? Jojo, why are you so disobedient? Why did you sneak off on your own?" "Duan you knows," Arbor said with a straight face. "Jojo, you didn't encounter any danger when you went deep into the enemy camp, right? Even if you're going into a tiger's den, you should bring some people with you. Isn't that so? What if something happens when you go in alone? How do you want us to live?" "Duan you knows," the little Stoic repeated and looked up at the man who was silently standing outside the crowd and looking at her expressionlessly. Feeling inexplicably guilty, the little Stoic pattered over with her face plastered to her cheeks. "You didn't tell everyone." Duan Yu swept her a chilly glance. "I told them that you didn't listen to me and insisted on going deep into the enemy camp alone." Sir Jojo was embarrassed. "I messaged you and told you I had a trump card. Where's the trump card?" Duan Yu looked at her with a sarcastic smile. "You're going to become a little con man if you keep tricking people." "Trump card?" Arbor hastily turned around and patted the crowd behind him. "Make way, make way, make way. Ant Master, Ant Master." The little Stoic squeezed through the crowd and saw little Niantian standing nearby with his hands behind his back with a solemn expression. She inexplicably felt that little Ant Master was simply too adorable like this. Arbor wanted to laugh inwardly and ran over to pick up the little girl. He quickly walked back to Duan Yu's side and waved the little girl in front of everyone. "Here, my trump card is here." I summoned it with a saint-grade deity inviting talisman. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Niantian. Qi Xianxian couldn't help but laugh. "Jojo, where did you find this kid? Did you pick it up from the sea?" "What do you mean I picked it up?" Arbor quickly raised his hand and patted the back of Qi Xuanxuan's hand twice. "Don't spout nonsense. This is my martial uncle. Hurry up and call him martial uncle. Don't be so rude." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Little Ant Master sized up the group of people in front of him with a serious expression. While everyone was looking at her, she was also evaluating the strength and cultivation of these juniors. His Excellency Qin Niantian suddenly raised his small hand, and a ball of light landed on the railing beside him, making a loud sound. Everyone jumped in fright. Arbor's hands trembled as he hugged his little martial uncle. He hurriedly shouted, "Martial uncle, don't ruin it. This is my boat, don't damage it." What a sturdy hull. His Excellency Qin Niantian, who was done with his destructive experiment, quickly kicked his legs. "Child, hurry and let your martial uncle down." Everyone, why did they feel that the situation in front of them and this conversation sounded so strange and out of place? Arbor let go of his hand. His Excellency Qin Niantian landed on the ground and scampered to the railing. He jumped up and touched here and there. He thought to himself, "I used 30% of my strength just now, but it didn't even leave a scratch on this boat. It can be seen how strong this origin returning tool's defense is. My child is indeed a child with great fortune." Chapter 46:38. To think that Xian Huang, that brat, would nag at her all day long. No matter what, She didn't know how Baby was doing over there. She didn't know if he was bullied. Baby was so stoic and inarticulate. Even if he was bullied or wrongly accused, he wouldn't open his mouth to defend himself and would only silently get angry her ears were about to grow calluses from listening to her nagging every day. She was worried all day long and felt that Baby really wasn't doing well, especially the first 2 times they parted in a hurry. He even saw that little treasure was seriously injured and fell out with that old geezer, Heavenly Tao, several times. He wanted to tear open space and come over, but he was stopped. Even though that old geezer, Heavenly Tao, shamelessly guaranteed that little treasure was completely fine, he couldn't set his mind at ease until he saw it with his own eyes. This time, he saw it with his own eyes. Seeing that this child had so many friends supporting her, His Excellency Qin Nitian instantly felt like his child had finally grown up and knew how to make friends. His Excellency Qin Nitian thought in his heart, "Uncle Master." Arbor hastily walked to the railing and glanced curiously at his Uncle Master. What was wrong with Uncle Master? Why was she hanging by the railing and touching it? What was she touching? His Excellency Qin Nitian landed on the ground and coughed lightly. "This origin restoration weapon, you guys call it a holy weapon, right? Where did you get this holy weapon from, child?" An old grandpa insisted on giving it to me on the way, so I accepted it. Everyone, His Excellency Qin Nitian. Why did he feel like this child was talking about a fantasy story? I gave him a large jug of wine, so it should be considered an exchange, right? Arbor pondered and said, "His Excellency Qin Nitian." Why did he suddenly not want to talk to this little imp? The little stoic ran to her Uncle Master's side and reflexively picked her up. "Uncle Master, what do you want to say? You guys get off the ship first. I'll refine this holy weapon for you. It can increase its speed by 2 times, increase the flow of time by 12 times, and enhance the power of space." Everyone simultaneously widened their eyes and looked at this 5 to 6-year-old Uncle Master next to the little stoic as if they were looking at a god. It was hard to imagine that this martial uncle could actually refine and modify a natural sacred artifact based on its foundation. The little stoic's eyes brightened, and she casually asked, "Aunt Master, do you have any handwritten copies of secret manuals on refining? You know how to refine artifacts?" Arbor shook his head. "No. Aren't you going to learn?" Arbor shook his head again. "My husband is here." What he meant was that she didn't need to worry about refining armaments anymore. Against the Sky looked around and asked, "Where's the young man I saw last time? Martial nephew and son-in-law. Shouldn't they meet each other properly before beating them up?" "Uncle Master, he's in seclusion." Against the Sky lifted his small paw to rub the little stoic's head. "Go look for it in the space bracelet I gave you just now." I should have thrown it inside. So the bracelet contained more than just potions? The little crown princess nodded happily. "All right then. By the way, Martial Uncle, how long will it take you to refine it?" "It will take about 6 hours. Then how about we sail the ship back to our island first, and then you can slowly refine it. My family Xiao Bao is already a great island owner." His Excellency Qin Nitian exclaimed with sparkling eyes. The little stoic was embarrassed. "It's just a run-down, deserted island, Aunt Master." Qi Xian and the others all gathered around with a whoosh. Chapter 4639. "Jojo, is this really your Aunt Master?" "Yes, Aunt Master." Arbor nodded and glanced at Qi Xian. "You even hugged her thigh before. Did you forget?" Our dear Qi Xian was dumbfounded. "When did I hug such a small child's thigh?" "It's that golden statue." Oh, realization dawned on Qi Xian. "It's the golden statue? So that's why." "That golden statue is Jojo's Aunt Master and Master." Jojo seemed to have mentioned it before. Mata chimed in. The crowd once again fell into a lively discussion. His Excellency Qin Nitian joyfully looked at the children around him, genuinely happy for his little treasure. Looking at how energetic these children were, his little treasure would definitely become livelier and more cheerful in the future with friends like this. Her facial paralysis would be completely cured, right? Evidently, This Excellency's vision for his aunt-nephew's future was too perfect. When Arbor saw a bunch of people surrounding his Aunt Master and chatting happily, he silently retreated and quickly ran to Duan Yu's side. He coughed lightly and asked, "Are we really going to capture Mu Qingya and the others? Before that, shouldn't you properly explain to me? Why won't you listen to me?" Our dear Duan Yu looked at her with a sardonic smile and didn't give her a chance to change the topic. "Speak." Sir Jojo rubbed his fingers together and muttered softly, "I already said I'm confident." "Oh." Arbor quickly looked up and muttered, "Yes. I didn't think I would be able to summon Aunt Master over." She expected to summon a mighty figure above the venerated immortal realm in the holy region. He might not be able to eliminate everyone on the enemy ship, but he should be more than enough to ensure her safety. Thankfully, she summoned Aunt Master Nitian over this time. After all, when she was attacked by tens of thousands of harpies, if it weren't for Aunt Master holding the fort and insta-killing them, she would have suffered for sure. This means my luck is pretty good. This was what the little stoic thought in her mind. Duan Yu poked her forehead and said aloofly, "Do you still think your luck is pretty good? Since I was able to summon Martial Uncle this time, I can still take the risk like this next time, right?" The little stoic decisively shook her head and sincerely admitted her mistake. "I won't be so impulsive next time. You're right, I will definitely listen to you." This little rascal actually took the initiative to admit his mistake so decisively, causing Duan Yu's belly full of complaints and words of reprimand to be stuck in his throat just like that. The little fellow was too quick-witted. As a result, he couldn't say anything else. "Pooh." Feng Zhongxin coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Well, since the Saintess already knows her mistake, I think we can probably skip this admonishment process." "You're too shameless." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shook his head helplessly. Just now, they had agreed to teach the little stoic a lesson together. However, in less than 3 sentences, some of them immediately changed sides. Feng Zhongfei cried out, Forget it, forget it. She already admitted her mistake, so stop nagging." Sir Jojo suddenly felt that Feng Zhongfei was especially pleasing to the eye today. She glanced at him approvingly and hastily added, "Actually, I wasn't completely defenseless. Besides the sacred grade deity inviting talisman, I also brought a bottle of spirit-governing pills." This spirit-governing pill was a pill produced by a 5-colored treasure beast. Taking 1 pill every month could imperceptibly improve one's divine conscience. Chapter 4640. Taking 2 pills at a time could allow one's divine conscience to rapidly break through the bottleneck within an hour and directly advance to another level. Once her divine conscience broke through to advanced rank in a short period of time, she would definitely be able to break through the old geezer's great God-sealing array within a certain period of time. As long as she escaped from the great God-sealing array, she would be able to enter the star domain at any time and not be controlled by anyone. So strictly speaking, she had actually made ample preparations before leaving. However, it was indeed an unexpected gain for Aunt Master to annihilate tens of thousands of poison harpies with a single slash. Duan Yu silently glanced at her. The little stoic quickly said, "If you guys don't throw me far away when you encounter danger next time, I'll listen to you guys." Duan Yu raised his eyebrows and scoffed. This little fellow even knew how to bargain and bicker with others. "Go ahead and try." This guy swept her a glance and turned to leave after saying this. The little stoic blinked and harumphed indignantly. "What do you mean? Leaving after throwing down this thoughtlessly really infuriated Sir Jojo to death?" "You know what I mean," Duan Yu replied without looking back. The little stoic quickly dashed forward, but she saw him stop and turn to look at her. The light in the cabin was very dim, and a faint shadow enveloped him, making his slender figure appear somewhat hazy. If he hadn't let her go this time, did this little fellow really think she could follow Heavenly Fate's people deep into the tiger's den? In reality, Duan Yu regretted it when he secretly saw her obediently leaving with Heavenly Fate's people. If he hadn't immediately received her message, he would have followed them long ago. Why would he wait until now? "Why must I go? I don't want to beat around the bush with Mu Qingya anymore," Arbor said to Duan Yu seriously. "Sorry, I was willful this time. Duan Yu looked at her deeply and raised his hand, but he ultimately paused and withdrew it. At your age, it's normal to be willful. I only hope that you will pay attention to your safety. Arbor nodded. Okay, why did Mu Qingya leave Heavenly Fate without permission and bring a one-star youngster out to sea? I used the Heart of Misfortune to make a deal with Mao Yang. Arbor made a long story short. He raised his eyebrows and said, I knew this woman would not let herself be killed. As long as she acts alone, we can catch her. After all, how could a woman without any cultivation escape from Duan Yu's group? When you sent me the message, you said that this Hall Master Mu has a very powerful stairway talisman. Did she use it? She did. However, it was given to a young lady. Duan Yu explained. The situation was a bit urgent at the time. Mu Qingya threw the stairway talisman to the girl. A few youngsters escaped with the help of the teleportation array. By the time Feng Zhangqing chased after them, those people had already used the stairway talisman to escape. And I used the method you mentioned to lock onto this Hall Master Mu with my divine conscious immediately. Duan Yu walked to the door of a cabin and slowly pulled it open. She almost escaped, but she was caught in the end. She is indeed very cunning. As Duan Yu spoke, he pulled open that cabin door. Mu Qingya's slightly pale and sharp face appeared in front of Arbor's eyes. The two of them looked at each other and saw a flash of light in each other's eyes. The system's comment section was disabled again. It would probably take another 2 days to comment. Don't worry. Chapter 46-41. What should I say? Arbor gazed at the pale and defeated Mu Qingya, a hint of mockery flashing across his lips. Long time no see, or what goes around comes around. Heaven spares whoever it is. You probably didn't expect that you would fall into my hands in the end. Mu Qingya's pretty face was livid as she glanced indifferently at Arbor. Arbor. She forced the words out from between her teeth. You did it on purpose. What do you mean? Arbor glanced at her indifferently. Arbor. Mu Qingya wanted to pounce, but she didn't succeed. An extremely powerful aura fell on her and pressed her heavily to the ground. Mu Qingya hated him so much that she couldn't speak. She used all her strength and could only move the whites of her eyes a little. This made her feel powerless all over. Her chest was filled with indescribable fury. Arbor glanced at her. I'm really a bit curious now. Is Mu Rochuan your daughter or not? The little princess of a city of shadows I met before, Mu something? That's your daughter, right? Mu Xiaoxue. Princess Wushuang walked in and nodded repeatedly. It was Mu Xiaoxue who took Zhao Yi and the other youngsters to escape using a transportation talisman matrix and a stairway talisman. We all heard Miss Mu call Hall Master Mu mother. So the so-called aborted second child was actually the one you secretly had with someone else behind Mu Jingfeng's back. Arbor couldn't help but shake his head. Mu Qingya, you've lived quite a carefree and unrestrained life. Look, even someone as shrewd as Mu Jingfeng is being toyed with in the palm of your hand. That first city lord, the City of Shadows, isn't the only subject under your skirt. Mu something? Arbor waved his small hand. Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, is dead set on you. Mu Qingya gazed icily at the little stoic who mocked her, a sinister glint in her beautiful eyes. What do you want to say? You're not strong enough, so you rely on this method to gain benefits from others. Arbor sneered and looked at her indifferently. You're really dirty, Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya suddenly pounced on Arbor again. She wished she could fly up to Arbor and strangle her with both hands. Arbor, you don't have to shout so loudly. Arbor's tone was flat as he interrupted her. I know that you're unwilling to accept this, but so what? This is the fundamental difference between relying on others and improving oneself. You can only rely on others. Other than others, I can only rely on myself. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Mu Qingya screamed like a madwoman. She groped the ground with her hands and randomly grabbed something. She picked it up and threw it over. Arbor waved his hand, and the decorative ring was hit by the strong wind and shattered on the spot. Mu Qingya's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at the little crown princess in front of her. If she could stab Arbor to death with her eyes, 8 or 10 Arbors would have been stabbed to death by now. Who do you think you are? Eh, You're very noble? Mu Qingya was angry and resentful as she cursed without thinking. If you didn't have the advantage of being born, you might have been worse than any ordinary commoner right now. Arbor stared at her, his eyes sunk into two quiet pools, calm and undisturbed. Chapter 46-42. The little crown princess stared at her coldly. I've always been curious. Where did you find out about the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl? Huh, Mu Qingya sneered. How do you think I know? Of course, it was your stupid mother who told me herself. My mother is indeed quite naive. But compared to you, what do you have to compare with her? You're just mud under people's feet, dirty and smelly. Even 10,000 of you can't compare to a single strand of my mother's hair. What right do you have to mock her? What a joke. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Mu Qingya glared at her with bloodshot eyes. You shut up, slap. Qiao Mu mercilessly gave her a slap across the air, successfully stifling her crazed screams. I think you should shut up first. Arbor slowly took a step back and sized her up. I don't know why others want to join Tianyun, but your goal should be very clear. You're just an ordinary person. You want to counterattack, right? But it seems that you've chosen the wrong direction. A lousy organization like Tianyun will be drowned in the torrent of history sooner or later. Of course, you and Tianyun are very similar in nature. You're both a bunch of dirty things who peep at the world from the corners. Both of you only deserve to be trampled into the ground and never be reincarnated. What do you know? Mu Qingya's expression was twisted to the extreme, as if her nerves had been stimulated to the point of derangement. She shouted sternly, How can people like you, who are blessed by the heavens and born with extraordinary talent, understand the hardships of ordinary people living in this world? Forget it. You'd better get straight. Ordinary people make up the majority of the population in the 3 continents. According to what you're saying, those ordinary people can't live anymore? And Wu Shuang curled her lips in boredom. You don't know how many ordinary soldiers there are on the battlefield, right? Don't they want to live? Ordinary soldiers also have their reasons for existing. Okay? Mu Qingya's lips trembled. She sneered. What do you know? Mu Qingya, used to be a senior executive assistant of the vice president of administration. Why should I become an ordinary person the moment I come here? This broken world of yours, worships force. You are all a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Can you listen to what others are saying? No matter what happens in the end, isn't the problem solved by force? And Wu Shuang looked back at Arbor in confusion. What did she say? What administration? What special assistant? I don't understand. Arbor shook his head, indicating that he didn't quite understand. Instead, Little Defiant's voice came from the door. Hi, how many years have you been here? The little stoic and Duan Yu exchanged glances before turning to look at His Excellency Qin Nitian at the same time. Hello. I didn't expect to see someone from the same hometown here. Qin Nitian ran up with a smile and extended his little paw. The little crown princess hurriedly ran over and dragged her to her side. Martial Aunt, what are you doing? Mu Qingya stared at His Excellency Qin Nitian in astonishment. After a while, she asked him in English, You also transmigrated? Little Defiant nodded repeatedly and looked at her with a grin. If I knew it would be this exciting, I would have brought Xian Huang over to take a look together. Hey, you guys, what was it again? Little treasure, be good. Chapter 46-43. Don't keep tugging on my sleeve. Martial Uncle will ask her for you. Little and Tian looked at Mu Qingya with a gossipy expression. What's the name of your boss again? Heavenly Fate. All right, Heavenly Fate. Hee. Relatives of the Tendo family? Heavenly Fate. Yes, Heavenly Fate. Your boss transmigrated too? No wonder she could make such a big fuss. Those ugly things with wings on their backs that looked like eagles and humans. They were made by you guys? Oh my, that's amazing. Martial Uncle. The little crown princess angrily tugged at her sleeve. Little treasure, don't be angry. Martial Uncle wasn't praising them. I was just mocking her. What irony. Qiao Mu speechlessly glanced at youngest Ant Master and inwardly thought, Can you put away that gossipy expression of yours? Hey, what's the name of your boss? Tell me. Maybe she's from the same hometown as us. Mu Qingya's agitated emotions calmed down slightly. She frowned and looked at Tian. You don't have to try to trick me. I really don't know who the person in the highest level of heavenly fate is. I only know that everyone calls her ancestor. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman, let alone their age. Ancestor, Arbor muttered. Tch. Lil Tion waved his hand and pursed his lips. So boring. All right, why did you join them? I don't see any spirit energy fluctuations on your body. You didn't cultivate? You're not a cultivator. Two knives stabbed into Mu Qingya's heart in a row. She was in so much pain that tears almost flowed out. Did they think she didn't want it? Did they think she couldn't cultivate if she wanted it? That was decided by her innate conditions. The moment she transmigrated, her fate had already been decided. Picking up such a second-hand rotten body, her future path was bound to be bumpy and difficult. I want to cultivate too, but what can I do? I used countless methods to open my mystic meridians and desperately tried to walk the path of a cultivator. But the result? In the end, this body of mine is a congenital trash. It's completely useless. Against the sky, dug his ears and quickly took 2 steps back. If she were to get any closer, whole Master Mu's saliva would be on her face. Sigh, everything is really full of calamities. Who would have thought that a transmigrator would end up in such a miserable state year after year? What is Aunt Master saying? The little stoic asked in confusion. She, against the sky, organized his words and turned to look at the adorable expression on the little girl's face. He couldn't help but laugh as he pounced on her. He climbed on top of her and raised his hand to pinch her little face. Kid, let me explain briefly. Let's put it this way. It's similar to what you guys do here. That's right. This Mu something, the original owner of her body, is already dead. In other words, her original soul might have already been reincarnated. Do you understand? The little fellow's eyes brightened, and in Wu Shuang and Duan Yu nodded at the same time. Possession. The soul in Mu Qingya's body is no longer the original owner. All right. Little Tion nodded repeatedly. That's right. She isn't the original Ya anymore. Mu Qingya. Princess Wu Shuang corrected. Chapter 46-44. The subordinate of the heaven-defying pavilion gave an expressionless "oh." Arbor immediately slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. I understand. What do you understand, child? Arbor abruptly turned around and coldly stared at Mu Qingya. Mu Rochuan isn't your biological daughter. It should be said that you weren't the one who conceived Mu Rochuan, right? Isn't that right? This explained everything. Why had Mu Qingya always been indifferent to her daughter, Mu Rochuan? Mu Rochuan was actually conceived by Mu Qingya's original owner, right? No wonder Qin Cheng thinks so highly of you. The way you do things is really watertight. Although her naive mother was powerful, her mind was clearly very naive and pure. She simply didn't know that there were so many twists and turns involved. She only thought that Mu Qingya was a woman with a strong temperament who didn't hesitate to personally take the medicine in order to get rid of the child in her belly in order to sever all ties with Mu Jingfeng. You really took the abortion medicine several times, right? So what if I did? Mu Qingya's face was cold and gloomy as she stared at Arbor and sternly shouted, Why should I give birth to a child for a cowardly and useless man like Mu Jingfeng? How is he worth my pain and suffering for him? Mu Qingya gnashed her teeth and shouted, Who knew that the child was so stable that it was strange? I drank 2 doses of the abortion medicine, but I still couldn't get the child out. Arbor shook his head. It's because when you were taking the medicine, Chun Chung took my mother's life and gave you the best nutrition medicine. Mother and Chun Chung both thought that you had a strong temperament and were unwilling to be a mistress. So you took the medicine to abort the child because you felt guilty. Now it seems that they were really too naive. You didn't abort the child for someone else. You did it entirely for yourself. You didn't want to give birth to Mu Rochuan. So after Mu Rochuan was born, you never liked her. And that little princess of the City of Shadows was the one you found and gave birth to yourself. So your attitude towards them is completely different, because you never thought of Mu Rochuan as your biological daughter. Her existence has always been a stain on your record, a disgrace to you. Every time you see her, you'll think that you've possessed a useless body, and you've even managed to give birth to a daughter for someone else. Yes. Mu Qingya screamed. Now you understand everything. You know everything. What do you want? Heh, I'm nothing more than a worthless life. Now that I've fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want with me. After saying this, Mu Qingya suddenly turned around and jabbered a long string of things to His Excellency Qin Nitian in the bird language that Xiao Mu and the others could not understand. Little Defiant had a smile on his face and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. After a while, he said, Don't misunderstand. Strictly speaking, I'm not from your world. I'm here to visit my family, and I'll leave immediately after that. You don't have to waste your time trying to instigate me. What did Aunt Master say to you just now? The little stoic grumbled in displeasure. She instigated you? What does she want with you? She said she hoped that I would join them. She and I are from the same hometown and have a common language. When the time comes, she'll definitely lead me to the peak of the world, and so on. But she doesn't understand the situation at all and speaks nonsense. She couldn't stay in this world for long, so she didn't know how to find a more reliable target to instigate. Chapter 46-45. She even said, How can people like us who transmigrated be trampled under other people's feet? How can we not rise up and resist? We should join forces. Against the Sky wasn't in the mood to listen to her rambling and directly interrupted her. Please, one could also reach a stage where people could only look up to them by taking the normal path. One didn't have to continue being a pervert and create a mess of strange creatures to rule the world. Aunt Master, don't listen to this woman's nonsense, the little stoic shouted in a huff. Of course Aunt Master won't listen to her. His Excellency Qin Nitian grinned and rubbed the little girl's face. Aunt Master will listen to you. Ah, that's right, it's about time. You should disembark first and return to the island. I need to spend some time to modify this ship. Okay. The little stoic became happy again and nodded. Aunt Master, then quickly finish and come find me. I'll treat you to a meal. Good child. Io. The more he looked at this child, the more he liked her. Not only was she pleasing to the eye, but she was also silly and adorable. She was a cute little girl, no matter how he looked at her. It was simply too comical to say that she was fierce. Qin Nitian just wanted to ask those people, how was she fierce? How was she? This child had been very sensible and kind since she was young. After she grew up, although her expression remained stoic, he felt that something was a little different. She seemed livelier just a little bit. Everyone left Qishao Songlong to Against the Sky and escorted Mu Qingya and the others back to the snowy island with Arbor. They heard Hao Guang's loud voice shouting, Second Sect Master, how could you run off the island without saying a word? It was too dangerous. How could it be dangerous? The little stoic said in all seriousness, It's all in the past. Heh. Senior Hao Guang harumph. Don't try to change the topic. Second Sect Master, can we trouble you to bring us along on such a dangerous mission next time? Look, there are so many people in the sect, and everyone can do something useful. As Hao Guang spoke, he kept glancing at Qin Shi and Lu Zheng and secretly moved behind Against the Sky. I understand. The little stoic's small face was taut and unperturbed. She nodded and suddenly asked, Didn't you say earlier that you forged the world's sturdiest shackles and handcuffs? That's right. Hao Guang snorted. Didn't you say that I'm not doing my job and that I'm making weird and impractical things? Well, your hands and feet are shackled. You can use them now. Arbor pointed at Mu Qingya and said, Cuff her. Duanyu knitted his brows and walked to Arbor's side to quietly ask, You're not going to resolve it? Keep it for the big fish, Arbor said in a low voice. It wasn't easy to catch Mu Qingya. If he didn't keep her to catch a bigger fish, wouldn't it be a waste? You mean? Duanyu asked softly. Someone came back for her. Definitely. Arbor nodded with certainty. It should be within these 2 days. This Hall Master Mu is someone who can make Manor Head Gung unswervingly loyal. I believe that Gung Pengqing isn't the only person by her side. Duanyu nodded slightly and turned to look at Mu Qingya, who was baring her teeth and glaring at them. He waved his hand and said, Take her away first and send more people to watch over her. Arbor, don't waste your time scheming. Chapter 46-46. You're still thinking of catching a big fish for me? Don't lose more than you gain. Mu Qingya yelled coldly. With you as the bait, don't worry. I won't fail. Arbor curled his lips at her, revealing a mocking sneer. That really doesn't look like a smile. Mu Qingya thought. It was as if a knife was carving an arc at the corner of his mouth. It was so cold that one couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, although you're heartless, there's no lack of infatuated people around you. Shut up. Mu Qingya didn't want to listen to the little crown princess's nonsense anymore. The more she listened, the angrier she got. Although the little crown princess usually didn't talk much, when she used words to poke people, they were all soft knives that made one's whole body hurt. What do you think you have to be proud of? Mu Qingya scolded angrily. It's just because the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl is in your body and has subtly changed your constitution. If that's not the case, why don't you try it? Isn't it because you have a powerful family behind you? The Forgotten River Dragon clan has thousands of years of heritage. Long Chuyin secretly passed the Dragon clan's treasure to you. Crackle. A vine whip whipped Mu Qingya's body, killing all the words she hadn't finished speaking. It's luck and fate, Arbor replied coldly. It's useless even if you're envious. After saying that, he coldly watched as Mu Qingya was dragged into the lower cabin by the two people like a dead dog. Arbor, you'll regret it. Arbor. Mu Qingya shouted in an impassioned tone as she was dragged away. Arbor sneered and glanced disapprovingly in the direction Mu Qingya left. I'm regretting it now, Xiaomu thought. I regret that I didn't capture you back to die earlier. That would have saved you from jumping around like a grasshopper in front of me. Arbor was not in the mood to continue talking nonsense with Mu Qingya. He quickly walked to the beach and looked around. Afraid of disturbing Qin Nitian, the group only dared to stop at a place far away from the beach and sneak a peek at this senior. Jojo, does Martial Uncle Qin mean that in the future, when we stay on the ship, we will be able to enjoy the 12-fold speed of the star domain? Qi Xianxian lowered her voice and asked. Arbor nodded. Yes. Not only that, but Martial Uncle also said that the speed could be increased threefold, and the entire ship carried a trace of spatial power. Perhaps, within a certain range, once the conditions were met, the ship would be able to tear through space and travel thousands of miles in a single day. Jojo, Martial Uncle is too amazing. Qi Xianxian muttered softly. Let's not disturb her. Let's go and prepare some food. After Martial Uncle finishes refining, we can start eating. Arbor glanced at Qi Xianxian. All right, I'll grill the fish for the next few days. No need. Qi Xianxian hurriedly dragged out her tone and said with a smile, with Ma Ta and Little Fatty around, you don't need to personally grill the fish. Arbor blinked. Jojo's Lien loves to eat the colorful divine fish grilled by Jojo the most. That's because Her Highness has no choice. Qi Xianxian cursed in her heart. She coughed lightly and winked at Ma Ta. Ma Ta hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, Jojo, you don't have to do anything today. Ma Ta and I will take care of everything. Yes, yes, don't tire my Jojo out. Chapter 46-47. I want to roast it for Ant Master, Sir Jojo suddenly said. Qi Xianxian was taken aback, and then she coughed lightly. Jojo, it wasn't easy for Ant Master to come from afar. If there's a chance next time, I'll let you do your best. You'd better not poison Ant Master. Not everyone could be like His Highness, who could accept everything without batting an eyelid. He would eat everything that was roasted, burnt, or roasted to an unrecognizable state. His Highness wasn't an ordinary person. Not many people could be as calm as His Highness in the face of a disaster. Facing a pile of roasted mess, he could still maintain a graceful, cultured, and refined smile, as if what he ate was some exotic delicacy. But Jojo's Lotus praised me for my improvement. Everyone, could it be that I didn't improve? Arbor turned to look at Feng Changqing and his brother. The two brothers immediately switched sides and nodded without any integrity. Of course you improved. Your Holiness, please roast it. We'll prepare more ingredients for you. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal inexplicably wanted to laugh. These Phoenix clansmen were truly hilarious. The corners of Qi Xianxian and the others' mouths twitched as they thought to themselves, you guys don't even need to eat. You're all jumping around happily. Aunt Master, Senior, must have suffered. She painstakingly made a spaceship for her little niece, but she still had to eat a roasted barbecue later. Against the Heavens said it would take 6 hours to refine the spaceship. In reality, she finished it in about 4 hours. The little stoic was a bit excited, and she was the first to dash onto crimson firmament blue waves and wander around. The others were naturally very curious, and they hastily followed her onto the spaceship to experience the power of time. Among this group, the ones who were the most astonished were naturally Long Ji and Long Shangyun. They had never experienced such a terrifying flow of time before. Does this mean that we'll stay here for a day and a night, but only 4 hours will have passed outside? Yes, that's what it means. Qi Xianxian nodded and said, in the past, this spaceship was already very fast. Now, Senior said it has to be 3 times faster. The most ridiculous thing was the flow of time, all right? In the future, when he sailed on the sea, it wouldn't affect his cultivation. For those who were bound to sail at sea for 10 days to half a month, it was too cost-effective. He had already spent more than 100 days cultivating on the ship. It should be more than enough for him to do anything. Long Shangyun looked at Arbor with a complicated expression. At this moment, she was completely convinced by this little crown princess. What kind of weirdos were around him? Little treasure, did you roast all of these? Against the sky picked up a colorful divine fish with a slightly withered skin and took a bite. Although it was a little burnt, the fish meat was very soft and tender. It melted as soon as it entered his mouth. He felt a faint energy slide into his mouth and circulate through his limbs and bones. This fish is really not bad. Marshal Uncle, I've packed some delicious food for you. Take it back and eat it. The little stoic handed a sacred-grade gold talisman storage talisman to His Excellency Qin Nitian and said in all seriousness, they're all my favorites. Let me think, Aunt Master and Master should also like them. Qin Nitian's eyes lit up. Everyone was speechless. Such an expression was simply too familiar. Usually, when the little stoic and Qi Xianxian were faced with delicious food, their eyes would always light up like this. Chapter 46-48. Although the little stoic kept a straight face all the time and would tell them with a chuckle, I'm not a foodie. But reality proved that she was a foodie, so she had to admit it after eating. Nitian pulled the little stoic's hand and said earnestly, Little treasure, you still have 2 soul fragments left. You have to find them as soon as possible. Marshal Uncle is leaving. She could feel the fretful urging of heavenly Tao. You're leaving now? The little stoic didn't loosen her grip on his hand, her face showing reluctance to part. Nitian chuckled and lightly knocked her head twice. Speaking of which, little treasure didn't recognize Uncle at first glance. Do you think this is right? You actually don't even recognize Uncle. Uncle's ability to forcefully change the topic was truly. Arbor looked at her exasperatedly and sized her up. He pointed at her small body and said, That's because Uncle is worlds apart from your original appearance. Uncle's change is truly too great. Little Anai Tian knocked her on the forehead. That shouldn't be the case. Uncle still needs to prove himself to know. Ridiculous. The little stoic pursed her lips. Yes, it's my fault for not recognizing Uncle in time. I'll definitely change in the future and won't be like this again. Only then did His Excellency Qin Nitian nod with a grin. Uncle is leaving now. You have to be well, and let Uncle and your master be at ease. Arbor nodded. I will, Uncle. Just as he finished speaking, everyone noticed that His Excellency Qin Nitian's figure was abruptly lifted up. Only then did everyone realize that His Excellency Qin Nitian's limbs and body had long been bound by who knew how many transparent heavenly chains. They heard that old geezer, Heavenly Law's flustered and exasperated voice. Qin Nitian, you're ruining the Heavenly Law here again. How can you secretly refine weapons for her? Hurry up and scram. Don't meddle in the affairs of this place anymore. I'm warning you, if you come again, I'll break your dog legs. The word dog legs reverberated in the air, leaving behind a series of trembling endings. It could be seen that the old man was truly enraged. Now, he didn't even want to show his face. He directly grabbed Qin Nitian and teleported away. Qin Nitian had an innocent look on his face. Isn't it a habit of being rebellious? Tian Dao roll, 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 roll. Uncle Master. Jojo jumped up and looked up at the sky. Little treasure, take good care of yourself. Qin Nitian's figure went down at the speed of light. He was pulled into the layers of clouds by the heavenly Tao and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Mu was originally in a joyous mood, but now her mood became uncertain and erratic again. He was not happy. The heavenly Tao was a big liar. He had promised that he could spend 24 hours with Martial Uncle. In the end, less than 12 hours had passed, and he was already urging his Martial Uncle to scram. Jojo, don't worry. Qi Xian comforted him softly. I don't think the heavenly Tao will be able to control Qin Nitian. At that time, if your excellency wants to see you, you can just sneak over. Hearing this, little Fatty nodded his head. Yes, that's right. Jojo, don't be upset. Let's go now. Before little Fatty could finish his comforting words, everyone looked up at the same time and squinted their eyes to look at a flying spiritual tool coming from afar. This flying spiritual tool was obviously not cheap. On the outside of the cabin, there was a clan emblem. The 8th night watch ended. It was time to sleep. Chapter 46-49. The distance was rather far, so no one paid attention to it. When they got closer, they realized that there was a dragon and phoenix insignia on the outside of the air transportation spirit tool. It was inlaid with gold and jade, and there seemed to be the word duo in the middle. Long Shangyun's expression changed when she saw the insignia. Oh no, the people from the Forgotten Creek Duo clan are here. If the Forgotten Creek Duo clan received news that their young master had been captured by Arbor, they would not let the matter rest. On the contrary, Xiao Mu's expression didn't change much, and she merely swept that person an indifferent glance. Haha, they drove such a large air transportation spiritual artifact here. Why? Are the people from the Forgotten Creek Duo clan here to seek revenge? Qi Xian pouted unhappily. Revenge or death, I don't know. Mata shrugged and stretched his neck. But I ate a lot just now, so it's not a bad activity to fight a few rounds to digest. As they spoke, the air transportation spirit tool descended from the sky and stopped on the beach. As soon as the spirit artifact cabin opened, everyone looked at each other in dismay. 3 young men took the lead and ran out of the cabin. They hurriedly found a beach and threw up. Then, an old man with thin eyes and a green face came down from the cabin. He glanced at the young men with an unpleasant expression. Why is he here? Long Shangyun's expression changed again. Long Huan also frowned slightly and whispered to everyone, "This is the most difficult elder to deal with in the Forgotten Creek Duo clan. Wang Exen. Duo Shanming is his personal disciple." Long Huan saw that person walking over and hurriedly explained the old man's identity. Wang Xian has a bad temper. Cousin, you have to be careful. He's coming. Damn. How many people did he bring with him in the spirit tool cabin? Why did a bunch of people come down and throw up? How bumpy is it? Long Huan could not help but smile bitterly. In this world, not everyone is like Cousin, who has countless air transportation spirit tools. The Duo clan is considered a large clan in the Forgotten Creek, but to have air transportation spirit tools, one has to be at least an elder. Their air transportation spiritual tools can't compare to my cousin's, be it in terms of space or speed. Usually, an air transportation spiritual artifact that can carry 300 people can carry 400 to 500 people at most. It's not like it can't fly if you squeeze it a little, Long Qian said with a light cough. Thus, everyone kept their mouths shut. Young Master Long was right this time. He really couldn't use Jojo's standards to judge others. Arbor glanced at Long Huan casually. Familiar? Long Huan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Not really. It's just that the third miss of the Wang Chuan Duo family has a marriage alliance with our Long family. The two families have some connections. Arbor chuckled. Long Qian was speechless. She knew that it would be useless to say it out loud. This was because Lord Jojo might not even be willing to give face to the Long clan of Wang Chuan. So why would he care about the future of the Duo clan of Wang Chuan? Elder Wang of the Forgotten River Duo clan is said to have reached the late stage immortal venerable realm. Long Huan reminded softly. This person's strength is not to be underestimated. If possible, it's best not to fight him head-on. Before Long Huan could finish the word head-on, the Tsang Prefecture Emperor's cold rebuke came from beside him. You're courting death. The rising silver-white flame was like a winding silver dragon, rushing rapidly towards Elder Wang on the opposite side. At the same time, a trace of shock flashed across Elder Wang's eyes. Chapter 4650. Cough. He actually coughed out a trace of blood in front of everyone, and he stumbled back 2 steps. Before the little stoic could react to what happened, she saw Duan Yu attacking the old man. His attack was very ruthless. When the silver-white flame rushed in front of the old man, it suddenly exploded. Specks of saint power swept out like a tide and instantly surrounded the old man. Elder Wang stumbled back 2 steps, but he still couldn't steady himself. His head buzzed, and his entire body shuddered several times. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xin saw a slender figure leap in front of him. A soundless silvery white flame leaped from the man's slender fingertips, and he flung it at him without a word. Elder Wang naturally wouldn't foolishly stand there and wait for death. In his haste, he didn't have time to dodge. His brain made the quickest judgment and mobilized all the sacred energy in his body to form a partial defensive divine armor. Wang Xin wanted to block that flame attack in front of him. However, he couldn't block it at all. The old man watched helplessly as that leaping silvery white flame burned a hole in the partial divine armor. The flame, without any heat, took advantage of the situation to burn his face. This unforeseen event happened very quickly. Duan Yu's method was ruthless and vicious, burning that old man's face. In a flash, everyone discovered in horror that the old man's entire head was enveloped by the silvery white flame. It felt like he was wearing a silvery white helmet. The flame burned neither too quickly nor too slowly as it enveloped the old man's head, slowly combusting without any wind. Those youths who vomited from the jolt all retreated with ghastly pale faces. They only dared to hide far away behind the spirit artifact cabins and shouted at the old man, Elder Wang, Elder Wang. They didn't dare to do anything else. They stared at Duan Yu as if he was a moving devil, not daring to move an inch. What kind of joke was this? Even Elder Wang, who was at the Transcendent God Realm, was subdued by that young man in a single exchange. Even if they were given 18 times more guts, they still wouldn't dare to go up and throw away their lives. Jojo, are you all right? At this time, Yuan Shichun, Feng Changqing, and the others had already rushed to Arbor's side. Their expressions were not very good as they carefully sized her up. Xiao Mu was muddle-headed, and her pitch-black eyes were still a bit perplexed. She glanced at Shi Chun and the others before looking at Qi Xian, the little fatty, and the others, who were also full of question marks. What could happen to me? Does your head hurt? Do you feel unwell? Are you dizzy or not? Can you still stand? The peony fairy squeezed through the crowd to the little stoic's side and repeatedly asked, Do you want me to help you sit down? The little stoic looked at them with a question mark on her face. She turned to look at Duan Yu, who was currently throwing a tantrum at the elderly man, and then glanced at He Chun and the others, who had unsightly expressions. May I ask what happened? What the hell? Long Yin was just speaking properly, so why did Duan Yu flare up at the drop of a hat? She hadn't even made a move yet, but Duan Yu had already rushed out to hit the old man. She truly couldn't understand what was going on. Yuan Shichun was taken aback, and then he sized her up. At the same time that he sighed in relief, he couldn't help but ask, You don't feel anything? I don't. Feel what? The little stoic's question mark face turned into curiosity. Dao Wuji's loud voice couldn't resist shouting. You really don't feel anything? Just now, that old man launched a one-on-one divine perception attack at you the moment you met. Does your head not hurt? Are you dizzy? Are you dizzy? Chapter 4651. No pain, no dizziness, no discomfort. I'm completely fine. The little stoic swept a speechless glance over the nervous crowd and spread her small hands at Ma Shichun. I'm fine. I didn't feel anything. Could you guys have sensed wrongly? Did the old man really attack me? Feng Zhongfei couldn't resist rolling his eyes and sighed with a sigh. Look, what does she look like she's not fine? If she really was hit by that villainous old man's divine sense attack, would she still be able to stand? Would she still be able to speak so much with her divine sense so clearly? They were simply nervous for nothing. This caused him to become nervous like his elder brother. Feng Zhangqing heaved a sigh of relief, and then curiously sized up Arbor. Jojo, that elder from the Longchuan Duo clan, is at the late-stage venerated immortal realm. His divine sense is at least at the peak of level 8 divine sense. Did you have some kind of magic treasure on you that can defend against divine sense attacks? Arbor reflexively scratched her head. The golden talisman Jade Tome counts, right? Just now, she seemed to have seen some light flash past her conscious and then directly dissipate after being shaken by the golden talisman Jade Tome's golden light. However, even without the golden talisman Jade Tome's recoil effect, that level 8 divine sense shouldn't be of much use to her, right? Arbor said meekly, I just broke through to level 12 divine since a few days ago. After saying this, Arbor saw Feng Zhangfei and the others roll their eyes at her in unison. Everyone's inner thoughts were probably, fuck, why didn't you say earlier that you broke through? The peony fairy burst into laughter and said, don't worry about it. Truly hilarious as hell. A level 8 divine sense wants to attack a level 12 divine sense? You're courting death. Uffed. Holy Sun Me, Yin couldn't resist laughing. I already said that Jojo is a child with good fortune. Other people's divine senses absolutely can't surpass their cultivation realm. But she's doing the opposite, ha-ha, as if he thought it was hilarious. This Lord Holy Sun actually amused himself as he spoke. Everyone, Lord Holy Sun really hit the nail on the head. The venerable peach blossom immortal's mouth twitched. Jojo, did you break through to level 12 not long ago? What was your previous score? Level 10. Arbor looked at him strangely. Is there a problem? You don't feel uncomfortable? What's wrong? Arbor didn't understand. Well, that's the biggest problem. Do you know that divine sense needs a consciousness pool to contain it? You're just a little god-tier master who has just broken through the 5th level, but your divine sense has already broken through the 12th level. Don't you think this is strange? That's right, that's right. Do you know how many divine senses we have? Let me tell you, an average person's divine sense would reach the peak once it reaches the 10th level. It's absolutely impossible for him to surpass my cultivation level. That's why the old man attacked you with his divine sense, because he had absolute confidence in his own divine sense. Who would have thought that I would meet a weirdo like you? Qi Xian and the others glanced at them speechlessly. They saw a group of Transcendence Realm cultivators surrounding the little stoic and giving her new knowledge one after another. Isn't there a level 15 divine sense? Arbor asked in confusion. Everyone chuckled at her, but their laughter was all very strange. The little stoic pulled out her hand and smacked Feng Zhangfei, who was the closest to her, on the head. Why are you being so eccentric? Speak properly. The group of Transcendence Realm cultivators. We can't be bothered to speak to you. Chapter 4652. What's with your expressions? The little stoic looked around and harumphed. The peony fairy giggled and walked up to hold the little stoic's arm. Jojo, they're right. Normally, level 10 divine senses are considered the peak. Divine senses can reach a radius of 500 kilometers. It's not a boast to say that you can kill a person from 500 kilometers away. The peony fairy suddenly looked at the little stoic. What about Jojo? Where can your divine senses reach? 1,500 kilometers? Vast and boundless. Sir Jojo thought for a moment and spread out his hands. It doesn't feel boundless. If I settle down now, I can sense the villages beyond the river of forgetfulness. Fuck, then wasn't it 8,000 nautical miles? Everyone, all right, go play on the side. The peony fairy brusquely flung away Jojo's hand and turned to walk towards Holy Sun Mian. Transcendent Realm cultivators. We don't want to talk to you right now. Go away. Qi Xian couldn't resist chuckling. She finally understood what was going on now. Just now, a group of Transcendent Realm cultivators explained to Sir Jojo the range of divine senses. As a result, Jojo made a bunch of Transcendent Realm cultivators. Depressed Arbor blinked and quickly turned to look in Duan Yu's direction. In this short period of time, that old man Wang Xian had already been roasted to his last breath by Duan Yu's demonic Emperor Fire and had almost fainted on the ground. That flame was very miraculous. After burning for so long, it didn't roast the old man beyond recognition. But through that silver-white flame helmet, the old man's expression was so distorted that it was almost unbearable to look at. Arbor ran over briskly and asked curiously, "Duan Yu, your flame can actually roast his conscience?" It was too miraculous. If she didn't recognize wrongly, Duan Yu's demonic Emperor Fire had already charged into Wang Xian's conscience and was wantonly wreaking havoc inside. You can also launch a mental attack at him. Duan Yu tugged at her and pulled her a few steps away. "Don't get too close. The stench is unbearable." Arbor nodded, and his eyes lit up. Adhering to the spirit of asking if he didn't understand, the little guy asked, "How do I attack him mentally? Is that so?" Arbor gestured the direction of the power transmission with 2 fingers. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly as he explained, "Generally speaking, after entering the Transcendent Realm, one would naturally use their divine conscience to envelop and control the 5 spirits to attack the other party's conscience. The 5 spirits are formless and formless, and the consciousness is also something without a physical form. When the 2 are combined, a person with a high level of consciousness can launch an attack at a person with a lower level of consciousness. If the other party is unprepared, his consciousness can be torn apart on the spot. That was why he was so angry just now. The old man harbored extreme malice toward Jojo. As soon as they met, he used his divine conscience to control the 5 spirits and launched a fierce attack on Jojo's conscience, wanting to defeat him in one blow. If the old man succeeded in one blow, Jojo's consciousness might be muddled for several months in the best-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, he might directly become an idiot or a cripple, or his conscience would be completely torn apart. It would be impossible for him to reassemble it in the future. This old man was so vicious that he had no choice but to strike back and severely injure him. "Use your divine conscience to envelop the 5 spirits," Sir Jojo muttered subconsciously, and his eyes suddenly focused. He used his divine conscience to envelop a ball of lush green holywood spirit and pointed at the old man's glabella, tapping lightly in the air. For more. Chapter 4653. Immediately after, Wang Xian let out a heart-wrenching scream of terror. Then his entire body fell backwards and landed on the ground with a thud. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, momentarily baffled. The little stoic used a mental attack on her. It should be. Otherwise, why would this elder Wang be in this state? "Hey, you guys, why are you hiding over there? Send someone who can speak." Qi Xian unhappily shouted at the youths who were hiding behind the spirit artifact cabins. A series of rustling noises were heard. It should be that group of youths pushing and shoving each other for a while. Finally, after a while, a young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old finally walked out from behind the spirit tool cabins while trembling with fear. He immediately saw Elder Wang, who was rolling on the ground and frothing at the mouth. It felt like his heart was struck by something, and he immediately panicked, as if he had lost his backbone. We aren't. This fellow stuttered, his eyes continuously glancing at Elder Wang, who was rolling on the ground. When he noticed the icy expressions of the little stoic in the others, his heart thumped harder, and he couldn't even speak coherently. Mata interrupted him impatiently. "Is there anyone who can speak in a complete sentence?" A few heads poked out from behind the spirit tool cabins and shoved each other. Finally, a short-haired young girl was pushed out. That young girl looked rather quick-witted. Although she was trembling all over like that youth, she could at least speak clearly. Who are you people? Why did you severely injure me, an elder of our Wangchuan duo clan?" Her trembling gaze swept over everyone's faces. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had seen a brother she hadn't seen in 800 years. She hastily waved in Long Shangyun's direction. "Sister Shangyun, Brother Long Yun, it's you people. Long Huan sighed and glanced at Long Shangyun, who remained silent. The other party had already greeted them so fervently. Since his younger sister wasn't willing to speak, then he could only step forward. "Miss Duo, how are you?" Long Huan replied stiffly. They were quite familiar with this Miss Duo. Usually, during the holidays, when relatives visited each other, they would often have a meal together. Miss Duo had already opened her mouth to greet them, so it would be impolite to pretend that they didn't see her. Miss Duo was an easygoing person. When she saw Long Huan talking to her, she quickly ran over to him. "Brother Long Huan, what happened just now? Why are you with these people?" Miss Duo timidly glanced at Arbor and the others. She nodded at Long Huan fawningly and smiled reservedly. "Brother Long Huan, I'm sorry. Can you explain it to us?" Long Huan sighed. He was truly unwilling to meddle in the various disputes between the Duo clan of Wang Chuan and the Little Stoic. Judging from the current situation, the Forgotten River Duo clan seemed to be rushing down the path of death. The wise move was to stay away from these people who were courting death, but now the young miss of the Wang Chuan Duo clan clung to him as if he was her savior. He couldn't bring himself to shake her off coldly. On the side, Long Shangyun swept Miss Duo a glance. "How could you not know what happened? Just now, that elder Wang of your clan attacked others as soon as they met." Chapter 4654. Now that you've suffered a loss and can't get out of the situation, you want to drag my brother down with you. "Miss Duo, who do you think my brother is?" "My brother isn't a sucker who can be ordered around by you. You can forget about it." After Long Shangyun reprimanded her brother, she pulled him back a step, planning to stay far away from Miss Duo. Their relationship with the Wangchuan Duo clan was just SOSO, so there was no need for them to stand up for this matter. Why did they have to offend that vengeful little stoic? It wasn't like they had nothing better to do. Long Huan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His younger sister seemed to be a lot more sensible now. The fundamental reason was that they were scared of being tricked by the little stoic. The siblings had already figured out a routine by now. The best way to get along with the little stoic was to mind their own business. If you didn't offend her, she wouldn't bother to waste words with you for 8 to 10 years. If you bullied her, she would pay you back tenfold. She would drag you to her grandma's house and make you bleed. That was how it was. In summary, everything could be discussed if you didn't provoke her. If you provoked her, it was like poking a hornet's nest. She would immediately teach you a lesson. "Sister Shangyun." Miss Duo called out aggrievedly and looked expectantly at Long Huan. "Brother Long Huan, it was just a misunderstanding earlier. We also didn't know why Elder suddenly attacked that girl. Now, since Elder has also been taught a lesson, then let's drop this matter for the time being, all right?" Long Huan reflexively turned his head and glanced at the little stoic. He then coughed lightly and said, "Apologies. If you want to apologize, you better find the right person. I can't decide on this matter. The person you've offended now is the crown princess of the divine province, Fierce Star Little Demon. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to the person in question, right?" Miss Duo's eyes abruptly widened, as if she didn't dare to believe that Long Huan and his sister wouldn't help them. "We only rushed here because we received a message from the Fireworm Squad's captain, Sir Wuching, and learned that Little Ming was captured. Our original intention was only to save him and didn't have any other intentions." Miss Duo's words caused Long Shangyun to purse her lips disapprovingly. Long Shangyun thought in her heart that his words were truly fake. If he really wanted to deal with this matter, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss in the first place. Moreover, he wouldn't launch a mental attack on the little stoic as soon as they met. How did they look like they were here to have a peaceful talk? They wanted to capture a core member first and then exchange him for Duo Shanming, right? At this time, the old man had slowly calmed down, but he had completely fainted. Miss Duo was extremely flustered on the inside, but she still forced herself to maintain a bit of a noble family's young miss on the surface. She took a deep breath and finally turned to look at the little stoic. "This miss, our Wangchuan Duo clan has also heard about what happened before. Indeed, it was my brother's arrogance that offended everyone. However, he should have received the punishment he deserved by now. Could you please be magnanimous and let go of my brother?" Arbor thought it was a little funny. In her eyes, These people were worse than dogs begging for mercy by the roadside. Each and every one of them was like an idiot. Their brain circuits were completely different from normal people. If they could beat her, they obviously wouldn't have this kind of attitude right now. It was precisely because they couldn't beat her and couldn't gain any advantage from her that they softened their attitudes and spoke very hilariously. On what basis did they want to take Arbor down a notch as soon as they met? Chapter 4655. Why would they immediately put on a pitiful expression and beg for forgiveness when they couldn't beat Arbor? It was as if the moment the other party said, "Please forgive me," she would immediately be magnanimous and forgive them. Was there something wrong with their brains? Was this the attitude they should have when negotiating? It was obvious that they didn't think much of her from the start. It was only now that they realized that the enemy's strength seemed to be far beyond their imagination. So they had no choice but to soften their attitude. Even so, their begging attitude still carried a sense of superiority, as if they had no choice but to beg her and felt wronged. If you don't agree to let them go after we beg you and don't agree to reconcile with us, then you're going too far. A bunch of idiots with damaged heads. Seize their resources and throw them into the sea. Let them fend for themselves. Arbor coldly snorted and gave an order. What about this flying spirit artifact? Qi Xianxian pointed at the flying spirit artifact on the beach. Smash it. It was a pile of scrap metal. She felt that it was embarrassing to give it away. All right, little fatty cheered, carrying his double-headed hammer and rushing forward. It felt so good to smash the spirit artifact cabin. Bang, 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 sounds rang out as the hammer smashed down. The 100 or so youths who had been hiding behind the spirit artifact cabin hurriedly went forward to stop them. What are you doing? Scram. Little fatty smashed his hammer at the feet of one of the youths. Hide in your shells in the future. It's best if you don't come out and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. They were still youths full of vigor after all. How could they endure such humiliation? The group of youths from the Forget River Duo clan immediately clamored and took out weapons from their consciousness. They angrily said, We're not afraid of you. You dare to attack us. My grandfather won't let you off. The little fatty chuckled and smashed his hammer on the back of the clamoring young man, causing him to fall onto the spirit artifact cabin and let out a shrill cry. You guys are so funny. Jiang Shaoxin shook his head speechlessly and walked to the little fatty's side. You can't win, so you called Dad and Grandpa here? He silently took out a divine artifact from his conscious and said with an indifferent expression, Do you want to take the initiative to hand over your resources? Or should we beat you half to death before searching your inner worlds? Mata chuckled and shook her head with her arms crossed. You guys are really a bunch of kids who haven't weaned yet. Why don't you send a message home first? If you call me Grandpa, call me Grandpa. If you call me Daddy, call me Daddy. If you call me Mom, call me Grandma. Call you Ann or Auntie, anything will do. Just come. Mata laughed maniacally. Let's see. How many ants does your Wangchuan Duo clan have that you can gather? The corner of Qi Xuanxuan's mouth twitched, and she teased, Don't forget to call your master along. Everyone was speechless. The group of youths from the Wangchuan Duo clan were probably about to explode from the incitement of their little companions from the Seekong Planet Battle Team. The 27 or 28-year-old youth who was the first to be pushed out to negotiate stammered with trembling lips. You don't go too far. Who's bullying you? Mata smiled at him. Aren't we giving you a chance to go home and call your grandpa and grandma? Chapter 4656. You're already so considerate. What else do you want? The Seekong Star battle team members all pulled out their divine weapons in tacit agreement and beamed at the Wangchuan Duo clan youths who were cowering like quails. Attack! Our dear Qi Xianxian commanded. Ma Shichen and the others couldn't resist, twitching their mouths. The 7 hilarious fellows from the Seekong Star battle team rushed up and gave those unlucky fellows from the Wangchuan Duo clan a violent beating. Xiao Mu hastily summoned a washboard that was that long and that wide from her conscious Duan Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. They watched as the little stoic swung her washboard and charged toward the Seekong Star squad with her head covered. She even shouted righteously, shocking everyone. The Seekong Star Battle Team will definitely win. The Seekong Star Battle Team members reflexively followed up with Jojo's words. Jojo will definitely win. You're not fighting alone. Everyone, underscore, did they freaking want to laugh themselves to death by answering this slogan? Puff. The Peony Fairy guffawed. Damn, are Jojo and the others trying to make me laugh myself to death? Stop joking around. Look at these frivolous little faces. Definitely win, my ass. Wasn't it just finding an excuse to beat up the Duo clan? Long Shangyun watched speechlessly for a long while. Brother, how about we go back and rest first? That's fine too. This scene made people panic. In less than 15 minutes, the Duo clan members all threw down their weapons and surrendered. They originally wanted to scurry away like rats, but were beaten to the ground. It wasn't that there was a huge difference in strength. Most importantly, every member of the Seekong Star Battle Team had a divine weapon above level 10. The washboard in Jojo's hand was also a divine weapon. Long Shangyun really had to hand it to the people around her. Arbor's temper wasn't particularly good to begin with. Not to mention the stoic face, but he was also two-faced and liked to trick people. He was best at tricking his enemies to death. Now that she was surrounded by artificers, what kind of toys did they make to tease her? The members of the Duo clan really made one's heart ache. Looking at them reminded him of the countless times he and his sister had suffered at the hands of Arbor. Blue is extremely thin. Forget it, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Xiao Xiao, your washboard seems to be even more powerful than before. Mata looked back at Xiao Mu in the midst of his busy work. I asked Mi Guang to improve it previously, and it's not bad. Now, the washboard was already a divine artifact. Previously, when the ape offered it as an offering, it was only a spirit artifact. Speaking of which, he didn't know which cultivator this washboard belonged to. De Yuan really took in all sorts of things. In the Xuanji mystic realm, he was really a scavenger. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The Seekong Star Battle Team plundered everything from the inner worlds of those unlucky fellows, sealed everyone's spiritual senses, and drove them all out of the snowy island. Sir Jojo's mood only improved when he saw them drifting further and further away on the sea, each holding a piece of wreckage of a flying spirit artifact. As long as they dared to cause trouble, Sir Jojo dared to scam them until they lost everything. Build a sign in front of the snowy island. Arbor snorted and said, in the future, this island will belong to Jojo. Anyone who passes by and doesn't look pleasing to the eye will have to pay. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Uncle Master was right. In the future, she would be the owner of this island. The 8th night watch ended. Chapter 46-57. After issuing a series of orders, the island master, who was immediately appointed, tossed everything to someone else and became a hands-off boss, as usual. On the other side, Duan Yu dragged that old man, Wang Xen, to Arbor and tossed him aside. At this time, Wang Xen was unconscious and crashed to the ground with a bang. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all crooked. He might still be 30% clear-headed, but he couldn't utter a single word. This guy simply didn't expect that things would turn out contrary to his wishes when he came to negotiate in high spirits. Not only did he fail to save little young Sir Duo Shanming, but he also kicked a stiff iron plate and took a big tumble. The old man seriously couldn't figure out why the mental attack command he issued at the beginning of their encounter seemed to have hit a natural barrier and bounced back to injure him. No matter what, the old man couldn't have imagined that Arbor, a level 5 minor divine cultivator, would possess a level 12 divine conscious. In terms of divine conscious, the little stoic crushed the old man. There was no way to refute this. Duan Yu unceremoniously kicked the old man several times, causing him to flip over and wake up with a series of coughs. Are transcendent God realm cultivators this strong? His conscience was burned for so long by Duan Yu's demonic emperor fire, but he actually didn't die completely. He could still wake up faintly after being kicked a few times. The little stoic pondered in her mind, but she didn't say anything. However, her eyes were filled with curiosity as she stared at him. I gave him a pill just now. That was why the old man was barely hanging on a half his life. Duan Yu turned to look at her. Do you have anything to ask? If not, he would deal with this old man. The old man harbored resentment toward them and absolutely couldn't leave him alive. I do. Arbor's pitch-black eyes swiveled, and she stepped forward to ask, How did you feel just now? The old man looked up and glared at her with resentment. It was only then that Arbor clearly saw that the old man's face had already been burned by the demonic emperor fire to the point that his original appearance couldn't be seen. His face was fine earlier. Why did it suddenly become like it was roasted? Arbor looked at the old man in confusion. Duan Yu gave him a heavy kick and coldly said, Answer the question. His handsome eyes stared coldly at the old man, as if he was looking at a dead man. Answer me honestly, and I'll send you on your way. Otherwise, I will scatter your soul and extract the power of the 5 spirits. The man's cold and emotionless voice made the old man shudder uncontrollably. Spare me, spare me. The old man didn't want to be so cowardly. As he begged for mercy, he felt his face burning. But in the current situation, the situation was stronger than the person. He had lived for so long and had already broken through to his current realm. So he really didn't want to die in such a cowardly manner. At this time, Old Man Wang was sincerely regretting it. If he had known that he would encounter such a fierce person on this trip, he would not have promised the Duo family that he would do his best to bring their young master back. He regretted it, really regretted it. Now, not only did he fail to save her, he even lost his life. Old man, I asked you a question. Answer. Arbor glanced at him curiously. This old man's twisted expression was quite rich, so his mental state should be filled with complicated emotions right now. You know, Duan Yu coldly glanced at Wang Xin. Chapter 4658. You're dead for sure. The young man's eyes only revealed this meaning. The old man instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. Just now, my conscience was attacked by a surge of wood spirit energy, and this wood spirit energy was suppressing my conscience. When the old man said this, he seemed to have suddenly understood something, and his old eyes abruptly widened. He couldn't resist exclaiming, You, so it's your divine conscience is actually higher than mine? How is this possible? Just now, the wood spirit power that was wrapped in the consciousness suddenly penetrated into my consciousness. It's your doing. This was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? Wasn't this little girl before him just a level 5 minor divine cultivator? How could her divine conscience be higher than his cultivation realm? Not only was her cultivation realm higher, but it was also much higher misconception. He must have misunderstood. The old man felt aggrieved and shook his head sullenly. Impossible. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him anymore. She only needed to know the answer. In other words, when she used her divine conscience to envelop the wood spirit energy, carry out mental suppression, and infiltrate the conscious, it was effective. She succeeded once again. Duan Yu. Arbor turned to look at Duan Yu in high spirits. I succeeded just now. Duan Yu chuckled. Of course you succeeded. That old man even fainted from your attack just now. Jojo is really smart. Duan Yu praised with a smile. He only casually told her to use her divine conscience to envelop the 5 spirits and carry out a mental attack. In the end, this little fellow tried it herself and succeeded on her first try. The peony fairy and the others silently ignored this little rascal. This fellow's talent was a bit of a pain in the ass. Duan Yu raised his hand and heavily struck the old man's head with his palm. Before the old man could successfully beg for mercy again, he was engulfed by the surging devil emperor's fire. Arbor glanced at it and discovered that this silvery white flame was much more turbulent than the one he used just now. This time, it completely enveloped the old man, burning him to the point that it looked extremely vicious. In just a short few seconds, the old man fell down weakly. The devil emperor's fire burned this person to ashes, including his skin and bones. After watching the old man turn into ashes, Duan Yu's icy eyes finally shifted slightly. One must know that at the moment when the old man's spiritual consciousness rushed towards Jojo's spiritual attack, he was so nervous that he almost stopped breathing. That feeling of experiencing life and death was not good at all. Arbor turned to look at Duanyu. Duanyu, I'm fine. The little crown princess nodded and suddenly patted his head. I'm fine, don't be afraid. I will protect you. After that, the little fellow turned around and waved at the crowd. He urged, have you built the sign at the door? He had to clearly write down the rules. Those who don't follow the standard will have to pay when they pass by my island. Duanyu had a smile on his lips as he watched the little stoic's energetic figure dashing away. He muttered to himself in his heart, I will also protect you. Jojo, I wish you good health and good fortune. Save us. Save us. Is there anyone who can come save us? On the surface of the sea, hundreds of young men and women hugged the wreckage of the spirit artifact cabins as they wailed and wailed on the vast water. Miss Duo, there seems to be someone ahead. Chapter 4659. It's a ship. It's really a ship. Someone's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted. Hugging the wreckage of the spirit artifact cabin, he raised his hand as he floated and waved vigorously in the direction of the ship while shouting, Friends on the ship, can you come and save us? We are members of the Duo clan of Wanchuan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Young master, there are so many people floating on the sea. Linga couldn't help but be speechless. She ran to the railing of the ship and looked at the young men and women tossing about in the sea. Young master, quickly come and take a look. Wow, there are at least 100 people. What are they doing in the sea? A plain-colored figure floated to Ling Ji's side and glanced at her. Sure enough, there were many young men and women floating in the sea, each of them lying on a broken piece of debris with drooping heads. She couldn't tell what material the debris was made of, but it seemed to have good buoyancy in the sea and was able to support them as they floated over. Fifth young master, eldest young master invites you over to drink wine and enjoy the dance. A young man who looked like a disciple walked over with a smile and bowed to the zither cultivator. Fifth young master Chin turned around and glanced at him. He restrained his gaze and turned back to say, Go get these people and fish out the people in the sea first. That disciple was slightly startled and walked to Ling Ji's side. He looked down and saw many people in the sea waving in their direction. Ha! Are you in such a good mood? Seeing that the weather was getting colder by the day, he didn't expect these people to be so leisurely, soaking in the sea when they had nothing to do. Yes, young master, this subordinate will have people come over right away and fish them all up. Not long after, this person indeed called people over and fished out all the men and women soaking in the sea onto the deck. Those people were very disheveled and looked like drowned rats. Not only were they trembling all over, but their complexions were also green and white. Fifth young master ordered people to bring blankets and distribute them to wrap around their bodies. Lingum muttered at the side, Young master, you're so kind-hearted. Who knows what kind of people you're saving? That Miss Duo quickly walked over gratefully and bowed to fifth young master amiably. May I know this young master's esteemed name? We are disciples of the Forgotten River Duo clan. Many thanks to young master for lending us a helping hand. My name is Duo Shanmei. Nice to meet you. Fifth young master glanced at her indifferently and nodded. You can contact your family and leave on your own. There's no need to inform me again. Duo Shan's beautiful smile suddenly froze on her palm-sized face. The handsome and elegant young master in front of him treated people too coldly. To be able to speak so bluntly to a great beauty like her Duo Shanmei felt that something was wrong. She smiled awkwardly at the fifth young master. All of our spiritual senses have been sealed. His cultivation hadn't fully recovered yet. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for a while. You guys are too ridiculous. Lingu could not help but exclaim. Our young master saved you out of the kindness of his heart. With your attitude, I'm afraid you're going to rely on him. You can't be thinking of freeloading here, right? Duo Shanmei's face suddenly seemed a little stiff. Young master, it's not what you think, Duo Shanmei stuttered and explained. Oui. Chapter 4660. All right, You don't have to explain. Lingu interrupted Duo Shanmei with a look of disdain. An explanation is a cover-up. Looking at your guilty expressions, I know that you have no money in your pockets and can't afford food and lodging at all. Duo Shanmei bit her thin lips and looked pitifully in the direction of the fifth young master. However, she saw the fifth young master turn his head and look behind him. Her line of sight followed him. A few guards escorted a tall and handsome young master out of the cabin. Fifth brother, what are you doing there? Eldest young Master Chin looked over with a grin. When his gaze met Duo Shanmei's group, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. These are eldest brother. The fifth young master hurriedly walked over and stood beside his eldest brother, whispering a few words. So many people were fished out from the sea. It felt like there was a story behind this group of people. Eldest young master was taken aback again. He looked at Duo Shanmei with a slight smile and asked gently and amiably, "Miss, there are so many of you. How did you all fall into the water together?" Duo Shanmei instantly felt that this young master in front of her seemed to be even more beautiful than the fifth young master with a cold personality and an indifferent expression. It was mainly because this smiling eldest young master in front of her had a pair of starry eyes that were too dazzling. When he gazed at her with a smile and a focused expression, Duo Shanmei always felt that his eyes would drag her into an unknown place. This immortal-like young master was simply too good-looking. Which family's young master was he? Seeing that Duo Shanmei didn't answer, the young man from the Duo clan hurriedly interjected, "Young masters, I'm truly sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you. It's really, speaking of which, we've made a fool of ourselves in front of you. It's really us Wangchuan Duo clan disciples who are too unlucky. We actually encountered such an unreasonable, expressionless person. This expressionless girl attacked us without even speaking 3 sentences. She didn't reason with you at all. Right. She even sent people to throw us into the sea and seal our spirit senses and cultivation." The fifth young master and eldest young master exchanged glances. At the side, Linga couldn't help but burst into laughter. "In that case, you really don't have money. Right now, your inner worlds must be completely empty. Someone must have ransacked your inner worlds." The people from the Duo clan of Wangchuan looked at each other in embarrassment. Although they did not understand how Linga knew that they had been robbed, the truth was indeed so. "Young masters, I'm really sorry." Duo Shanmei came back to her senses and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Although right now, we are indeed penniless." Duo Shanmei bit her lips and said with grievance, "But as long as we can contact our families, we will definitely pay for all the food and lodging expenses for these days. Please take us in for a few days." Duo Shanmei thought she would show her most beautiful smile, but unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the originally smiling eldest young Serchin turned his head mercilessly and shouted at the servants, "Come, throw them all out." Everyone was speechless. "Eldest young master, you are really too willful." It was not easy for the servants to fish them out, but now they were going to throw them back down again with just a few words. Duo Shanmei and the others instantly panicked and cried out helplessly, "Wi! Throw them down. Don't talk nonsense." Eldest young Sir waved his hand and shouted in annoyance. Chapter 46-61. Where did all the whys and whys come from? Eldest young Sir Chin waved his hand willfully. "Why are you so talkative? Throw them away." The fifth young Sir glanced at his eldest brother speechlessly. He heard his eldest brother mutter, "What if the little stoic finds out that this young Sir saved the people she threw away? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble?" Fifth young Sir, eldest brother, just how cowardly are you? "Wait!" Duo Shanmei shouted in exasperation. "Can you let me say a few words?" Duo Shanmei was both anxious and angry when she saw several servants pouncing over aggressively and twisting her arms. She shouted repeatedly, "This young Sir, even if you're throwing us overboard, you should have a reason. We're from the Wangchuan Duo clan." "You are." Duo Shanmei's small face instantly contorted. Earlier, she had thought that this eldest young Sir was dissolute, elegant, and even handsome. Looking at him now, his appearance was simply repulsive. She was probably blind to think that this person's aura was extraordinary. Look at what he was doing. Was this something a human could do? Duo Shanmei and company were perplexed after much thought. Why did they have to be thrown into the sea the next second after being rescued onto the ship? No, wait, no. Duo Shanmei turned to look in fifth young sir's direction. Young sir, please plead for mercy on our behalf. What kind of joke was this? Their spiritual senses and cultivation had yet to recover, so they couldn't contact the Duo clan members at all. If they were to drift on the sea for another 7 days and 8 nights, they would probably rot from the soaking. Previously, they were lucky and didn't encounter any danger after drifting for most of the night. If they were thrown into the sea again this time, what would they do if they encountered things like piranhas? Young sir. That young disciple from before appeared at eldest young Sir Qin's side at this moment and silently observed Duo Shanmei and company. Subsequently, he leaned forward and whispered into eldest young Sir Qin's ear. Eldest young Sir Qin's gaze swept over Duo Shanmei and company, and he said aloofly, "No need. We're here for a vacation, so there's no need to stir up trouble." The disciple bowed in salute. "Yes. Fifth brother, let's go." Eldest young Sir Qin beckoned fifth young Sir Qin and turned to walk into the cabin. His attitude made it clear that he wanted his subordinates to kick Duo Shanmei and her party off the boat. He would not care about anything else. The fifth young master turned his head and glanced at them hesitantly. In the end, he did not say anything. Duo Shanmei and the other nobles of the Duo family had never suffered such humiliation before. They were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks bulged. They cursed and swore at the servants who were pushing them. Shouting and cursing could not change their tragic fate. With the sound of splashing water, Duo Shanmei and the others were unceremoniously thrown into the sea. When she felt the salty seawater wrap around her again, Duo Shanmei was about to go mad. "Miss, who are these people? I've never seen them in the River of Forgetfulness. What should we do? How do I contact my family?" Duo Shanmei was confused by the series of questions. She rebuked angrily. "How would I know if you're asking me? This place was at least 500 nautical miles away from the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness was under the deep sea. Based on their current situation where they had neither spiritual awareness nor cultivation, it was impossible for them to return home on their own. Furthermore, Chapter 4662. All the water-repelling pearls in their inner worlds had been plundered by the bandits. They didn't even leave them a set of clothes to change into. What those deranged bandits had done was simply intolerable. Now, apart from the clothes they were wearing, all of their valuables had been taken away, except for the clothes they were wearing. There was no food, no medicinal pills, nothing at all. It was such a miserable situation. Duo Shanmei hit the water angrily. "Be careful. There's something under the water." While they were talking, the screams of a few Duo clan disciples came from not far away. "A school of corpse fish? Is it a school of corpse fish coming?" A disciple of the Duo clan screamed in panic. "Don't talk nonsense. There's no school of corpse fish. Look carefully. Don't get entangled by seaweed. You're scaring yourself. Don't you think you're unlucky enough? Do you have to blindly come up with something for me to feel at ease?" Duo Shanmei shouted angrily, her face twisted. They had drifted for an entire night and hadn't encountered any school of corpse fish. Did this mean that there wasn't much danger in these waters? "Quick, come out, quick!" The stairway talisman flashed, and several people fell from the light circle in the air, rolling and crawling. Zhao Yi and Gu Yishuan rushed forward to support Mu Xiaoxue, who almost fell to the ground. The two guards standing in front of the main gate of the City of Shadows were shocked when they saw this. They hurried forward and called out, "Senior Brother Zhao? Senior Brother Gu? Miss, what's wrong with you? Quick, look around and see if anyone's coming." Gu Yishuan yelled at the guard. "Hurry up, don't just stand there. Check the surroundings. If you see anyone suspicious, kill them." Zhao Yi glanced at him in disdain and mocked. "I think you're scared out of your wits. The stairway talisman can teleport you up to a distance of 2,000 miles. Junior sister used a total of 10 stairway talismans and a teleportation talisman array. Who do you think can travel 10,000 miles in a day and chase after us. Gui Xuan was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. Indeed, he was overly cautious and worried. According to normal speed, it was impossible for even someone who had attained the immortal Exalt realm to travel 5,000 kilometers in a single day. A transcendent god's divine sense could at most cover 1,000 miles. Gu Yixuan heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to glare at Zhao. Although what Zhao Yi said was the truth, Gu Yixuan was not happy with his high and mighty and insufferably arrogant tone. Mu Xiaoxue was leaning against Zhao Yi's arm, gasping for breath. She sounded like she was about to cry. Senior brother Zhao, quick, help me to see my father. You have to save my mother. I can't let her fall into the hands of Arbor. All right, junior sister, don't worry. I'll carry you to see master now. Zhao Yi's face was filled with tenderness as he hurriedly carried Mu Xiaoxue in his arms. However, a cold rebuke came from the main entrance. Men, take that bitch Mu Xiaoxue down. When Mu Xiaoxue heard this harsh and cold voice, she could not help but tremble and quickly shrank into Zhao Yi's arms. Zhao Yi's heart was filled with tenderness as he hurriedly reached out to protect his little junior sister in his arms. He coldly looked at the two disciples who had fiercely rushed in front of him. What are you doing? Chapter 46-63. Senior brother Zhao, please forgive the madam's order. Sorry for the offense. The two disciples' eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. They suddenly rushed forward and released two streams of spirit energy. One landed on Zhao Yi's arm, and the other landed on Mu Xiaoxue's leg. Mu Xiaoxue screamed. Gu Yixuan hurried over to help, but was suddenly surrounded by a dozen disciples who rushed out of the main entrance. Let me see who dares to help this bitch. A tall and thin woman in red walked out of the main entrance, surrounded by a group of people. Her gloomy eyes were solemn and cold as she scanned the crowd. Drag him over here. Mu Xiaoxue was forcefully dragged from Zhao Yi's arms to the ground and thrown in front of the madam. Mu Xiaoxue fell to the ground with a thud. Her hands scraped the ground and left a few bloody marks. She was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes, and she kept gasping for breath. Mu Xiaoxue, I forbade you to leave the City of Shadows, and you went missing. If you have the ability, don't come back. Now that you've returned like a stray dog, who knows what kind of trouble you've caused in the city? I didn't, madam. Mu Xiaoxue burst into tears. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and they fell one by one. She looked very pitiful, like a pear blossom in the rain whose fragrance had faded away. Zhao Yi and Gu Yixuan were heartbroken. They couldn't help but bite the bullet and said to the powerful madam, Madam, junior sister didn't cause any trouble. Madam, junior sister is innocent. We really didn't cause any trouble on this trip. Madam, junior sister went with us to the forgetful River Snow Ridge to find the Fecta secret realm. Ha ha. The madam mocked with a malicious expression. Fecta's secret realm? So you brought Mu Xiaoxue to some secret realm to search for treasures? You brought a cripple with no cultivation to a secret realm to search for treasures? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Mu Xiaoxue knelt in front of the madam with a humiliated expression. She bit her thin lower lip and tears fell down one by one. She was a cripple with no cultivation, but she didn't want to do it. Who wants to be bald when they have hair? Even in her dreams, she wanted to become a cultivator who could cultivate. However, Madame Mu couldn't bear to see her acting like a little white flower. Without any explanation, she slapped her face. You're crying again. Every time I can't even say 3 sentences, you'll start crying, as if the whole world has let you down. You're no different from your bitch of a mother. She's also a slut who seduces men. Madam, Zhao Yi was so angry that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. If it wasn't for his rationality telling him that the person in front of him was his master's wife, his master's first wife, he really couldn't help but rush up and beat this woman up. What? So angry that you want to hit me? Do you want to stand up for this little bitch? Shuyin sneered and went forward to grab Mu Xiaoxue's hair without any pity. Mu Xiaoxue, don't think that I can't punish you just because someone is standing up for you. Get the hell back to the detention room right now. You're not allowed to see anyone for 3 months. Mistress, Zhao Yi roared. You get the hell back too. Instead of cultivating properly, you're bewitched by this little bitch all day long. That's all you're good for. Get the hell out of here, Juyin shouted coldly. What now? Chapter 46-64. You've been causing chaos in the family. What do you want? A middle-aged man with a short black beard and brocade clothes walked out of the main gate. He stared coldly at Juyin. I'm the one who asked Shui and Zhao Yi to go to the River of Forgetfulness to inquire about the Tianji hidden land. Do you have a problem with my way of doing things? Master, Zhao Yi's face lit up when he saw the man. He turned around and bowed to the middle-aged man with a group of fellow disciples. Mu Xiaoxue, who was sitting on the ground in a very sorry state, raised her head and cried, Father. Mu Jinghong frowned and said coldly to the disciples, Why aren't you helping your junior sister up from the ground? Juyin, you'd better control yourself. Shui is also my daughter. I'm disciplining a concubine's daughter. Mu Jinghong, are you going to interfere? Juyin looked coldly at Mu Jinghong. You're really ridiculous. Juyin. Mu Jinghong glared at Juyin. She took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in her heart. She turned to her crying daughter Mu Xiaoxue and said, Shui, your mother has been in a bad mood recently. Don't take it to heart. All right, help Miss back. Send her to the confinement room. Juyin. Mu Jinghong glared angrily at First Madam. Don't go too far. Mu Jinghong, I'm disciplining that bitch's daughter on behalf of that bitch. If I don't discipline her properly, who knows when this bitch will give you a grandson? Look at her cheap face. She's really a bitch raised by the heavens. Who is she trying to impress by acting like a crying little white flower? She's exactly the same as her bitch mother. She only knows how to use her beauty to please men. She's bewitched all her fellow disciples, and they're always chasing after her like wild dogs chasing after food. Juyin, Mu Jinghong shouted and swept her palm in Juoyan's direction. Mother, a young girl quickly ran over from the crowd and supported Juyin, who was retreating a few steps. Juoyan's face twisted slightly. She stared at Mu Jinghong and sneered. She nodded and said, Good, very good. Mu Jinghong, you actually dared to attack me for the sake of this bitch's son. Mu Jinghong reacted as soon as he struck out. In fact, he had already withdrawn most of his power. However, the palm wind still swept towards Juyin, who was caught off guard. Juoyan's shoulder was injured and blood was seeping out. She was supported by her daughter, Mu Feixia, and she retreated a few steps. Mu Jinghong put down her hand in embarrassment and said with an embarrassed expression, You've gone too far. Father. Mu Xiaoxue was so aggrieved that she burst into tears. She immediately knelt in front of Mu Jinghong and cried, It's Shui-er's fault. Just let Mother lock Shui in the confinement room. Shui doesn't want to make things difficult for Father. For Shui-er's sake, please don't quarrel with Mother. You little slut, shut up. Juoyan coldly and angrily rebuked. Put away your dirty thoughts of retreating in order to advance. Who do you think you can fool with this little trick? Only a few men with broken heads would be charmed by you and lose their sense of direction. Enough. Mu Jinghong shouted at Juoyan with a cold expression. He turned to Mu Xiaoxue and said, Shui-er, come in with me. Yes, Father. Mu Xiaoxue wiped the tears on her cheeks and got up with her head lowered. Chapter 46-65. Juoyan wanted to stop Mu Xiaoxue, but was pulled away by her daughter, Mu Feixia. She could only glare hatefully at Mu Xiaoxue and leave with Mu Jinghong. Why are you pulling me? Juoyan said angrily. Mu Feixia sighed. Mother, don't make things difficult for Mu Xiaoxue. Juoyan was so angry that she poked her daughter's forehead with her finger and said in a low voice, You little girl, who am I angry for? Who does that Mu Xiaoxue think she is? An outsider's plaything actually seduced your fiancé. A few days ago, the Kong family said that they wanted to break off the engagement. Don't you know why? It's that bastard from the Kong family. He secretly has something with that slut Mu Xiaoxue. Let me tell you, that Mu Xiaoxue is really a wretch. She can seduce anyone. She's the same as that slut of a mother. Mu Feixia was very open-minded. She laughed and said, Mother, this is quite good. He was a man who could be easily seduced by other women. Your daughter, really don't like him. Besides, isn't it better to make a fuss now? If I find out the true colors of that Kong family after we get married, who will I cry to? Yin was so angry that she laughed and poked her. You're really still in the mood to joke. Mother, don't be angry. I'm not sad. I think it's quite good. Recently, your father's been very close with that slut through letters. They use all kinds of code words. I don't know what they're secretly planning with that woman. Yin sighed and said, I'm afraid your father has been bewitched by that slut. I don't know what wrong he will do. At that time, he'll drag us 3 down. Mother, don't worry. I'll always pay attention to their movements. In the study, Mu Jinghong sighed and glanced at her daughter, who had her head down in tears in the corners of her eyes. Sit down. Mu Xiaoxua rubbed the corner of her clothes and nodded, trembling. Your official mother has a bad temper. You've suffered a lot these years. Father, I don't feel wronged. Mu Xiaoxua shrank her head and sat down gently. She only sat 1/3 of the chair. Her back was straight, and her sitting posture was very reserved. Mu Jinghong suddenly took out a box from his arms and handed it to Mu Xiaoxua. Shuer, take a look. Mu Xiaoxua took the box and thanked him in trepidation. She opened the lid to take a look, and her eyes to take a look. You to use this scarlet silk. You to use it. You doesn't need to infuse spiritual power. Is to use it to use it. You to use it to you to it. Thank you, Father. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes flashed with joy. She knew of the scarlet. It was one of the 3 great magic treasures of the City of Shadows. It could be used as both a defensive and offensive divine artifact. The disciples of the 2nd City Lord and the 3rd City Lord were all thinking about this defensive magic weapon. He did not expect that his father would actually give this treasure to him today. Now that she thought about it, the humiliation she had suffered at the mountain gate was nothing. Mu Xiaoxua was happy in her heart, but her voice was soft and gentle. I just don't know if Madam will know about this. Why do you care about her? She's been going overboard these years. Don't worry. Take this scarlet silk and don't pay attention to others. First watch, continue at night. Chapter 46-66. Thank you, Father. Mu Xiaoxua couldn't hide her joy. She wrapped the scarlet silk around her wrist and bowed to Mu Jinghong. Father, what about my mother? We're already thinking of a way to save your mother. Don't worry too much. Your mother is an elite of the organization. The organization won't leave her alone. Mu Jinghong sighed and patted Mu Xiaoxua's shoulder. Even if the organization can't think of a way, Father won't leave your mother alone. Father will definitely save your mother and let our family reunite. Father. Mu Xiaoxua revealed a joyful and touched expression, tactfully expressing her admiration for her father at the right time. Mu Jinghong nodded with satisfaction. This daughter of his was just like Qinya. She was gentle, sensible, and able to see the big picture. Although it was indeed a great regret in life that she couldn't embark on the path of cultivation, this daughter of his was very outstanding in other aspects. She was a daughter worthy of his pride. Arbor walked into the Karst cave and raised his hand to raise the illumination pearl. The originally pitch-black cave was covered by a ray of light, enveloping the thin figure huddled in the corner of the wall. Mu Qingya curled up here. She didn't know how long it had been. She only knew that there were a few people guarding the entrance of the Karst cave, and that there was something outside the cave that had been suppressing her. She knew very well that this suppression should be the suppression of the divine sense. She didn't know whether it was day or night in this cave, but she felt very hungry. She guessed that it should be about 14 to 14 hours. Give her the medicine. Arbor's cold voice sounded in Mu Qingya's ears. At this moment, Mu Qingya hoped that the girl in front of her had completely forgotten about her. She would rather stay in this illusory darkness day and night than for Qiao Mu to remember her existence at this moment. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let go of me, let go. Mu Qingya struggled to move her body and glanced at the young men in front of her in horror. These people were all elites of the Sangzhou guards. How could Mu Qingya break free? One of them grabbed Mu Qingya's collar like a chick, while the other roughly pried open Mu Qingya's mouth. Mu Qingya's face was slightly distorted as she watched a soldier take out a bottle of medicine and pour the entire bottle of unknown black liquid into her mouth without any care for the fairer sex. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough, cough. Mu Qingyao was forcefully restrained and forced to take 2 big gulps. She choked out most of it, and her mouth was full of the bitter taste. You damn cough, 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 little demoness. Arbor stared coldly at Mu Qingyao, who was cursing at him with a bright pearl in his hand. A Zhangzhou guard unceremoniously slapped her across the face. It doesn't matter. Let her scold you. Arbor said coldly, let her vent. Yes, being locked up in such a broken place. Anyone would curse if they were forced to consume such a medicinal liquid, wouldn't they? You. Mu Qingyao choked and coughed violently, as if she was going to cough her lungs out. Guess when the City of Shadows will come to save you? Mu Qingyao pursed her lips and glared at Arbor. Take another guess. Can they save you? I have 36,000 elites on this island. Chapter 4667. Guess how many people Tianyun is willing to sacrifice for you? My guess is that Tianyun will probably abandon you. What do you think, Hall Master Mu? You don't need to sow discord here. Mu Qingyao shouted coldly. Huh, let me tell you, Arbor, even if I die, you won't be able to oppose our entire Tianyun with your individual strength. My individual strength? Arbor looked at her in astonishment. Of course I'm not an individual. Do you think I'm that arrogant? If we still can't oppose Tianyun with the combined strength of the 3 continents, then we'll continue to gather more people and stronger forces. We'll continue to work hard. You. Mu Qingyao glared at the little stoic in front of her. Normal people only want to live normal lives and don't want to become experimental subjects. Your inhumane actions will bring about your own destruction sooner or later. Heh, you speak so righteously, Arbor. Have you ever thought that perhaps Tianyun didn't want to oppose you in the beginning? It's you. You've been blocking other people's paths, so we had no choice but to. Are you begging me for mercy? Arbor interrupted her with a sneer and looked at her mockingly. Hall Master Mu, perhaps Tianyun indeed didn't want to oppose me in the beginning. But you've been opposing me from beginning to end. Do you still remember that wandering Taoist on Seacone Planet? I guess you must have forgotten. Arbor glanced sideways at Mu Qingyao, who was in a sorry state with her hair sticking to her face. Madame Mu no longer had her usual elegance and nobility. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, making her appear dripping and wilting. In addition, she struggled back and forth while taking the medicine, so her hairpin was completely messed up. That Taoist Dayu obeyed your orders. He found one Rowan to harm my entire family. A tiny meridian pill is just a meridian pill. It's just gold and jade, a tiny bit of immediate benefit. They can be used by you as ants. How sorrowful it is. I can only watch as all of this unfolds, evolves, and ultimately leads to death. We are powerless to resist, unable to fight for our lives, and unable to save anyone. Because they're just ants. Mu Qingyao was slightly surprised as she stared at Arbor in front of her. In a flash, Mu Qingyao's eyes lit up as if she had grasped something. She dug her fingernails into her fingernails. Do you still remember Fan Xiao? I guess you must have forgotten again. This young man is so ruthless. He's been lurking around me for so many years, and now he's finally done as you wish. Arbor paused for a moment, then walked toward Mu Qingyao with the illuminating pearl in his hand. You want to cut off my wings. You want me to have nothing. You want to take one step closer to controlling my entire life. Lock me up just like now. You had your people lock me up in a dark, bottomless hell and torment me every day to study my inner world and my mind. You are curious, aren't you? Then let me clear your doubts now. Go away. Go away. Mu Qingyao felt that there was something wrong with the young lady in front of her. She only wanted to get as far away from this person as possible. She didn't want to hear anything or see anything. However, it was not up to her. Arbor lifted Mu Qingyao up with one hand and dragged her into the depths of the cave. Chapter 4668. Let go right now. Arbor, you lunatic, what do you want to do? Let go. Mu Qingyao struggled and screamed as Arbor dragged her by the hair. When Duan Yu and He Chun entered quickly, they happened to hear Mu Qingyao's piercing screams. Looking around, Their gazes landed on the Tsangzhou guards who were looking at each other in dismay. "Leave first," Duan Yu ordered indifferently. "Yes." After the Tsangzhou guards left, the two hurriedly chased into the depths of the cave. "Why are you screaming so loudly? Who do you think will come to save you in this world? Don't you think it's a waste of air for trash like you to live in this world?" Arbor threw Mu Qingya against the opposite wall. Mu Qingya was flung up, and her forehead hit the stone wall hard. With a trembling hand, she touched the sticky blood on her forehead, trembling in pain and fear. You lunatic! You unreasonable lunatic! You're the lunatic!" A green vine whip shot out of Arbor's hand and lashed Mu Qingya's back heavily. Mu Qingya threw herself against the stone wall again, her entire body inexplicably trembling. "You schemed for so many years for that 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. You schemed against a lonely and helpless child for her entire life. You've succeeded. You've turned her into a cripple, just like you. You're so awesome. She's in your hands, struggling on her deathbed without any room for resistance. She doesn't even know who you are. Why did you treat her like this? The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. Is it that important?" Arbor lashed Mu Qingya's left leg heavily with his vine whip. In return, Mu Qingya let out an extremely painful howl and curled up like a shrimp. Arbor waved his hand, and a gorgeous light appeared behind her. As the lights and shadows flickered, the prosperous scenes of Paradise Planet, Fish Orchid Planet, Shaji Planet, Forest Planet, and the four auxiliary star regions flowed in the halos one after another, spreading out layer upon layer of scrolls. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" Arbor grabbed Mu Qingya's head, grabbed her long hair, and pushed her a few times. "So what if you have an inner world? So what if you have a conscious? I have an entire star field, star domain. The world inside is vast and boundless. It's as if it's sitting on the 3 continents. My Dantian is a vast and boundless star field. Do you know now? That 500 cubic meters of inner world. What's worth your research?" Mu Qingya's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the small world with flowing light and shadows, his eyes flashing with a crazy luster. She was going crazy. She was going completely crazy. This was Arbor's ultimate secret. Her secret was not the 10,000-year mermaid pearl, nor was it her inner world that was several hundred times larger than an ordinary person's 3 to 5 cubic meters. Instead, the entire star field belonged to her. Her Dantian was connected to the entire star field. Mu Qingya's breathing quickened. She was in so much pain and despair that she wanted to smash the ground. And at this very moment, she seemed to hear Qiao Mu's laughter next to her ear. Her crisp laughter gradually turned into an extremely arrogant laughter. "Is it pain? Is it despair? Do you know what you missed? Ha 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 ha. Mu Qingya, you missed me. You missed me." Chapter 4669. You schemed your entire life, but you didn't get anything in the end. Arbor shoved her a few more times, shaking her body. "Don't you think you're the biggest joke in the world? What's wrong with you? Why don't you dare to look at me? Look at me. The 10,000-year-old shark pearl you want is here. Look at me." Arbor took out a lustrous jade-white pearl and held it in his palm, coldly gazing at Mu Qingya, whose expression was contorted in pain. "Do you see it clearly?" Arbor grabbed her disheveled long hair and pushed the 10,000-year-old shark pearl in front of Mu Qingya. "This is the 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. Take it, take it." Arbor pushed the 10,000-year-old shark pearl toward Mu Qingya's face. Mu Qingya's eyes throbbed with a crazed glint. She suddenly shouted angrily and pounced over like a fierce tiger, tightly gripping Arbor's hands. Qiao Mu laughed out loud, but her eyes were extremely cold as she expressionlessly looked at her like this. "Is the 10,000-year-old shark pearl really useful to you? Do you think the 10,000-year-old shark pearl is some kind of miraculous 1,000-year-old elixir that you can step onto the path of cultivation after swallowing it? Idiot! Let me tell you the truth. Your body is a trash physique that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. No, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying." Mu Qingya gripped Qiao Mu's hands tightly and refused to let go. She held them tightly like this, as if she could grasp the 10,000-year-old stone inside and change her own fate. Why would I lie? I can tell with a glance that you have a trash physique. You want to condense mystic meridians? That's impossible. Others might have a glimmer of hope. Through recuperation and taking medicine, they might be able to step onto the path of cultivation in their lifetime. But you can't. Your body is a trash that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. Arbor, Muchinya shrieked, wanting to cover her mouth with her hands. She didn't want to listen to her speak anymore. This little stoic's words were too painful and heart-wrenching for her. Every word seemed to stab in her heart, causing her unbearable pain. Arbor abruptly raised his little hand and smashed the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl onto Muchinya. Is the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl useful to you? Take a look and see if it's useful to you. You idiot. Arbor kicked Muchinya to the corner. Muchinya's eyes were fixed on the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl that was rolling on the ground. She crawled over and tried to press it with her trembling hands. However, at that moment, the 10,000-year mermaid pearl suddenly flew up and landed in front of Arbor. As if it was throwing a tantrum, it smashed heavily onto her little head. Arbor stretched out his hand to block it. After being hit by it twice, he calmed down slightly. Arbor reached out and grabbed the pearl that kept jumping out and smashing its little head, then silently swallowed it. On the other side, Muchinya watched this scene in a trance. She sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to make a sound for a long time. Right now, she was surrounded by immense sorrow. Her mind was filled with clamorous noises that rose and fell one after another. Right. Even if the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl smashed onto your body and rolled to your front, it would fly away again. Because it simply doesn't want to choose a trash like you. It doesn't like you at all. Muchinya sat on the ground like this, crying and laughing at the same time. She completely lost control of her emotions. Chapter 4670. The venerable peach blossom immortal and Duan Yu stood nearby. The two considerately did not approach, but their gazes followed Arbor closely, paying attention to his every move. They were ready to react to any sudden situation. Jojo's mood earlier was truly terrible. Although he seemed to have calmed down, from where they stood, Jojo's eyes were truly cold. Arbor coldly watched Muchinya, who was crying and laughing like a madwoman, without the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. He coldly watched her for a long time before saying, "What are you crying for? What's there to be bitter about? Back then, you used Heavenly Providence's influence to trip me up. For that 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl, you sent so many people to the lower star domain to deal with my mother. You still want to deal with me after you're done. What right do you have to cry?" Arbor coldly said, "That's right. You should cry. Your fate in the future will probably be the same as mine, destined to spend the rest of your life in darkness." Muchinya, actually, death isn't that scary. The scariest thing is waiting for death in the darkness. I want you to bear it once. All the pain I've ever endured. That's very fair, isn't it? Muchinya suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and it was as if her entire mind had become clear about something. She looked up in horror and stared fixedly at Arbor in front of her, shrieking, "Why you? You're not human. You're not human. You? Her entire body was trembling violently. Just earlier, she suddenly understood something. Why was it that this Qiao Mu seemed to have the help of the gods, always doing everything before her? Why did this Arbor maintain such vigilance toward her from the very first moment he saw her? She thought that she usually acted very well. Even Mu Jingfeng, who had been with her for so many years, so many Mu family members, and even such a steady and capable old patriarch did not recognize her identity. Why did this Arbor determine at a glance that she was not a good person? Until just now, she had a sudden flash of inspiration and suddenly understood the ins and outs of this matter. "You're not human. You're not human." Muchinya shrieked, her eyes finally revealing traces of surprise and fear. "You're reborn. You're reborn, aren't you? You. So she would say that the most terrible thing is to wait for death in the dark. So she will say that you have turned her into a useless person like you. Yes. She understood. She understood everything. This Arbor was reborn. In her previous life, Mu Qingya had successfully cut off her wings and imprisoned her in a dungeon or some other place. Therefore, all of her scheming had actually succeeded before. What was this? What on earth was this? Why did the heavens treat her like this? Since she had succeeded before, why did she have to reverse her fate in this life and treat her like this? She was unreconciled. Every time she thought of how all of her schemes had actually succeeded, Mu Qingya was so hateful that she gnashed her teeth until they bled. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal watched this scene in shock and muttered, What does she mean? Duan Yu sighed softly. It means what you think it means. He walked toward Arbor. Chapter 46-71. Jojo, Duan Yu called softly. Duan Yu called her softly with a hint of caution, as though he was afraid of waking her up from a dream. Arbor turned around and looked at him with clear eyes. Duan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jojo didn't seem to have lost control of her emotions. When he saw her tone earlier, he thought she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He didn't expect her to adjust her emotions so quickly. Now that she was looking at him with clear eyes, it seemed like all the negative emotions from before had been settled by her in an instant. Jojo, I'm fine. Arbor shook her head at him. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Duan Yu gave a soft and walked closer to her. Then shall we go out now? His cold gaze landed on that Halm Master Mu. Duan Yu seemed to have realized something. That's right, judging from that Halm Master Mu's hysterical appearance and her words. Duan Yu astutely guessed that the reason Jojo hated this woman so much was probably because he was persecuted by this woman in his previous life. Judging from this woman's words, she really harmed Jojo in his previous life? Although nothing had happened in this life, why did it feel so frightening to listen to? Jojo. Duan Yu walked closer to her and whispered, Let's deal with this uncertain factor, okay? What was the point of keeping this person alive? Keeping her to cause trouble for Jojo? Making Jojo recall those bad memories every time he saw her? There was no need to keep this kind of person alive, all right? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Mu Qingya turned around with disheveled hair. She couldn't care less about how disheveled she was right now and pounced at Arbor. Duan Yu unceremoniously kicked her back into the corner and coldly reprimanded, Stay away from her. What do you know? What do you know? Mu Qingya broke down and screamed, What would a blessed girl like you know? Can you understand how difficult it is for an ordinary person to embark on the path of cultivation after trying countless methods, but failing every time? Can you understand the helplessness of a person who is unwilling to be ordinary and wants to move forward bravely, only to be driven mad by reality every time and forced to return to the starting point again? You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Mu Qingya laughed sharply and sarcastically. What right do you have to criticize me? A young lady from an aristocratic family like you, who has a mountain of gold and silver in her hands and doesn't need to worry about food and clothing. What do you know? I don't even belong to this godforsaken place. I tried my best to give everything I had. In the end, you won't get anything. What do you know about the torment of having nothing? Just like the butterfly tasting pavilion, precious painting workshop, and despondent pavilion that I ran in the imperial capital for so many years, ha. So what if I manage it well? Isn't it because I have to return everything to you the moment you come back? Just because of that contract, just because you have the right to control their land, just because you are the crown princess of the divine province, no one can defy your wishes. All the hard work I put in will go down the drain. If it were you, would you be willing to accept this? Would you? Chapter 46-72. Arbor's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at her. He didn't say anything and just stared at her coldly without blinking. You're right. All these years, my entire life, it's like I've been a colossal joke. What did I get in the end? I got nothing. You deserved it. Arbor coldly interrupted her. It was you who schemed and schemed, but your scheme failed and you lost everything. If you want to resent someone, resent yourself. Ha. Mu Qingya glared at Arbor with a frosty expression. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she was a malicious spirit from hell. I'm a soul that came from a different time and space. I was originally living well, but the villainous heavens played a huge joke on me and reduced me to this state. Why do I have to suffer this? That person you called Ant Master before, can she travel through space? Who is she? Who exactly is she? You don't have the right to know her name. Arbor coldly rejected her certain plan and looked at her mockingly. We've already reached this point, so I advise you not to have such unrealistic thoughts. I want to go back. Go back. Mu Qingya screeched harshly. I want to see that Ant Master of yours. We're on the same path. She and I are both transmigrators. She will help me. She will definitely help me. She can send me back. She can definitely send me back. You can't go back. Arbor resolutely interrupted her unrealistic thoughts. You will die here, and it will be extremely painful. Mu Qingya collapsed to the ground at once and stared blankly at the little girl before her. This was a ruthless character. This daughter of Long Chuyun's was completely different from her mother in terms of personality. If you could still weep and beg for mercy in front of Long Chuyun, there was no need for that in front of Arbor. Jojo. Duan Yu knitted his brows and whispered, I think this person, I'm fine. Arbor turned to look at him and forced a smile. Do you think this person will affect my emotions and judgment? I won't. I won't be influenced by her anymore. Arbor tugged at his sleeve. Let's go out. Duan Yu coldly swept a glance at Mu Qingya, but he didn't say anything in the end and followed Arbor outside. Mr. Su from the small base in Beiwang Valley sent a message last time. He said that it was a kind of medicinal essence extracted from the corpse puppet's body. It might be helpful in curing the corpse poison. Perfect. There must be corpse poison accumulated in this woman's body. Let me test it out. Arbor paused and looked back at Mu Qingya coldly. Hey, doesn't she like to experiment on human bodies? I'll let her have a taste of this bitter fruit. Arbor. Mu Qingya was still screaming. Don't go. Xiao Mu, find that spatial cultivator for me. I want to go back. You let me go back. Ah. Jojo. Me. Just as she reached the entrance of the car's cave, she heard a tall voice jump out at lightning speed and yell in front of her, Jojo, I can do it, I can. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at this guy and suddenly had a feeling. Did this lunatic act up again? Didn't you want to find a medicine user to test the medicine on? Chapter 4673. Ming Yas looked at her sincerely and said, I can do it. My body is strong and healthy, and my body is also resistant to poison. Don't worry, your drug won't kill me. When he turned around, he saw Ma Shichen and Duan Yu looking at him as if they were looking at an idiot, and he instantly felt displeased. What's with that look? Ming Yasi glared at them angrily. I'm talking to Jojo right now, not you two. Why did they have to look at him with this kind of disdainful gaze? It was simply baffling. Arbor grumpily shouted at him, Scram! He really was a sick person. There was nothing for him to do, yet he suddenly jumped out and even recommended him to be the drug test subject. Was he sick, and quite seriously so? Did he think that zombie poison was something good? Was this kind of thing a joke? Jojo, that woman inside only knows how to howl, and her body looks weak. She'll definitely die if you torment her for 2 days. How can it compare to my physique? Scram! Arbor grumpily shouted at him. Ming Yasi instantly became indignant. Jojo, you'd rather use that trash of a woman as an experiment than use me? Ma Shichen and Duan Yu looked like they were struck by lightning at the same time. Both of them didn't want to speak with this idiot in front of them and turned to walk away. Arbor even ran at lightning speed while panting with rage. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed several meters away. Big brother. Ollie couldn't resist, weakly tugging at the corner of his big brother's clothes as he quietly muttered, I think that facial paralysis, it's just doesn't want you to suffer from zombie poison. After all that experiment to detect zombie poison didn't sound like anything good. If this thing could be easily cured, then wouldn't all the people in the world who were initially infected with zombie poison be saved? However, up until now, there seemed to be no one who had a chance to wake up after being infected with zombie poison. In the end, all of them had turned into walking corpse-like tools that could only rely on their instincts to bite and chase humans. His Highness Maia's eyes lit up when he heard this. He turned around and ran in the direction of Arbor. "Jojo, speak clearly. Are you worried about my safety? So you don't want me to become a medicine man? I just don't want an idiot like you to waste the antidote that I worked so hard to make." Arbor snorted coldly and muttered. He quickly entered the star field and avoided the idiot who was chasing after him. Dark Yes only felt a trace of a god's domain's aura sweep over, and then it suddenly disappeared without a trace. When he got closer, Jojo was nowhere to be seen. "Arbor, how long do you think you can hide for?" Styes said angrily. He would wait here for her until she came out. Arbor restrained his aura and stealthily and carefully crept near the Phoenix Spring. She looked at her husband, who was cultivating in seclusion with his eyes closed and holy power revolving around his head. She heaved a sigh of relief and hid behind a tree, peeking her head out to look at him. She propped up her chin with her small hand and looked around, a satisfied smile appearing in her eyes. Good. Hubby had been so well-behaved recently. She was very satisfied to see him cultivating in seclusion like this. Hubby only needed to stay here for 2 months, and it would be equivalent to 2 years outside. He would definitely be able to stabilize the restless holy power in his body. Chapter 4674. Lord Jojo hid behind the big tree and looked around for a long time. She carefully looked at her husband for a while before retracting her gaze. When she turned around, she almost bumped into someone's arms. "Huh!" A bell-like laughter came from behind her. Arbor's little face suddenly became a little embarrassed. She glanced at Fairy Yellow Crane, who had appeared behind her at some point. "What are you doing?" "Jojo, if I didn't come over, I wouldn't have known that you have a hobby of peeping." "Who's peeping?" Arbor snorted and turned her head with a proud expression. "I'm looking openly." Yes, openly peeping." Fairy Yellow Crane giggled and pulled her hand. "Jojo, come with me. I have something to tell you." Arbor saw Fairy Yellow Crane's expression gradually become serious and knew that she should have something important to announce. She also restrained her expression and walked out of Phoenix Spring with her. "Chochio, take us to the tree house on Paradise Planet." This tree house was built by Little Tree for her to rest in at the beginning. But now that Lord Jojo had moved to live in her small courtyard on the main planet, this tree house was naturally empty. Now it was requisitioned by Fairy Yellow Crane and used as a pharmacy. Arbor followed Yellow Crane into the tree house and saw several rows of shelves made of wooden vines on both sides. There were many kinds of pills and medicinal liquids neatly stacked on top of them. Small jars and bottles were full. "Jojo, sit down and talk." Fairy Yellow Crane pulled her to sit at the small table. She took the small bottle on the side and put it in front of Arbor. Her expression was very serious. "I've carefully read the message sent by Mr. Sue from the small base. They said that a kind of poison was extracted from the body of the 18th sister that was sent there. It has a harmful effect on the human body and nerves. This seems to be the core part of their modification of the human body." Arbor nodded solemnly and took the small bottle from Fairy Yellow Crane. "It's in here?" Fairy Yellow Crane nodded slightly. "Yes. How do you think we should continue?" "What Mr. Sue means is that this toxin can be perfectly integrated with the human body so that no one can detect any abnormalities." "Fairy Huang," he said, "I think the improved medicinal liquid made by Tian Yun is this thing. I plan to test it on a few corpses. What do you think?" "Yes," Arbor nodded, "but you can't test it on Paradise Planet." "Of course." Fairy Yellow Crane rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? Forget about our Heavenly Pill Guild's people. However, how are we supposed to bring those alchemists, whose backgrounds we do not know, in a Paradise Planet? We'll carve out a place on that snowy island where only alchemists can go. The pharmacists from the Tsang Prefecture and the Underworld Prefecture were all here. There is strength in numbers. I need their help." "All right," Arbor nodded. "I will discuss this matter with Ming Yasi and Duan Yu. If you need anything, just tell us." Fairy Yellow Crane nodded with a grin. "Do you have any other good suggestions, Jojo?" "I have an experimental subject here that you can use," Xiao Mu stated coldly with her eyes. Fairy Yellow Crane was taken aback. From her understanding of Jojo, this little stoic looked ice cold on the outside, but she was actually quite warm on the inside. She couldn't easily send some irrelevant people into a place like the laboratory. Chapter 4675. Especially those ordinary civilians. With the little Stoic's pride, it was impossible for her to lay a hand on them. This person's body carries corpse poison to begin with. Help me study it. This person's eyes should have a special ability in that aspect. Arbor said icily, "There's plenty of time, so you can take your time to study it. In addition, you'll have a reference in the future. See if the degree of mutation of the corpse is different from this woman's body. I can give you a direction," Arbor said indifferently. In the beginning, Tianyin probably used a basic mutation potion to transform people, the kind that can fill the sky with it, using nightcaw birds to spread it quickly, and if it enters a water source, it can increase mutation in a large area. Thus, a portion of people really did obtain special abilities. These lucky people are the opposite of the majority of unlucky people. At first, this basic potion only mutated corpses, but after improvement, it can mutate living bodies. After that, they probably mass-produced level 1 mutation pills. After taking it, a black crystal under the master's control will appear in the brain. Level 2 and Level 3 mutation pills strengthen the user's special abilities. It allows the corpse puppet to undergo a continuous mutation. Their strength, speed, and defensive capabilities will all increase with this mutation. What will these corpse puppets evolve into in the end? I don't know. We also don't know how far Tianyin's mutation pills have progressed. You can conduct in-depth research based on the poison developed by the small base. Researching on the corpse is the first step. The living body I gave you is also very important to research. You have to discover the pattern of her gradual mutation from her body and find some clues from there. You should be able to gain something by researching in this direction. As long as we can research the pattern of the poison's mutation and the medicinal ingredients involved, we will be able to crack it in a targeted manner. Fairy Yellow Crane nodded repeatedly as she listened. As she listened, she took out a small notebook and recorded everything that Sir Jojo said. "Jojo, I understand the direction now. Don't worry, as long as we have enough time, we will definitely be able to find the pattern. However, the experimental body you mentioned is Madame Mu." Arbor raised his eyebrows. "Is there a problem?" "There's no problem. Fairy Huang," he coughed lightly. "It's just that I feel that Madame Mu, his body looks a little weak, as if he can't withstand any torment." Fairy Yellow Crane did not feel guilty at all when she said this. In her opinion, since Madame Mu had chosen to become Tianyin's lackey, she was their enemy. As long as she thought of how crazy Feng Lan was after joining Tianyin, she no longer sympathized with Mu Qingya. As long as there was a way, it would be better to deal with Tianyin and that group of lunatics. Arbor glanced at her. "You can help her recuperate, but don't be too nice to her." Huang, he was speechless. Then, this degree of control was really difficult. He wanted her to live as an experimental subject, but he couldn't let her live too comfortably. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was a little difficult. Arbor and Huang, he left the starfield. Chapter 4676. Haha. Ming Yassi's laughter abruptly rang out behind the little Stoic. Fairy Yellow, he hastily turned her head to look and involuntarily rolled her eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for you." Ming Yassi scurried forward and sized her up. "Stoic, you haven't answered the question I asked you earlier." The little Stoic had a, "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on an idiot like you" expression. Nether Yass took another step forward. Fairy Yellow, he hastily blocked him with her arm and stood between him and Arbor. She grumbled, "What are you doing?" "I'm telling you, Crown Prince Lien might not be here for the time being. But believe it or not, as long as I raise my voice, I guarantee that His Majesty of Tsangzhou and the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal will come here to beat you up. I'm warning you, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Stay away from our Jojo. Can't you see that Jojo doesn't want to see you?" Ming Yassi had learned his lesson now. He knew that no matter how angry he was, he couldn't get into a conflict with the people around the little Stoic. To put it nicely, she was overprotective. To put it bluntly, She was extremely selfish and couldn't bear to see the people around her suffer grievances. The first time they met, he had foolishly attacked the little Stoic's fellow disciples, so she bore a grudge against him until now. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at him and grumpily said, "Are you bored to death?" What was wrong with this person? He liked to provoke her every now and then. She wanted to beat him up every time she saw him, but when she thought of the adult sacred beast beside him, she decided to forget it. Arbor summoned 2 Sangjo guards and whispered into their ears. Then, he casually handed them a bottle of medicinal liquid. The 2 nodded obediently and turned to walk towards the cave with the medicinal liquid. Fairy Yellow, he wasn't very curious and didn't ask anything. She merely folded her claws behind her back and followed behind Arbor. "You still haven't replied." His Highness Ming Yasi was a very persistent person. Arbor glanced back and abruptly roared, "What reply? Are you sick in the head?" She had no idea what he was talking about at all. Ming Yasi hastily took another step forward, and his pitch-black eyes stared at the little Stoic in front of him like a hawk. "Are you worried about me?" "I'm worried about your ancestors," Arbor retorted. Fairy Yellow Crane. Why was it that when she listened to their conversation, she felt that it was like the daily bickering between children? "You are indeed worried about me. You're worried about me. That's why you don't want me to test the medicine, right?" Arbor chuckled. "I'm just worried that you'll be even more foolish after trying the medicine." Ming Yasi was speechless. "I don't believe it. Actually, you're just worried about me. You're afraid that I've been poisoned, right? Just admit it, little Stoic. Is it very difficult for you to admit this?" Arbor was too lazy to continue talking to him. She was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and retracted her steps. She turned to look at him. "Ming Yasi." Ming Yasi's eyes lit up, and he instantly transformed into a loyal dog. He ran to Arbor's side and wished for nothing more than to wag his large tail. "Jojo, you call my name? You're simply crazy." Arbor looked at him incredulously for a good while. Why didn't he realize before that this person was simply an example of being unreasonable? Why was it so tiring to talk to him? Chapter 4677. She suddenly wanted to find Duanyu to speak on her behalf. "Don't speak." Arbor coldly interrupted him before continuing, "Let me finish." "Speak." Ming Yasi nodded repeatedly. "Your batch of apothecaries is all here, right?" "Yes, they're all here." Ming Yasi nodded. "Jojo, do you have a plan?" Arbor grunted in response. "Hand over your batch of pill refiners and apothecaries to my Huang, he for assignment." "No problem." "Of course not." Ming Yasi was exceptionally easy to talk to now. Arbor glanced at him in surprise. "Before that, properly talk to them. I don't want them to have trouble with this, and that when they arrive at Huang's place. Since Huang he will be assigning the tasks, I hope that they won't talk too much when the time comes." Arbor expressionlessly said, "If they do well, they will be rewarded. If they slow down my side's progress, they will create a bunch of annoying problems for me." She coldly paused and swept a glance at Ming Yasi. "You know how I deal with things. If the situation is serious, I might not be able to control my desire to rip people off. In short, it was just one sentence. Don't cause trouble for me. It was just that simple. Don't worry, I will instruct them." This was exactly what Arbor wanted to hear. This batch of pill refiners might not all be willing to listen to Huang He. Don't create a bunch of troublesome problems and cause her trouble for no reason. Putting the ugly words out in advance was Arbor's standard for handling matters. Since she had already informed them beforehand, if they caused trouble at that time, don't blame her for being ruthless. "Jojo, don't worry," Ming Yasi hastily said. "With me restraining them, they definitely won't cause trouble for you." Arbor nodded and brought Huang He to find Duanyu. She only needed to say the same thing to Duanyu. "Duanyu, I want your Sangzhou's pill refiners." Without saying anything else, Duanyu naturally went to find someone to call that batch of alchemists over and gave them a few indifferent instructions. Fairy Yellow Crane was watching from the side. She heard the young Sangzhou Emperor say indifferently, "In the next few months, you will follow Fairy Yellow Crane. Just do whatever she tells you to do. Speak less and do more. If you don't understand, just ask. Do you have any objections?" The group of alchemists shook their heads in unison, and this matter was settled just like that. The little stoic tilted her head and glanced at Duan Yu. Just as she was about to praise him, she saw a Sangzhou guard hurrying to Duan Yu's side with an anxious expression and whispering into his ear. Due to the distance, Arbor could only hear the Tsang prefecture guards whisper, "Yin City, the situation is serious." She quickly ran to his side and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's fine." Duan Yu turned to glance at her with a smile. The little stoic rolled her eyes at him. "Hurry up and speak." Duan Yu wanted to laugh, but when he saw her anxious appearance, he said, "Fortunately, Yin City has been surrounded, and the nearby city defense forces have already been transferred over." The little stoic was a bit anxious at once. Don't be fooled by this man's nonchalant manner. It definitely wasn't just that. The Heavenly Fate Society's people came to seize the stronghold, right? Arbor quickly said, "We'll bring people over together." "What's the rush?" Duan Yu quickly stopped her when he saw her about to leave to inform the others. "This matter is a bit complicated." Chapter 4678. With Yin City's geographical location, numbers alone won't do us any good if we want to break in after being surrounded. "Jojo, I have to leave early." Arbor stared at him for a long while with a disapproving expression. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it." Duan Yu smiled. "How about having Rong Qing stay here and watch over the training to kill the Heavenly Fate? If you have any unresolved matters, just tell him. He will help you." Arbor stared at him with his dark eyes for a long while before stiffly saying, "Let's go together." Duan Yu wanted to laugh and said seriously, "With my cultivation, there aren't many people in the world who can hurt me. But after I leave, you have to be careful in everything. I'll leave 2 people to watch over that Mu Qingya." "No need." Sir Jojo flatly rejected. "Take them with you. The Heavenly Fate will definitely make a move in the next few days. If possible, I want to stay here to protect you." Xiao Mu cast him a glance and raised her meaty fist. "It's not like I'm a weakling." Duan Yu couldn't help but nod. Okay. My trip to Yin City will take about a month. I'll come back to find you after dealing with them." Arbor was still a bit worried and pressed. "You plan to bring people to infiltrate that city? You'll only be a small pre-battle team after entering. Do you have a way to deal with them?" Yin City's geographical location is a bit special. It's surrounded by water on all sides, so there are protective devices underwater. As long as we can successfully enter. A faint glint flitted across Duan Yu's eyes. "Don't worry, those people won't be able to return." Arbor heard him make it sound simple, but he felt it was very unreliable and couldn't be at ease. "Then bring a few pharmacists with you and go back together." He didn't know the current situation in that city. He had never heard of this city's name before. Presumably, it wasn't ranked high in Sangzhou, but somehow it caught the attention of the Heavenly Fate. Didn't the Heavenly Fate usually look for strongholds outside the 3 states? For example, an underground black market like Jiaowei City. Now that they had suddenly extended their evil claws to Sangzhou's Yin City, they really couldn't figure out what the people of Tianyuan would do next. "All right." Duan Yu smiled helplessly at her. "I'll bring 5 medicinal alchemists with me, so we should be safe now, right? Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Duan Yu repeatedly consoled the little stoic, and it was only then that her taut little face relaxed slightly. The situation was rather urgent, so Duan Yu led those 5 pharmacists away from the snowy island in the afternoon. The little stoic gazed in the direction their ship left in, feeling ill at ease the entire afternoon. Because of this, Mingyasi even ran over to her and said a few words of jealousy. What kind of danger could that guy be in? Do you think anyone in this world can casually injure him? He said a string of words like that in a sour tone. The little stoic rolled her eyes at him in disdain. Mingyasi followed her and said, "If I also received news from Ming Province and had to leave the island, would you also be worried about me like you were worried about him?" The little stoic couldn't be bothered with this person. She didn't expect this guy to be a natural jinx. In the evening, they received an urgent message from Ming Province. The situation was actually much more critical than Sangzhou's Yin City. Chapter 4679. He really didn't expect that his words would come true. Mingyasi was incredibly irritated. The place where Tian Yun attacked Ming Province wasn't a small place like Song Province's Yin City. Their attack location was only 250 kilometers away from the royal capital, Great Yong City, and it had already ignited panic in the royal capital. If this matter couldn't be handled properly, it definitely wouldn't end well. Now that his old father had ordered someone to urgently send him a message urging him to return, it looked like the matter had already developed into a serious state. Seeing this fellow's gloomy expression, the little stoic gave him a rare smile. Ming Yasi's gloomy mood instantly vanished without a trace. He stared at Arbor in pleasant surprise and exclaimed, "Jojo, you smiled at me. This is the first time you've smiled at me." Dunce, he couldn't tell that she was gloating over his misfortune. "You're seeing things." Arbor rolled his eyes and returned to his expressionless face. He asked without a trace of emotion, "Then when do you plan to leave?" "I'm leaving right now." Arbor made an O sound and silently tossed him several medicine bottles. Seeing that this fellow's brain was working well recently, he was quite cooperative in everything, and he was also willing to spend money. She reluctantly helped him. Chow chow. Ming Yas immediately felt overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. This was the first time he received a gift from Jojo. If Jojo knew what he was thinking now, he would definitely snort disdainfully. "Who gave you a gift? You're just blowing your own trumpet. Shameless." After Ming Yasi left with Duan Yu, Sir Jojo started to ponder. She called Huang He over and said, "I've set up 10 illusion talisman matrices outside the snowy mountain valley you're staying in. I've set up a trapping formation in the middle. If you want to come out and walk around, send me a message. Aside from this, no matter what you hear, you don't need to care. Just focus on your experiments." Huang He was currently conducting research in the depths of the snowy mountain valley with several dozen pill refiners from Heavenly Pill Guild in Ming Province and Song Province. That area was very quiet and deserted. They didn't even set up guards to avoid attracting attention. However, Arbor spent a day and a night setting up no less than 100 glyphs in that place. Among them, there were 10 illusion glyph arrays and 5 triple defense arrays. In addition, there were also countless shielding, bewildering, and trapping formations. Stacked together, there were 10 terrifying formations. As if it were a game, the guy had surrounded the snowy valley in hundreds of rune arrays. If the alchemists who were doing research in the snowy mountain valley wanted to come out, they could only send a message to Arbor. Arbor had given them permission to teleport from the snowy island more than 10 miles away. Only then could they teleport from there, however. The snowy ridge valley had all sorts of food. Once alchemists immersed themselves in research, they simply could not think of anything else. Huang He asked curiously, "Chow chow, did you foresee that something was going to happen?" Arbor didn't conceal it and said with a nod, "Look, they sent Duan Yu and Ming Yasi away in succession. It's very obvious that they want to attack us." Huang He was taken aback. Then he asked anxiously, since you know why Xiao Mu's eyes contain sneer. "I'm a bit curious now, though. I wonder how many people the Heavenly Fate Legion can dispatch for this haul, Master Mu." Later, the 30,000-plus elites of the Heavenly Fate Legion received news at the same time. They canceled their rest for today and were all on guard, waiting for the enemy to fall into their trap. Chapter 4680. This wait lasted for almost an entire night. It wasn't until the sky was slightly brighter that a considerable commotion was heard from the snowy mountain valley. Arbor immediately led 3,000 elite troops and rushed toward that place first. From afar, they could only see billowing smoke and dust. When they got closer, they were shocked to see about 1,000 to 2,000 monsters wrapped in rhinoceros hide charging at the valley barrier in front of them. The barrier in front of them reached the sky and was about 1,000 feet wide. This was a large-scale, multi-layered defense talisman matrix with who knew how many layers. They couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The venerable Peach Blossom, immortal, silently glanced at the little stoic beside him. He only knew that the little stoic had been quite busy recently and had continuously drawn talismans in the star domain for a long time. He didn't know that this little fellow had silently set up such a freakish defense talisman matrix. "Why are you looking at me?" Arbor sensed the venerable Peach Blossom immortal, little Tai Sui, and the others' gazes repeatedly landing on him, and he couldn't resist turning back to glance at them. "You're..." Seeing the confusion on their faces, Arbor said calmly, "I overlaid 99 triple defense talisman matrices. Everyone, using 99 triple defense talisman matrices to construct a large-scale defense diagram. The effect seems to be all right." Sir Jojo sighed and said, "It's just that I'm afraid the illusion talisman matrix, trapping matrix, maze matrix, and other offensive matrix inside won't be used. Look at how long they've been attacking. With this kind of power, they'll probably need to attack for more than a year before they can break through this large defense matrix I set up." Everyone, young Sir Ding couldn't resist bursting into laughter. "Then actually, we can all go rest. There's no need to stay up in the middle of the night and continue to waste time here with this bunch of idiots." "In your dreams." Arbor's gaze shifted and landed on him. He said aloofly, "Obliterate these man-made monsters. Use the rhinoceros hide under your ears as the benchmark. The first 100 people to obtain the most rhinoceros hide will receive an additional 3 fine sky jade dragon pills as a reward." The elites of the 3 provinces howled and immediately formed small square formations in a well-trained manner, encircling and annihilating the rhinoceros hide men in front of the defensive wall. Boom! Sparks flew as the crowd collided with the rhinoceros skin team. Countless streams of spiritual energy flew towards the rhinoceros skin man. Arbor turned around and looked in the direction of Long Yun, Ding Yun, and the others. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Why don't you guys take a guess? How did Tian Yun come to our island with so many people?" He appeared in the snowy mountain valley without making a sound. Could they have sensed Hall Master Mu's aura from 1,000 miles away and stayed in that snowy valley? Long Yun immediately jumped up anxiously. "You can't be suspecting that we are secretly colluding with someone from Tianyun, right?" Arbor looked at her for a long moment. There was a hint of anger and surprise in the latter's eyes, as well as an indescribable disappointment. "All right, I apologize. I was being paranoid." Arbor nodded and looked at Long Yen. "Young Master Long, how do you think these rhinoceros skin people were able to come to the Snow Island without being noticed?" Long Yen sighed. "They were probably brought in a spatial container." He stared at her for a long time. "Cousin, I hope that we can at least trust each other." Arbor looked back. Chapter 4681. She suddenly smiled at him and nodded. "Okay." Long Qian felt a chill run down his spine. It was rare for his cousin to speak to him with a smile, but made him feel uneasy and uncomfortable. It was like Long Qian shook his head and forced a smile at her. Then, he picked up his sword and ran toward the rhinoceros skin man. Arbor turned around and looked at young Master Ding. He saw that he was looking at him with a smile, but he didn't say anything. His gaze was very strange. This group of rhinoceros skin men had very tough skin, and their attack power was not weak either. Fortunately, after a period of training to kill the Tianyun battle team, their chemistry had improved a lot. With their advantage in numbers, they defeated the rhinoceros skin men without any injuries. There was no suspense in this battle. After winning the first battle, the members of the Tianyun battle team were all very excited as they cleaned up the battlefield and counted the spoils of war. "Jojo, are you suspecting Long Qian and his sister or Ding Yun?" Little Tai Sui walked up to Arbor and asked. To be honest, Arbor felt that they were all suspicious. The entire island had an irreconcilable feud with the Tianyun battle team, so this could be ruled out. Other than that, Long Xinghua's group of old and weak women and children on the island was unlikely to have anything to do with the Tianyun battle team. The remaining people were Long Qian and Long Yun, as well as Ding Yun and Sikong Fuling. Her intuition was actually leaning toward suspecting the Long family. After all, they had a criminal record. Moreover, Long Qian suddenly came to them and wanted to join them to kill the Tianyun battle team. Along the way, he brought people to Snow Island with great difficulty. On the surface, it looked like he was definitely at odds with the Tianyun battle team. But his people should have all joined the Tianyun battle team by now, right? However, she had known Ding Yun for so long, but she still couldn't see through him. Speaking of which, his real name should be Long Yun. Could it be? Old Patriarch. Tu Xianzi held a fox-head scepter and slowly moved to Long Qian, who had his eyes closed. Speak. Miss Shui Yuan's situation can't be delayed any longer. She is the hope of our entire clan. Long Qian closed her eyes. Do you think that I'm not anxious? But what can I do? She's a prophet of the future. She's more prophetic than I am. Every judgment she made was correct. She foresaw our future because of the 10,000-year mermaid pearl. No matter the cost, we must take it back, Patriarch. There can be no more hesitation. Long Qian took a deep breath and closed her eyes with a heavy breath. After all, she is my granddaughter. Clan leader, Tu Xianji, said anxiously, Miss Shui Yuan is also your eldest granddaughter. And with her talent, as long as she wakes up, she will be able to survive. In less than 3 years, he will definitely be able to lead our entire clan to control the various large seas around the River of Forgetfulness. Don't forget, Miss Shui Yuan, for the sake of our clan, made a prediction for the next 30 years. She spent too much effort and fell into a coma. How can you betray Miss Shui Yuan's heart for an outsider? She's the one who's racking her brains for the sake of our race's prosperity. Patriarch, there are differences between relatives and strangers. Please make a decision soon. Long Qian sighed deeply. Go and ask 13th Elder to come out of seclusion. Tu Xianji's eyes flashed with joy. He quickly cupped his hands and said yes. Chapter 4682. Clan Leader. A member of the Dragon Clan rushed in and looked at Long Qian with a complicated expression. The messenger from Tianyun is here. Long Qian didn't even bat an eyelid. Is it Miss Mu again? No. The clan member lowered his eyes and said softly, It's a few young masters this time. Long Qian nodded and stood up. She glanced at Tu Xianji and said, Go ahead and do what you have to do. Yes. Tu Xianji frowned and whispered, Clan leader, are we really going to work with Tianyun? Everyone knew that the 3 prefectures had started to form a team to kill Tianyun. If they were to work with Tianyun openly, they would be making an enemy out of the 3 prefectures. This wasn't a wise move at all. We don't have any other choice. Long Qian rubbed between his eyebrows and said, Some of them have tried the new liquid that Tianyun brought out. It's good for their bodies. But Tu Xianji still found it strange that Tianyun would be so kind as to provide the Dragon Clan members with the advancement liquid. There were several young disciples in the clan who obtained a special ability after taking the liquid. Most of them were strength-based, but there were also sharpness and defensive abilities. Tianyun's generosity this time was strange. But Tu Xianji couldn't tell what was wrong. Will Tianyun reject our plan? Tu Xianji suddenly asked. Long Qian frowned. Aren't they enemies with the 3 prefectures? Why would they reject us? Didn't they want to kill Tianyun the most? But you're right. We don't need to tell Tianyun that we're sending people to the deserted island. Then young master and Miss Shangyun, Long Qian waved his hand. They chose their own path. It's up to them what they want to do. The person who came was Gong Song Feng, the head of the underground hall. Long Qian met Tianyun and the others in the hall. Other than Gong Song Feng, there were 3 other good-looking young men. Long Qian cupped his hands politely. May I know why you're here? We're almost done talking about our cooperation. Gong Song Feng glanced at the old patriarch, took out a brocade box, and handed it to Long Qian. When Long Qian opened it, her eyelids twitched. There were 300 bottles of medicinal liquid neatly arranged inside, and each small bottle was only enough for 1 mouthful. However, it was precisely this medicinal liquid that had allowed several youths in their clan to awaken very good special abilities. According to the messenger of the Heavenly Fate Palace, this kind of medicinal liquid could raise a person's cultivation by at least 1 small realm. Depending on the person's aptitude, the span of improvement would also be different. As for whether or not one could awaken a special ability, that would depend on one's talent. Long Qian took a deep breath and closed the lid of the box. Then, she said calmly, Tell me your conditions. Since the other party was willing to give out so many medicinal liquids at once, it was impossible that they didn't want anything in return. Hall Chief Gong had a calm look on his face as he smiled at Long Qian. Since we are working together, it is only natural for us to reciprocate. Let's treat this as a gift from Tianyun to the Dragon Clan. Hallmaster Gong's eyes flashed with a faint light. I hope that when the time comes, when we concentrate our forces to attack a certain place, the Dragon Clan will not hesitate to send people to help. Chapter 4683. Long Qian nodded with a smile. I understand. Fan Ming, who was standing behind Gong Songfeng, couldn't help but raise her head and look at the old chief. Did she know what kind of gift she had just received? Fan Ming's eyes drooped as her lips curled into a mocking smile. Chief, another man came to report. The chief of the duo family wishes to see you. Long Qian looked at Gong Songfeng apologetically and nodded. I'm sorry. I'll go meet the guest first. Go ahead. Gong Songfeng waved his hand casually as he watched Long Qian leave with her men. He rubbed his chin with his finger as he stared at Long Qian's back. There was no lack of naive fools in this world. You guys can stay here and watch over these test subjects, Gong Songfeng said with an indifferent expression. Okay. Hong Yi nodded and smiled. I wonder how effective this batch of improved medicine is. The cost of the medicine is much lower than the mutated pills. If it can be proven that the effects are similar, maybe it will change the world in the future. Louis couldn't help but laugh. Change the world? How? All right, stop talking nonsense. Gong Songfeng looked around cautiously. Although his divine sense didn't sense anyone approaching, this was still the territory of the Wang Chuanlong family. He couldn't be too presumptuous. Are we going to find out what the chief of the Long family and the chief of the Duo family are planning? Fan Ming lowered her eyes and asked softly. I don't think it's a big deal. Let those two old men do whatever they want. Let's go. Hong Yi smiled with disdain, not caring about the Wang Chuanlong family and the Duo family at all. On the other hand, Long Qian found a small, secluded hall to receive the chief of the Wang Chuan Duo family. Before that, she used her divine sense to create a barrier around the hall to prevent Tianyun and the other young men from eavesdropping. However, it was obvious that the other party didn't care about what she was planning. Chief Duo. Long Qian looked at the man with a gloomy expression in surprise. This man had a square face and a wide nose. He wore a long green robe and had sharp eyebrows. It was the head of the Forgotten Creek Duo clan, Duo Chong. Dragon Clan leader, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point, Duo Chong said with a pained expression. On the deserted island near the snowy mountains, it is said that there are 33,000 elite soldiers from the 3 prefectures. Some of them are even sent by your Forgotten River Dragon clan, right? When Long Qian heard this, her face immediately darkened and she said coldly, Are you here to denounce me? No. Duo Chong shook his head and said, I want to save my son. My son, Duo Shanming, is being held captive on that island. It is said that the one who has taken over the island is your granddaughter, Dragon Clan leader. You two have some history. Could you please speak up and ask her to release my son? I'm willing to apologize for what happened before. I only asked that she let my son go. Long Qian's face turned even uglier. The relationship between the one who had taken over the island and claimed to be the king had already come to an end. I'm sorry, Mr. Duo. I can't help you, Long Qian said coldly. She didn't have a good relationship with that person. She paused and suddenly said, If you want to save him, you can join us. Chapter 4684. Clan leader Duo Chong's eyes lit up. What do you mean, Clan leader Long? We also plan to attack the deserted island, Long Qian said indifferently. Duo Chong was stunned and looked at Long Qian suspiciously. Isn't that your granddaughter? We've broken up a long time ago. Long Qian waved her hand impatiently and sneered at Duo Chong. You caused such a huge commotion in our Wang Chuan Dragon clan. You're so close to us. How could clan leader Duo not know? Duo Chong could only touch his nose and smile awkwardly. All right, since it's a cooperative relationship, I also want to know what kind of force you'll send. 13th Elder. Duo Chong's eyes widened. Are you going to call 13th Elder back from the Holy Region? This is a matter of life and death for our clan, Long Qian said indifferently. She lowered her eyes, and Duo Chong suddenly realized that this clan leader Long was quite ruthless. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to bear to harm their own granddaughter. An iron-blooded woman was indeed an iron-blooded woman. She was extraordinary and different from ordinary women. I don't have a choice. After Long Qian said that, he stood up and walked out of the room. Clan leader duo, I have already shown my clan's combat strength. You should have the same combat strength to work with me. Don't you want to save your son? Long Qian had heard about Duo Shaming's incident. She turned to look at Duo Chang. Based on my understanding of her, I'm afraid your son is already dead. The little stoic was too decisive. She probably wouldn't let Duo Shanming live. Duo Chang's eyes narrowed, and he was filled with rage. How confident are you? 90%, Long Qian said indifferently. Her temper is like this. Clan leader Duo, you should prepare for your funeral as soon as possible. Duo Chang smashed the table beside him in anger. If anything happens to my son, I'll pull out her tendons and skin her alive. She'll never be reincarnated. Long Qian only glanced at Duo Chang coldly before looking away and slowly walking out of the door. We'll gather tomorrow morning. I hope Clan Leader Duo will have all your men ready before dawn. Arbor quivered and almost rolled out of his bed. She reached out and rubbed her eyes. She hurriedly lifted the blanket and ran barefoot towards Phoenix's direction. She ran behind the tree and peeped at her husband for a while. He found that she was motionless, as still as water, showing no signs of waking up. Arbor raised his hand and pressed his chest, muttering to himself in a low voice, I felt an inexplicable sense of panic just now. I thought something had happened to my husband. Her husband was perfectly fine. Hence, Qiaomu simply used her divine conscience to roam around the star domain. He discovered that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was lazily sleeping on a hammock. Holy Sun Mi, Yin was meditating, and little Tai Sui was peeling peanuts to eat with wine. When her divine sense swept over them, the three of them raised their eyes at the same time, revealing puzzled expressions. Jojo, why do you keep spying on us? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal got up and sat lazily on the hammock. What? Jojo is spying on us. Dao Wuji's panicked voice came from nearby. I'm taking a bath. Arbor's small face instantly darkened, and she grumpily shouted, Go ahead and take a bath. I find an eyesore. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal burst into laughter. Jojo, where are you? Chapter 4685. Arbor swallowed the rest of her words, and her eyes chilled. Heh, someone else has come to visit Hall Master Mu. Her figure left the star domain in an instant. At the same time, little Tai Sui and Ma Shichun also ran out. Behind them was Everlasting Blade, a burden they couldn't shake off. Weren't you bathing? Arbor glanced at her grumpily. Everlasting Blade rubbed his nose and chuckled foolishly. That's right, I just finished bathing. I heard something so interesting, so I came out to take a look. What was so interesting about it? Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes. In this one day and night, 3 to 4 groups of people came, and each group moved to rescue Mu Qingya. It seemed that Mu Qingya was indeed a core member of Heavenly Fate. These people didn't hesitate to sacrifice so many mutated three-eyed harpies and rhinoceros skin men just to take her back from Arbor. Unfortunately, they couldn't even break through the first layer of the defensive talisman matrix, let alone the rest. Do I know you? Arbor noticed the masked middle-aged man leading the group this time, and her gaze involuntarily stopped on him. Looking at his appearance, he felt that he was somewhat familiar. The little girl had always been very sensitive to her enemies. Since she felt that he seemed familiar, it meant that she must have seen him somewhere before. The middle-aged man sneered at her and subconsciously rubbed the emerald ring on his left thumb. He said coldly in a deep voice, Oh, the crown princess is a noble with many people. So how can you recognize this old man? The little stoic coldly glanced at him and whipped his face with a vine whip without a second word. Speaking in such an eccentric manner. Speak properly. The middle-aged man was clearly angered to the point of amusement. He dodged and shouted angrily, I'll give you a word of advice. Hand over Hall Master Mu. What kind of ugly thing dares to jump up and down in front of me? You're so long-winded. Arbor's voice suddenly paused. Her gaze landed on the emerald ring on the man's thumb, and a thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly clenched her fists and snorted. I remember now. I remember you. The venerable peach blossom immortal and little Taisway, whose movements were halted by the little stoic's shout, couldn't help but turn to look at him. Who is he? Dao Wuji asked in a daze. In the next second, the little stoic waved her hand and took out several pieces of drawing paper from her inner world. She flipped open one of them and shook it in front of everyone. Her voice was cold as she stared at the painting. She said expressionlessly, "You Batian male?" He was 58 years old, the patriarch of the Yu family in Wengka city of Shuntian Prefecture. His actual combat strength was unknown. Realm, unknown. The venerable peach blossom immortal could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly reached out to take the few pieces of paper that the little fellow had shaken open. Dao Wuji almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Xiao Mu glanced at him expressionlessly before snatching back the arrest warrants in the venerable peach blossom immortal's hands and stuffing the rest into her sleeve. Holding the wanted poster of Yu Bati in his hand, he compared up and down, left and right, then pointed at the green thumb ring on the man's thumb. It's exactly the same. The venerable peach blossom immortal raised his hand to rub his glabella. He couldn't help but think. The atmosphere was clearly so tense. Looking at the little stoic's adorable expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh. What was going on? Where the hell did she learn this bad habit? She even drew and recorded the fleeing enemies one by one in a book. Was she going to compare and deal with them one by one in the future? Chapter 4686. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. When family head you saw the little stoic in front of him, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. When he saw this girl, he thought of his dead eldest son, Yu Hui. That genius of the Yu family was completely destroyed by this little girl, just like that. The life lantern that Yu Hui sent back before his death was a bit blurry. Even now, he didn't know how his son died. He only vaguely saw what seemed to be a dagger repeatedly penetrating Yu Hui's neck. It had been a long time since the incident, so long that he almost forgot about this little stoic. She suddenly appeared in front of him so vividly that his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. A woman who killed his son should pay for it with her life. Hall Master Mu is truly amazing. Arbor stared coldly at family head Yu, a mocking smile on his lips. I told you that the person behind your Yu family couldn't be as simple as that lackey of the Panga clan. Arbor stared coldly at Yu Batian and said coldly, "When Brother Dog of the Panga clan came to find you, you decided to beat him at his own game, didn't you? You could complete the mission Mu Qingya gave you and sell a favor to the Panga clan at no cost. You really made a good deal out of this deal. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that I would leave the underground arena alive. You also didn't expect that the son you sent out would die in my hands just like that." "Shut up," Yu Batian roared angrily. That's right. The thing he regretted the most right now was sending his son Yu Hui to the small arena of Qian Luo's underground arena to fight this little stoic. That's right. He was the one who single-handedly caused Yu Hui's death. It was all his fault for being headstrong and opinionated. This extremely talented son died in the hands of the stoic. How did my son die? Him? That little bastard. He naturally died from his own stupidity. Arbor said coldly and mockingly. After the medicine he took to increase his cultivation by 3 times began to lose its effect. Most of the spirit energy in his body disappeared without a trace after half an hour. Yu Baishan's eyes instantly widened, a hint of scarlet in the whites of his eyes. Arbor. Arbor narrowed her eyes, and the startled swan dagger flew out from her conscious, aiming straight for Yu Baishan's neck. Clang! Yu Batian reached out to grab the dagger. However, how could he catch it? The startled swan dagger jumped out and stabbed his hand, then flew into Arbor's hand. Yu Baishan's palms were as hard as iron claws. Arbor took a closer look and saw that Yu Baishan's hand had indeed turned into an iron claw. It could stretch and shrink freely and was very agile. His fingers were like iron branches, each of them extremely thin and long. Arbor looked at him coldly. Did you fuse with the iron rhinoceros claws? So you're the little leader of the rhinoceros skin people. Arbor sneered. You look so funny. Yu Batian Did you ever think that you would end up like this? If you look like this, even if you successfully rescue home Master Mu, you won't be able to look at her. She probably won't even bother to look at you, right? Arbor said sarcastically. It seems that Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord Gung is much more normal than you. Shut up. Arbor swung a vine whip at Eubation's arm. A deep layer of ice flashed in her eyes. You're the one who should shut up. Snap. Chapter 4687. The vine whip left a long and thin white mark on Eubation's arm. Arbor's eyes were clear and bone-chilling. Family head you. Didn't you receive your son's life lantern miniature? What? You didn't see it clearly? The venerable peach blossom immortal glanced at Arbor helplessly. As long as Jojo encountered someone he disliked, his words would be extremely sharp and terrifying. He could already imagine how stimulating the little stoic's next words would be. As expected, Arbor didn't need Eubation's reply and naturally continued. Your son's spirit energy dissipated, and in the end, I used this dagger to repeatedly stab his neck meridians. Then, Arbor suddenly winked at Eubatian and sneered he died. Hui released 2 zombies, one big and one small, outside Qian Luo's underground arena. The small zombie even bit her and almost killed her. Just because she didn't die didn't mean she wasn't injured. At the time, she was so scared that she almost fainted. She thought she would never see Jojo's lotus for the rest of her life. She had suffered a great loss at Hui's hands, and from then on, she developed a habit. When fighting zombies, she had to pay special attention to their movements in case there was a companion zombie hidden somewhere on their bodies. This incident had both pros and cons for her. At the time, she clearly understood that she wasn't invincible. When fighting zombies, if she let her guard down, she might suffer a fatal blow. Eubatian clenched his fists tightly and roared. Then, a large group of weirdos wrapped in rhinoceros skin charged toward them like a tide. Eubation's gaze abruptly turned cold as he stared at Xiao Mu. Suddenly, he sidestepped and reached out to grab her. The venerable peach blossom immortal's seemingly soft palm quickly dispersed Eubation's attack. He leaped away and lured Eubatian to the side to exchange blows. Eubatian wasn't a fool. He naturally saw that Arbor was the core of this place. Right now, as long as he could grab Arbor with lightning speed, he could resolve all of his current troubles and rescue Qinya from the defensive talisman matrix. With a wave of Eubation's hand, a huge beast abruptly jumped out of the spirit beast space and swiped its claws at the venerable peach blossom immortal. Ma Shurchin didn't even look at it. A wisp of wood spirit energy attached to her longsword softly attacked the huge spirit beast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eubatian took the opportunity to turn around. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he aggressively pounced toward Xiao Mu. As long as he succeeded, Arbor would be in his hands. At that time, no matter how powerful these people were, they would have to obediently submit to him, Eubatian. Eubation's iron claw was about to grip Xiao Mu's neck. Suddenly, a sword shot out from the side and quickly deflected Eubation's claws. Eubatian was furious. He turned to look and couldn't help but roar, "What are you doing?" The man who attacked him was one of his subordinates. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare he attack him? The subordinate was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stammered, I didn't do it on purpose. Deputy Hall Master, I shut up." Eubatian slapped the subordinate, blocking his way. Like chopping vegetables, the young man's head was chopped to the side. Arbor couldn't help but shake his head. "Patriarch, you're too ruthless." Chapter 4688. In any case, that person was still his subordinate. Although he had been controlled by her telekinesis midway and had rushed over to block the claw for her. But in essence, that person had not done so willingly. And Eubatian, this obstinate and self-opinionated old man, did not even give him a chance to explain himself before killing him. "Deputy Hall Master?" Arbor coldly glanced at Eubatian. "You are the Flying Heavens Deputy Hall Master." Eubatian looked at her with a cold smile. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that what's going on?" This time, Eubatian was truly stunned. He had seen very clearly just now that when his iron claw reached for Arbor, A heavenly fate disciple had suddenly turned around and blocked the claw for her with a blade. Batian glared angrily at Arbor. "Little girl, do you think I don't know that you are actually someone with witchcraft?" Ignorant and ill-informed. Arbor disdainfully glanced at him, then glanced behind Batian. Batian immediately turned his head back vigilantly. Who would have thought that there was no one behind him at all? He instantly realized that he had been tricked, but it was too late. Arbor's startled swan dagger twirled with a gorgeous light and quickly moved to the old man's side, stabbing directly at his neck. Dang, dang, dang. After a few stabs, Arbor could not help but be stunned. She thought to herself, this Ubation's body has been modified to be like an iron bastion. Is it this sturdy? There are no flaws at all. The water spirit's power to turn ice is actually useless against him. When she looked up again, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who had finished off the large beast, had already floated to Arbor's side. He glanced at Batian with a cold expression. This person has a lot of rhinoceros skin people with him, Ji Chen said softly. Because after killing a group of rhinoceros skin people, the number of rhinoceros skin people in the enemy camp had suddenly doubled. It was clear that someone had a storage talisman or a spatial spirit artifact, secretly releasing a continuous stream of battle power. It's fine. Pass down the order to kill the Heavenly Fate team in batches. 30 teams will go first, and the rest will rest. After that, we'll take turns. Arbor said coldly. He thought coldly in his heart, I'd like to see who will be the one to die of exhaustion. There were 30,000 elite members of the Triple Kill Heavenly Fate squad on this island, as long as there were no accidents. It was impossible for Batian to escape from this place. As she thought about it, she felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. Something flashed through her mind, but she couldn't remember what it was. Batian coldly ordered, "Prepare the Godstone cannons at the back." As he spoke, several divine stone cannons appeared in front of the defensive formation. They were pushed forward by more than a dozen people. On Arbor's side, the Kill Heaven's Fate team was frantically killing the rhinoceros-skinned mutants. However, their numbers were like a steady stream, gradually increasing. Killing the Heavenly Fate battle team had left them feeling a little tired. Fortunately, they had obeyed Arbor's orders and prepared 4 large groups of people. Every round, they would take turns, and there would always be time to catch their breaths and recover. As they spoke, the Heavenly Fate members at the back began to attack the defensive formation under the cover of Batian and the others. They planned to use the Godstone cannons to blast open the defensive formation and rush into the snowy mountain valley to rescue Muqingya. Flying Paradise was really a big deal. Xiaomu looked on coldly from the sidelines as they fooled around. If they could blast it open, it would be her loss. Chapter 4689. Did Batian think the defensive talisman array was a joke? That was a defensive array that she had stacked countless times. Just the handful of peerless purple talismans that he had spilled out had already reached a terrifying level that no one could estimate. Even if she used so many Godstone cannons to bombard it, it would still be futile in less than half a month. Besides, as long as she continued to replenish talisman energy, this defensive array would be destroyed. It would be a fool's dream if he wanted to destroy it. She didn't remind Batian of the mysteries of the talisman array. Xiaomu had been watching coldly from the sidelines the entire time, watching this group of people jumping up and down and tormenting themselves in front of her like clowns. Ubation's loyal and protective expression disgusted Xiaomu a bit. What kind of magic potion did Muqingya feed him that he would save her at all costs? Arbor was very sure that today's incident wasn't ordered by the higher-ups of Tianyun. How could the higher-ups of Tianyun waste a large number of rhinoceros-skinned mutants to attack the island for a worthless Muqingya? Muqingya wasn't that noble, and she couldn't be that important. In other words, today's battle was definitely Ubation's private action for Muqingya. She didn't expect a heartless woman like Muqingya to have so many idiots around her. How amazing. Arbor curled her lips and glanced at Batian casually. If Yu Hui knew this in the underworld, he would cry himself to death. Arbor shook her head and sneered. Back then, his father pushed him to his death for an ignorant woman. Now, For this woman, he wants to die together with me like a madman. You? Do you think you're worthy? You killed Yu Hui. Yu Batian roared. How dare you make sarcastic remarks? Yu Hui was killed by me. Arbor nodded. He thought to himself, but I've already lost Yu Hui's life for this. I was poisoned and almost died. If the little tree didn't bear a holy fruit, Master Jojo wouldn't exist. Therefore, it was simply an eye for an eye, a quid pro quo. Yu Batian glared at Arbor. Why do you have to go against Qinya? Arbor couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. However, the smile in her eyes was only on the surface and did not enter her eyes at all. When you say that, why don't you touch your conscience and ask yourself, when I had never met when we were in Wonka City, why did you insist on using Jing Minyao's name when you were actually carrying out Mu Qingya's orders to destroy me? Patriarch, you don't seem to understand one thing. You're the ones who attacked first. Now, why do you have to cry and shout that you can't beat me? Arbor, let Qingya go, and we'll forget about what happened between us. What a touching truth. Arbor looked at him sarcastically. Killed him. Arbor raised his hand and released 2 Swanee holy beasts. Without any explanation, they charged towards Yu Batian. Everyone saw 2 gorgeous shadows, one purple and one black, streaking across the sky. Shocked, Yu Batian hurriedly summoned a group of rhinoceros-skinned people to protect him. However, the 2 holy beasts had already broken through the crowd and pounced on him. They were so fast that he had no time to react. Chapter 4690. Block it! Yu Batian roared angrily. At the same time, his body changed again. A pair of rhinoceros horns grew out of his head, and a complete rhinoceros hide wrapped around his chest and back in an instant, playing a protective role. It wasn't the first time Arbor had seen a demon cultivator mutate. She just felt that Yu Batian's rhinoceros hide was a little extreme. She knew that Tianyun had an extremely significant effect in transforming the human body. They had always tried to turn normal people into mutants, and even tried to do it on cultivators. It was obvious that Tianyun had made some breakthrough in his research on demon cultivators. Yu Batian wrapped himself in rhinoceros hide and hid in the crowd of rhinoceroses. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The information Tianyun had gathered about Arbor covered all aspects. It included how many holy beasts had appeared around her, how many transcendent realm cultivators she had, and the latest information that she might have spirit realm. It could be said that he had investigated everything in great detail. However, legends and hearsay were one thing. At this moment, witnessing her summoning 2 Swanee sacred beasts without saying a word was another matter altogether. Yu Batian's eyes flashed with madness. No one knew what he was thinking right now. If he could make use of the 2 Swanee saint beasts, Yu Batian couldn't help but take a deep breath when he thought of this. He carefully wrapped himself in rhinoceros hide and moved a few steps behind the rhinoceroses. Then he shouted, "Focus fire on the defensive wall to the east. No matter what method you use, break it first." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from above his head. When he looked up, he saw a huge iron ball rolling down from behind. Yu Batian's eyes bulged slightly. He really didn't expect a metal ball so big that 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around it to drop down from the sky. Pay attention to defense. Yu Batian shouted again. The rhinoceros-skinned people were like moving corpses that had no thoughts of their own. Hearing this, they all gathered and fought to block the iron ball for Yu Batian. Yu Batian saw that something was wrong. It seemed that even a dozen rhinoceros skin men would not be able to withstand the crushing force of the iron ball. If it didn't run now, when would they? He scrambled out of the mutated crowd and turned around to look at the big iron ball that was emitting a black light above the rhinoceros skin people. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but roar, "Disperse." At the same time, the metal ball opened up from the middle like metal flower petals, spreading out piece by piece. Black liquid gushed out of it and shot toward the rhinoceros-skinned people, accompanied by extremely thin silver needles that looked like gadflies. What the hell is this? Yu Batian's pupils shrank. At this moment, he wished that his parents had given him 2 more legs so that he could run faster. Arbor stared fixedly at that large iron ball for a long time before curling his lips and muttering to himself. The iron gallbladder filiform needle made by Duan Yu looks quite powerful. It was just that its appearance was really ugly. The last time he asked her how much poison she wanted, it turned out that it was all mixed in with the hidden weapons. In just a few moments, black smoke began to rise from the rhinoceros skin man's venom-drenched body. Chapter 4691. Skin and flesh fell off one after another. It was disgusting and horrifying to look at with the naked eye. Arbor shifted his gaze and looked in Yu Baishan's direction. Family head Yu, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Arbor waved his hand in the air, his eyes cold and murderous. Why don't you stay here and become fertilizer? The two Swanee sacred beasts that were originally scattering the rhinoceros-skinned humans abruptly turned around and swooped down in Yu Baishan's direction again. The power of a sacred beast attack was no laughing matter. How would Yu Batian dare to meet them head-on? He could only try his best to avoid them. Unfortunately, the two Swanee sacred beasts had received the little master's order and were determined not to let him go. After swooping down and slapping the two rhinoceros-skinned humans away, the two Swanee let out a long cry and attacked Yu Batian in a pincer attack, one from the front and one from the back. How would Yu Batian dare to meet them head-on? He hastily pulled a few rhinoceros-skinned humans in front of him and fled toward the defensive wall. Right now, he was feeling a bit anxious and irritated. Arbor's guess was correct. He had privately decided to rescue Qinya this time. He hadn't received any instructions or acknowledgement from Tianyun's higher-ups. It looked like the mutant rhinoceros-skinned humans he brought had suffered heavy casualties. He wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. If he still couldn't rescue Qinya after sacrificing so much, then all his previous efforts would be for naught, and the losses would outweigh the gains. When Yu Batian considered this, his hatred for the little stoic rose steadily to the highest point. It was all this stoic's fault for opposing Qinya at every turn and going against them at every turn. If this stoic hadn't caused so much trouble, Qinya would still be sitting peacefully in Tianyun's headquarters as the high and mighty soaring Heaven's Hall Master. Qinya's many years of hard work and painstaking effort were all ruined by this damned little stoic. Even he felt that it wasn't worth it for Qinya, let alone Qinya. Yu Batian slammed his head into the defensive wall. Only then did he realize that he had nowhere to run. His eyes were red as he turned around and glared at the two Swanee hovering in the air. He roared, "Come on. You forced me into this situation. If you have the guts, come at me." The two Swanee sacred beasts let out a shrill cry and swooped down from the left and right. Yu Baishan's heartbeat quickened. He counted 3, 2, 1 in his heart. He suddenly turned around and pushed the god's stone cannon out. Braving the sudden gust of wind caused by the holy beast's pouncing attack, he laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with rage and viciousness. With one hand, he threw all the divine stones he had into the machine. He let out a thunderous roar. "All of you, go to hell." Boom! When the god stone cannon fired, because of the excessive amount of god stones, the entire god stone cannon couldn't bear the heavy load and suddenly exploded. Yu Batian was sent flying, but he didn't forget to raise his head and stare fiercely at the two Swanee sacred beasts in the sky. His divine sense had already made all the necessary preparations. Once these two saint beasts were seriously injured and on the verge of death, he decided to immediately send his divine sense into their spiritual consciousness. No, one was fine, but it would be difficult to control two at the same time. But if there was only one, Yu Batian suddenly felt like his head was being pricked by needles, as if countless tiny silver needles were uniformly stabbing his brain. Chapter 4692. Suddenly, it was as if a series of incomparably gorgeous fireworks had been set off in his own conscious, exploding with bangs and pops. He could almost feel that his conscious was being shattered, that kind of horror. It felt as if a whole piece of cake had suddenly been crushed by someone's foot and then trampled into smithereens. Yu Batian held his head and couldn't help but howl. The pain of having one's conscience shattered was indescribable. It was not enough for outsiders to understand. If one hadn't reached that point, they would never be able to experience such pain. It was hard for him to still be able to hold his breath. He held his head slightly and tried to focus his eyes on the two swani, holy beasts jumping back and forth in the air. They were fine. They were completely fine. The blast of the Godstone cannon just now had an extremely strong recoil. The blast of the Godstone cannon that sent him flying actually didn't have any effect on them. Arbor hurriedly jumped into the air and flew to Little Black and Little Purple. With a stiff little face, she carefully looked up and down at her two little friends. Are they okay? The two holy beasts shook their heads at the same time. Arbor breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, at the critical moment, she hurriedly threw out a set of defensive array glyphs and finally blocked a wave of attack for the two. But now, seeing that they were unharmed and that the blast of the Godstone cannon just now didn't seem to have any effect on them at all, she thought that she worried too much. Speaking of which, the defense of holy beasts was incomparable to that of ordinary divine beasts and spirit beasts. The Godstone cannon probably couldn't break the defense of the two holy beasts at all. In this world, probably only the tools used to throw holy stones could cause damage to holy beast. Arbor's eyes turned slightly and looked at Eubatian, who was lying on the ground, holding his head and struggling at death's door. Her lips curled into a sarcastic sneer. This Eubatian couldn't be a big idiot, right? He actually wanted to pierce through her spiritual conscience and forcefully reverse the contract. Who'd he think he was? With his pitiful little divine sense, he could invade her ocean-like conscience. He was really a whimsical person. But now, seeing him lying on the ground obediently and struggling at death's door, Xiaomu also couldn't be bothered to bicker with him. He was just a person who was about to die. What was there to talk about with a dead person? It was just a waste of time. Arbor, do you think you've won? Eubatian strenuously turned his face towards Arbor with a sneer that was uglier than crying. Arbor was too lazy to care about a dead person. He shifted his gaze and turned to the group of rhinoceros-skinned people who were soaked in venom and gradually rotting on the ground. It could be seen that no matter how much it mutated, it was as if it had an impenetrable body. However, under the influence of the man-eating flower's poison, they would still die. Eubatian mustered the last of his strength to rapidly inflate himself and roll rapidly towards Xiaomu. Jojo. Yuan Shichin was shocked. When he turned around, he saw that the crazy old man had no regard for his own life. He wanted to drag Jojo down with him as he blew himself up. Arbor looked on expressionlessly. Another large metal ball flew through the air and smashed straight down at Eubatian. Eubatian's face contorted. He used all the strength in his body and hurriedly dodged the falling metal ball. Just as he was about to get up and run towards Arbor again, suddenly, the third big iron ball fell from the sky and smashed right into his body. Everyone only heard a tragic howl. When they turned around, they saw that Eubatian had been smashed into the ground by the metal ball. Chapter 4693. Only his 2 feet could be seen outside the metal ball, and nothing else could be seen. If someone could notice Eubatian's expression at this moment, they would definitely see his twisted expression of hatred. Eubatian was so unlucky that he self-detonated at this moment. The force of the impact was all sat on by the big metal ball. This guy very enthusiastically blew himself to death. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, and for a moment, they were somewhat speechless. Xiaomu swiftly ran to the bottom of the large metal ball and gave it a kick. That metal ball obediently rolled to the side. Arbor took a closer look and immediately narrowed his eyes in disgust. Except for Eubatian's 2 feet, the rest of his body was nowhere to be seen. The black swanee spat out a flame in the air and directly burned the 2 pieces of things into nothingness. Only then did it quickly jump down, shrink into the size of a sparrow, and flutter to Arbor's side to act cute. Arbor allowed this guy to squat on his shoulder and turned to look at the several guard captains of the Tianyan battle team. Do a head count and see the casualties. The defensive barrier in front of them opened. Fairy Huang, he led a group of alchemists towards Arbor with a worried expression. Jojo, we can't go on like this. After our location was exposed, there would always be people coming to rescue this Hall Master Mu. This way, it would seem that we are extremely passive, always tired of dealing with this wave of mutated beasts. It probably won't happen in the future. Arbor patted the back of her hand. Believe me, Muqingya isn't that important to the Tianyan battle team. Fairy Huang, he heard, and slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go take a look at everyone's injuries first. Thank you for your trouble. Arbor nodded. You can tell me if you need any herbs. Huang, he naturally knew that in Jojo's 100 herb garden on Paradise Planet, all kinds of herbs were already flourishing, and there were probably very few missing types of herbs below the sage level. Huang, he nodded and turned to say to the 50-odd alchemists behind her, everyone divide into 5 groups, as usual. Check the injuries as soon as possible. First, separate the lightly injured from the seriously injured. Huang, he spoke as he walked. While assigning tasks, he did not forget to encourage everyone. At night, Arbor hid in the star field to rest. Lying on Xiao Yuan's bed, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Thinking about it, it was probably because he had just fought a fierce battle, so his brain was a little more excited. Thus, she got up and took out her gold-beaded talisman brush. She took out a handful of blank talismans and began to inscribe them. Speaking of which, his attainments in drawing talismans were becoming more and more skilled. However, the golden talisman Jade Tome had always remained on the 10th Jade Slip. So, she had already memorized the contents of the Jade Slip by heart. So, it could be said that she could draw several kinds of talismans with a wave of her hand. Recently, she felt that success was coming naturally to her. She should be about to break through to the heaven-grade, Great Symbol Master Realm in the next few days. Faster, a little faster, the pen in Arbor's hand suddenly paused, and a trace of hostility flashed through his eyes. Sure enough, Chocho's voice instantly sounded in her mind. Master, something's happened outside. Arbor left the star field immediately and appeared in the karst cave. It was already late at night, and it was very quiet. However, torches were brightly lit outside, and there was a hubbub of voices. Jojo, the venerable peach blossom immortal, walked in with a solemn expression. Chapter 4694. Jojo, Long Huan led his men to ambush us from behind. The killer Heavenly Fate team was caught off guard and lost more than 100 people. Xiaomu abruptly clenched her fists and couldn't resist closing her eyes. She finally knew why she felt that something was wrong when she was fighting Ubatian. At that time, there was a vague sense of irritation in his heart, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. It was Long Huan. She did not see Long Huan on the battlefield. When Ubatian and his men came to attack, which corner of the city did he hide in to enjoy the cool breeze? Arbor's eyes lit up. She walked out of the cave. Let's go take a look. What was Long Huan trying to do? The attitude he had displayed earlier made Xiaomu feel that this person seemed to be very sincere in alleviating the strained relationship between her and the Dragon Clan. Long Huan had always been the peacemaker, but now Long Huan's sudden betrayal surprised her. The killer Heavenly Fate team members reacted and started to fight back. After all, Long Huan only had 3,000 men under his command. The reason why his sneak attack was successful was because the enemy was not on guard against them at all. If they were to face them head-on, Long Huan's men would not be able to hold out for long. When Arbor rushed over, she saw the two sides fighting fiercely. Long Huan led his 3,000 men and retreated toward the beach. After all, they were outnumbered 10-1. Long Huan had held out for long enough. This was because his ambush was successful and caused the killer Heavenly Fate team to panic. Arbor looked coldly in Long Huan's direction through the crowd. Long Shangyun was being protected by a few mermaids. As she retreated, she was anxiously shouting at Long Huan. The voices were too noisy. Arbor could not hear what Long Shangyun was saying, but she could see some clues from her anxious expression. Could it be even Long Shangyun herself didn't understand why her brother would suddenly make a move? Arbor thought for a while and walked up quickly. He glanced at Long Huan coldly, but didn't say anything. But when Long Huan met her gaze, he only felt that it was unusually cold, with a trace of bone-chilling coldness. Arbor turned around and whispered a few words to the captains of Team Tianyan. Fairy Yellow Crane led a group of pharmacists and busied themselves in the rear. Last night, he had fought a fierce battle with the rhinoceros skin men that Ubatian had brought with him. The group of alchemists led by the Heavenly Pill Association finally finished their rescue and treatment work. However, he didn't expect to receive news in the blink of an eye that young Master Long had brought people to attack the camp. Over 100 members of the Heavenly Fate team had suffered heavy casualties. The group of alchemists did not rest for long before they dragged their tired bodies and continued to fight to save people. Many pill refiners had weak constitutions, so Fairy Yellow Crane took out a box of nutrient fluid and gave it to them. "Everyone, hold on, hold on." Fairy Huang, he urged with a frown as she looked up at Xiao Mu. Xiao Xiao looked calm on the surface, but she knew that Xiao Xiao's heart was filled with disappointment and coldness at this moment. Her relationship with the Dragon Clan was so tense. Previously, she had taken in Long Huan and his sister. This meant that Jojo was absolutely calm in the face of such a big problem. The grudges between Xiao Xiao and the Dragon Clan compared to the important matters of the country, which was more important. Chapter 4695. She had always been very clear-cut about her personal grudges and wouldn't involve the world's affairs for no reason. However, this Long Huan ultimately disappointed her to the core. Fairy Huang, he couldn't resist glancing at Arbor again. On the other side, Long Shangyun was being protected by several merfolk and involuntarily retreated to the beach. "Why?" Long Shangyun turned to stare at her brother and asked anxiously, "Why, big brother? There aren't so many whys in this world." Long Huan calmly glanced at Long Shangyun. Long Shangyun's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Since Big Brother's expression was so calm and composed, then today's matter must have been planned for a long time and wasn't an impromptu action. So from the moment the 3,000 personal guards joined in to kill the Heavenly Fate Battalion, everything was Big Brother's scheme? But how is that possible? She came out with Big Brother and was very clear about her father's attitude toward the little stoic. Big Brother had always been extremely respectful to Father and almost obeyed his every word. Father told him to get along well with the little stoic, so why would Big Brother suddenly do something like this? Joining in to kill the Heavenly Fate Battalion and then stabbing them in the back. Could it be that all of this was premeditated? Killing the Heavenly Fate Battalion had close to 100 casualties. This number of close to 100 floated back and forth in Long Shangyun's head, bouncing around continuously. She took a deep breath and forcefully closed her eyes, boundless sorrow involuntarily rising in her heart. They couldn't go back. Their relationship with the little stoic couldn't go back. She understood this little cousin too well after interacting with her during this period of time. This was a person who couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes, no matter what excuse Big Brother had or what motive he had. Once they started, they couldn't go back. There would always be 100 casualties from killing the Heavenly Fate Battalion between them and the little stoic. Long Huan glanced at his sister's expression and sighed. He couldn't help but say softly, "Time is a bit tight right now. I'll tell you the details after we get to a safe place." He was very sorry that he even hid his own sister from them. How could he feel good on the inside? But all of this was a fate he couldn't defy. He had no choice but to do this. It's still for that 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. Long Shangyun's voice was somewhat hoarse. Its sister Shui Yuan's condition has worsened, right? Long Huan reached out to deflect an arrow that was flying towards him. He turned around to look at his sister. With a complicated expression and a heavy heart, he nodded slightly. "Yes." Long Shangyun's fingers curled up slightly, and she closed her eyes. "Big Brother, didn't you keep reminding me not to provoke the stoic face? You and I are no match for her." Long Huan clenched his fists tightly and pursed his lips. "Big Brother," Long Shangyun asked with a stern expression, "do you not care about your own life? If the stoic face becomes heartless and callous, she won't consider that we previously interacted harmoniously with her for such a period of time. Now that you've attacked her people, we can no longer be friends." "I know. I understand everything you've said. I understand everything." Long Huan raised his hand to cover his face, feeling a little sad. How could he not blame himself, feel uncomfortable depressed and irritated. But he really didn't have a choice. Between the entire Long clan and the little Stoic, the balance of selfishness in his heart leaned toward the entire Long clan's future. Chapter 4696. So you, falling out with grandmother and being chased all the way here by grandmother was actually a ploy? Long Shangyun looked at Long Huan incredulously. It was a ploy, but it was also a ploy out of helplessness. He was forced to accept grandmother's order and hide by the little Stoic's side. Until this morning, he suddenly received grandmother's order for him to take 3,000 personal guards and attack immediately. Although he didn't know why grandmother's order was so urgent, he had no other choice but to attack the Heavenly Fate battle team. There was a great disparity in numbers, but because of their surprise attack, the entire Heavenly Fate battle team fell into chaos. I also didn't want to. Long Huan glanced back at Arbor and murmured, "If I had a second choice, I wouldn't choose to stand against her. So the sharp pearl is really that important." Long Shangyun couldn't help but clench her fists and take a deep breath. "Shangyun, what's wrong? Didn't you also want to save your sister, Shui Yuan, very much?" Long Shangyun didn't know what kind of strange emotion she was feeling. She only felt a faint sorrow lingering in her heart. Sister Shui Yuan was very important, but they seemed to be thinking about killing that Stoic face and snatching the 10,000-year sharp pearl from her to save Sister Shui Yuan. In order to save one relative, he had to kill another. Was this really a good thing? She should be extremely disappointed in the forgetful River Dragon clan. She should no longer have any expectations. Long Shangyun thought. Now that I think about it, the entire forgotten River Dragon clan indeed didn't treat her very well. Long Shangyun said very quietly and sighed. She has reason to blame us. Long Huan felt his heart tighten, and he abruptly turned to look at Long Shangyun. Grandmother promised me that she wouldn't be harmed. Actually, as long as she hands over the 10,000-year sharp pearl, everything will be fine. Grandmother's wrinkled, frosty face seemed to appear before Long Huan's eyes again. She had lost a lot of weight recently, and her cheeks were sunken. "Child." Grandmother had stared at him with a very strange gaze. "Child, take it as me begging you. For the future of our dragon clan, and for the sake of saving your father's life, you must stand on my side, okay? Father's life?" Long Huan heard himself speak in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Yes, your father's life." His grandmother looked at him firmly and said kindly, "Child, each of us has to make the right choice for our own future. Don't take the wrong path, or you won't be able to turn back." "Young lord, young master." One of the guards pushed Long Huan with his rough hand, trying to wake him up from his thoughts. If he was still in a daze at this time, he would be courting death. Long Yun took a deep breath and hurriedly nodded at the group of personal guards. "Retreat to the rear." Arbor, Yuan Shurchun, and Holy Sun Mi, Yin led 30,000 members of the Heaven's Fate Battle Squad and surrounded the retreating Dragon Clan clansmen. Right at this moment, the seawater behind Long Huan's group suddenly started to surge. Suddenly, many mermen appeared from the sea. They were all armed with firearms and had sharp gazes. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. Excitement flashed through the eyes of these attacking mermen. Chapter 4697. Long Qian's words kept echoing in her mind. "Take back the 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Take back the 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Create a glorious future for the Wangchuan Dragon Clan." The future was worth looking forward to. As long as they obtained this 10,000-year-old shark pearl, they could awaken the snowfield's eldest miss who had been in a deep slumber. At that time, the entire Wangchuan Dragon Clan would receive the baptism power of the shark pearl. They would definitely become stronger. Moreover, with the medicine distributed by Tianyun, they could advance indefinitely and even obtain special abilities after consuming it. The Wangchuan Dragon Clan's powerful and prosperous future was just around the corner. Just thinking about it made them excited. Arbor coldly looked at the Wangchuan Dragon Clan who had taken out their firearms. His gaze fell on Long Huan through the crowd. "You're really good." The little Stoic's voice was cold and resolute, causing Long Huan's heart to tremble. An indescribable feeling of irritation filled his chest. if you're willing to hand over the 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Long Huan looked at the little stoic with a complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I can guarantee that grandmother will absolutely not harm you. Humph, Arbor sneered. Use your life as a guarantee? Yes, I can guarantee it with my life. Long Huan nodded with sincerity. Unfortunately, your lowly life is worthless. Princess Wushuang snickered in annoyance. She casually summoned the long sword in her conscience and said with a frosty expression, Let's fight. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Now that things have come to this, do you still want to reconcile? That's right. Qi Xian, Little Fatty, and the others were trembling in anger. They looked at Jojo worriedly. In the beginning, it was the Wangchuan Dragon Clan who proposed to form an alliance with the 3 provinces to resist Tianyin. But now, it was this bunch of bastards who betrayed the 3 provinces alliance first. Is there something wrong with you guys? Qi Xian clenched her fists in anger, and her voice trembled. Since you don't have any sincerity in cooperating, who exactly are you trying to disgust by pretending to cooperate from the start? Oh, I understand. You've been tricking us from the start. Isn't that right? At this point in time, any further explanation would be futile. Could Long Huan tell them that he was following his father's instructions to come and talk about the future with Jojo? He knew better than anyone else that cooperating with Tianyun was simply an act against humanity, and there would be no good end for him in the future. However, the reason he jumped out to carry out his grandmother's orders was partly for the sake of the Dragon Clan's future, and partly for his father. His grandmother had said that his father's body had suffered an extremely serious injury a few years ago. If he could use the sharp pearl to extend his life, it might not be able to completely heal his old injury, but it would definitely allow his father to live for another 100 years. He had no better choice. None. He had no other choice but to promise his grandmother. The little sun in Qi Xuan's heart was burning so fiercely that it was about to explode. Her heart ached for her Qiao. What did her Qiao do wrong? What right did everyone have to accuse her of having the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl? What right did everyone have to spit at her and demand her to hand over the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl so righteously? Who do you think you are? Qi Xian roared angrily. Long Huan, I thought you were a smart person. But now it seems that you people from the Wangchuan Dragon Clan are truly disgusting. Chapter 4698. All of you are the same breed. Qi Xian sneered. Put away your greedy faces. Don't make it sound so nice. Exactly. If you want to rob us, just do it. Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Princess Wushuang sneered. Ma Ta continued. We are not looking down on the people who came to rob us. Let's talk with our abilities. Long Huan lowered his eyes. When he raised his head again, he continued to persuade with a sincere expression. Jojo, grandmother has sent out the most powerful people of the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan. 13th Elder. The 13th Elder was not the 13th Elder. There were 13 elders in total. They were the elders of the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan who had ascended to the Holy Region. No one knew their true abilities. The elders who had ascended to the Holy Region for a longer period of time were naturally more powerful. They might be at the peak of the immortal supremacy realm, or they might have already entered the godly supremacy realm. They might even be half a step into the holy supremacy realm, of course. They had paid a hefty price to summon all 13 elders back. The heavenly axiom naturally would not allow the 13 elders to suddenly descend on the 3 continents. However, so what if the heavenly axiom did not allow it? So what if the heavenly axiom sealed half of their powers? It was more than enough to deal with Arbor and his people. Jojo. Long Huan was still worried about the little girl. I am not joking with you. This time grandmother has made up her mind. She had also made up her mind. Actually, the 10,000-year mermaid pearl has been compatible with your body for many years. It can be said that you have formed a contract with it. No one could take it away from you. We are not trying to take it away. We just want to borrow it. Moreover, to be honest, the 10,000-year mermaid pearl was originally the holy item of the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan. Now, we just want to borrow it to carry out the baptism ceremony of the mermaid pearl. There is no loss in giving it to you. Are you done with your nonsense? Arbor interrupted Long Huan coldly. He stared at him coldly. Where is your 13th elder who has ascended to the holy region? Are they here yet? If any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sneak out of the holy realm, do the ordinary people of the 3 continents still want to live? Arbor's eyes were cold. What is your heavenly Tao? Where is Long Qian? I want to see her. Arbor's eyes were extremely cold. The aura that rose from his body caused people to be shocked. Now, she called her by her name and didn't even say the words, "Old Madam." Long Shangyun felt a little uncomfortable. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she realized that she was in no position to say anything. I'm here. After the crowd parted, a woman with white hair on her temples and wrinkles on her face walked forward slowly, leaning on a scepter made of greenwood. Behind him, Prophet 2 and 2 clansmen followed closely, looking at Arbor with vigilance. Long Qian, let me ask you the truth. Do you dare to answer me? Ask away. Long Qian looked at the expressionless little girl in front of her. Her eyes were like deep pools of ice, and her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This little stoic and her daughter, Long Chuyun, were 2 completely different people. Long Chuyun could let go of the past because the dragon clan of Wang Chuan had raised her, but this little girl definitely wouldn't. Chapter 4699. A rupture was a rupture, and this relationship couldn't be mended anymore. What's more, they were currently in a state of mutual hostility. The little stoic stared at Long Qian with an extremely cold gaze, as though she was looking at a complete stranger. No, it was at most a sweeping glance at a stranger. She looked at her as though she was looking at a mortal enemy. Long Qian's heart trembled for no reason. She didn't want things to be like this, but the truth was that they had already reached this point. No matter who it was, they couldn't turn back. Long clan leader Duo Chong couldn't help but snicker. We've already reached this point, so there's no need for us to speak nicely to her and answer her questions. It was fine if he didn't know, but ever since Duo Chong found out that Long Qian was so ruthless that she summoned 13 elders who were at the peak of the venerated immortal realm and above from the holy region, his heart calmed down. Thus, his heart calmed down. Everyone was well aware of what kind of people came from the holy region. As long as they could fool the heavenly Tao, everything would be fine today. He had to make this vicious girl hand over his son, Duo Shanming. If this damn girl dared to harm a single strand of his son's hair, he would bury her with his son. The old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared coldly at Arbor as though he was looking at a dead person. It would be fine if this damn girl was tactful, but if she wasn't, she would have to bear the consequences. Long Qian ignored Duo Chong and sighed. She looked at Arbor indifferently. Mu Qiao, we don't have to come to this point. Stop talking nonsense. Arbor interrupted her again. His eyes were like stars that spun vigorously as though they wanted to suck in a person's soul. Let me ask you, back then, you also had the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl because of this reason. That's why you sent people to Seacone Planet to kill Mother, right? Qi Xian and the others were stunned. They had all heard about what happened to Jojo's mother. Wasn't it Mu Qingya who did this terrible thing? Why was Jojo saying that now? Qi Xian couldn't help but shudder at her heart. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Long Qian in shock. Long Qian's expression was also changing rapidly, as though she couldn't react in time. Arbor no longer needed Long Qian's answer. It was as if a huge hole had been opened in her heart. At this moment, there was a cold wind blowing in from the bottom of her heart, all the way to her limbs and bones. She felt a bone-chilling cold. That icy, cold feeling made her unable to speak, unable to utter a single word. Was the truth really so cruel? A person's facial expression was the most realistic. Long Qian wasn't mentally prepared when Arbor suddenly asked her this question. She didn't even notice that her face had twisted slightly for a moment. Arbor saw all the subtle changes in his expression. It really is too scary, Xiaomu thought. Could it be that Mother already knew the truth back then, and knew that not all of those people were sent by Mu Qingya? The forgetful River Dragon clan had once sent their clansmen to mix in and take advantage of the situation to take her life. So she simply had nothing left to live for. At that time, she was severely injured and in danger. Even if the mermaid Pearl couldn't save her, Couldn't it extend her life for another 8 to 10 years? No, she didn't want to save herself anymore. She was so desperate that she completely gave up on herself. She didn't even care about her beloved daughter. Chapter 4700. Long Chuyun had given the millennium-old mermaid pearl to her daughter. Firstly, Arbor was born with a weak body. Without the mermaid pearl, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Secondly, Long Chuyun didn't have the will to continue living. There was a negative emotion that could be explained by 4 words: self-abandonment. In the end, Long Chuyun sealed the mermaid pearl so that Arbor wouldn't know that there was such a powerful weapon in his body. Perhaps it was to protect her, or perhaps it was just as Arbor thought. Her mother would rather she grow up to be a happy and healthy ordinary person and never get involved in the dirty affairs of the aristocratic families. But it was obvious that things didn't go as planned. After all, if she didn't improve, she would be at the mercy of others, just like in her previous life. She couldn't back down. Taking a step back wasn't the end of the world, but it was the end of the world. It was a heavy burden that she couldn't bear. Xiao Mu's face was frosty as she gazed deeply at Long Qian. She no longer needed to ask her why she had attacked her mother. How could she be so heartless as to do such a thing? She didn't want to think about, listen to, or see the cause and effect. Buzz! The fiery, evil mosquitoes flew out from her inner world and flew towards the mermaids. At the same time, Qi Xian and the others saw countless little black scorpions crawling on the beach behind them. There were tens of thousands of them, and it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. The fiery, evil mosquitoes attacked from above, while the scorpions crawled from below. Long Qian's face changed. She waved the scepter in her hand and shot out a ray of holy power. Long, she shouted loudly, "Back off! Everyone back off!" Long Qian shouted coldly, "We can't retreat. Everyone, get into formation and be careful of these mosquitoes." Be careful, retreat? If they retreated, they would be in the ocean. If they retreated into the ocean, wouldn't that mean that the mermaids wanted to retreat? At this very moment, Xiao Mu was like a god of death. A cold glint suddenly appeared in the depths of her icy eyes. There was not a trace of light in her eyes, and they were instantly enveloped by pitch-black darkness. "All of you deserve to die," Arbor said coldly. "Kill the Heavenly Fate battle team. Everyone, listen up." "Yes, sir." The shouts of all the members of the Heavenly Fate squad shook the sky. The Forgotten River Dragon clan betrayed their trust and abandoned their morals. They joined an evil cult and persecuted their own people. He'll be treated as a public enemy of humanity, Xiao Mu declared coldly and expressionlessly. "Forget River Dragon Clan and forget River Clan. Kill them all." Yes. Under the lead of the various captains, the Kill Tian Yun battle team charged towards the Forgotten River Dragon Clan and Forgotten River Duo Clan. After the two came into contact with each other, the captain of the Kill Heavenly Fate squad was the first to chop off the head of a member of the Forget River Duo clan. You don't want to be a good person, but you want to be the Heavenly Fortune's lackey. Kill, kill, kill. Rousing battle cries resounded throughout the area at the same time, killing more than 29,000 people of the Tian Yun team, forming hundreds of square formations. One by one broke through the defensive formations of the two great aristocratic families of the River of Forgetfulness. In addition to the Forgotten River Duo clan and Forgotten River Dragon clan, they had to defend against the Kill Heavenly Fate battle team. Secondly, they had to guard against the fiery, evil mosquitoes and the scorpions under their feet. It was very tiring. Chapter 4701. A few of the Forgotten River Duo clansmen were attacked by the sea of scorpions because they were a step too late. Wherever the scorpions went, the few of them would be eaten clean, leaving only a pile of bones on the ground. Duo Chong jumped up and down. While defending himself, he killed all the fiery, demon, poisonous mosquitoes that flew in front of him. He looked at Long Qian anxiously. "What's going on? Didn't you say that the 13th Elder would be here? Were they? What kind of joke was this? Was this a lie?" In order to cooperate with the Forgotten River Dragon clan, he had mobilized half of the clan's elite disciples to support them. In order to save his youngest son, he had to take a share of the loot. The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was too eye-catching. The Dragon Clan leader had promised him that once he obtained the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl, he would allow the Duo Clan leader to choose 100 elite disciples to receive the baptism of the pearl. By then, these disciples might not be able to change their potential, but the next generation that they gave birth to would definitely be able to improve their potential. This was something that the Dragon Clan leader had promised in black and white. There was no way it could run away. If it wasn't for this benefit, why would he allow half of the clan's elite disciples to come and help? It was because of the 13th Elder that the Duo Clan leader was so calm. As long as he could summon the 13th Elder, what couldn't be done? But now what was going on? The Duo Clan leader watched as the disciples of the Duo Clan were defeated by the scorpions and fiery, demon, poisonous mosquitoes. A few of the disciples were left with only a pile of bones. The Duo Clan leader couldn't help but tremble. He turned around and shouted at the Dragon Clan leader, "When will they be here?" Long Qian glared at the Duo Clan leader. "Why are you so anxious?" "I'm more anxious than you are." The Duo Clan leader had only mobilized half of their elite disciples. As for the Dragon Clan, they had mobilized all of their clansmen. Basically, all of them were here. It could be said that the entire Dragon Clan had turned out in full force. When a nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. Long Qian coldly glared at the head of the Duo family. "What good would it do for me to lie to you? You and I will form an alliance and fight against Tianyin. That is a sure thing. If I plot against the Duo family and cause them to die, what benefits will I get? How could I not understand the logic of a single tree being unable to support a tree? In the entire river of forgetfulness, our two great clans are linked together. We can't cast anyone aside." Hearing this, the Duo Clan leader knew that the Dragon Clan leader was right. His heart calmed down a little. Just now, he suspected that the Dragon Clan's patriarch had tricked him and tricked his people into coming here to die. Now that he heard Long Qian's words, he felt a little better. However, he was still extremely anxious. The Duo Clan leader smiled awkwardly at Long Qian and quickly said, "You used a secret technique to summon the 13th Elder, but if the heavenly Tao stopped you, how could they pass? Have you heard of the God Inviting Talisman? You used the God Inviting Talisman." "No. We use a secret technique." The Dragon Clan leader looked at the Duo Clan leader coldly. "Do you think I'm lying to you? Didn't I tell you before?" Chapter 4702. Duo Chong coughed awkwardly. "I don't know. Dragon Clan leader, why don't you just tell me whether the 13th Elder can come or not? This secret technique of yours, is it reliable?" Long Qian glanced at Duo Chong coldly. She now had reason to doubt whether Duo Chong could be a qualified partner with his IQ. He was simply stupid. This secret technique can only be used once in 100 years. This is our Dragon Clan's secret, so I naturally can't tell you how to use it. In fact, there was a huge price to pay after using this secret technique. First of all, as the clan leader, her body would rapidly deteriorate in just a few days, and there was no way to save her. Second, if the summoning was successful, the 13th Elder could only stay in the 3 continents for no more than 2 hours. Finally, if the summoning was unsuccessful as the summoner, Long Qian would directly suffer a powerful backlash from the heavenly Tao and be killed on the spot. As the summoner, Long Qian knew very well that the summoning was successful. The 13th Elder would definitely come, but for some reason, they hadn't appeared yet. "I'm not doing this for myself," Long Qian said to herself when she summoned the 13th Elder. "I'm doing this for the future of the Dragon Clan and to create a powerful Dragon Clan." Although she might not be able to see the Dragon Clan prosper in the future, she felt that the bright future was right in front of her. She could almost see it waving at her. Since the God Inviting Talisman can summon people from the Holy Region, our secret technique doesn't go against the heavenly Tao. Duo Chong heard the Dragon Clan leader say this to himself. Joy and excitement immediately appeared in Duo Chong's eyes, but he was quickly defeated by the reality in front of him. The overwhelming number of sand scorpions had already killed many of the Duo Chong clansmen. Duo Chong was anxious and urged the Dragon Clan leader, "Why don't you use your secret technique to urge them? I think the enemy's firepower is really strong." Duo Chong's heart was in a mess. He wanted to know if the Dragon Clan leader had any tricks up her sleeve. The 13th Elder is probably having a hard time dealing with those transcendent state experts around her. Can we take down that little stoic? Why not? There was a strange look in Long Qian's eyes, as if she could see the little stoic's future, as well as her tribe's future. Sparks of joy danced in her eyes, alternating clearly and secretly. She already had a foolproof plan. Even if Arbor summoned the holy beast demonic dragon, she still had the power to resist it. Everyone, stay close and defend. Get into a defensive formation and follow me. Long Qian was the first to release a surge of saint energy surrounding the few people around him. The green branch scepter in his hand suddenly emitted a brilliant light. As if it could split the heavens and earth, it charged towards the group of sand scorpions ahead. After a loud bang, the beach was split open and a white mark was formed. Duo Chang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned to look at the Dragon Clan's patriarch. How could this be? The Dragon Clan leader's cultivation had always been on par with his. They were both mystique, venerable rank cultivators. But looking at her now, it seemed as if she had suddenly advanced to the next level and somehow reached the peak of the spiritual elder realm. How could he improve so quickly? Why did it feel like the Dragon Clan's clan leader was on steroids? Chapter 4703. With the Dragon Clan's patriarch leading the way, they blasted open a gap in the sand scorpions. 5,000 to 6,000 elite disciples from the two great families of Forgotten River bravely moved forward and fought with the members of the Heavenly Fate Alliance from afar. Spiritual power flew around each other, and the 5 spirits of different colors formed a vortex in front of everyone, stirring the air in front of them. The sky darkened and pressed down. It was as if the entire sky was filled with darkness in an instant. Light and shadow flickered, and a figure appeared from the clouds. Duo Chang looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. The excitement on his face was indescribable. It's the 13th Elder. It was indeed the 13th Elder. They came extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they descended from the clouds. These 13 elders were all elders of the Forgotten River Dragon Clan who had ascended to the Holy Region. Everyone's face was filled with murderous intent. Long Qian also couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He cupped his hands and bowed to one of the elders. "Elders, please help us deal with these people in front of us." As for the little stoic, she had her own place to belong. As long as all the transcendent realm experts around her were delayed, she would have a way to deal with this immature little brat. The 13 elders from the Holy Region basically didn't say a word. They quickly threw out sacred power attacks in the direction of Sheng Chun, Holy Sun Mi Yin, and the others. Only one of the elders who looked kind looked at Long Qian. After a long while, he said, "You are the current Dragon Clan's patriarch. Please forgive me, old ancestor." Long Qian bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. "Because of family matters, I had no choice but to alarm old ancestor. It's Long Qian's fault." That elder waved his hand and sighed softly. "Since you are thinking for the future of our entire Dragon Clan, there is nothing to blame. However, why were there so many transcendent realm experts in this team of tens of thousands of people? Why were these transcendent realm experts not abandoned by the heavenly Tao and ascended to the Holy Region?" A strange premonition slid through the Dragon Clan's patriarch's heart, as if some unknown disaster was about to befall them. What kind of terrifying premonition was this? The elder of the Dragon Clan only felt a heavy haze in his heart. He thought that it would be better to quickly resolve the matter at hand and then hurry back to the sacred region. "Junior, how dare you be so impudent?" One of the Dragon Clan's ancestors shouted and swept his sleeve towards Qi Xianxian and the others. Seeing this, Holy Sun Mi Yin turned pale with fright and hurriedly pushed Qi Xianxian away. Turning around, he could only take the force of the old man's flick. The other party was obviously a hierarch expert. With a wave of his hand, Mian's body was sent flying. "Lord Saint!" Qi Xianxian and the rest were shocked, and they immediately chased after Mian's flying figure. Arbor's pupils shrank, and he immediately released several saint beasts from the star field. At the same time, The Dragon Clan's ancestor who was talking to Long Qian earlier twitched his nose and turned around abruptly. The 13 ancestors of the dragon family all stared at Arbor. You have the aura of a divine domain opening. This little girl with an ice-cold face, an expressionless face from beginning to end, was actually a child with great fortune? The aura of a divine domain opening just now was mysterious and attractive. It really made people look at her. Chapter 4704. Long Qian hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully said to the Dragon Clan's ancestor, "Elders, please deal with those people first. As for the rest, you can leave it to me." Once the 13 Dragon Clan elders whose cultivation bases were above the immortal Venerate realm joined the battle, the entire battle naturally changed drastically. Arbor looked coldly at Long Qian. He suddenly summoned his blood-marked demonic dragon with a flip of his hand and leaped onto the dragon's back. "He's here." Long Qian was overjoyed, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. Jojo, He-chun, who was currently being held back by an immortal Venerate elder, hastily looked up at Arbor and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry and come back." If it weren't for the two by the little white squirrel, and a few other sacred beasts holding the line and assisting He-chun and the others, they would have already been defeated. Of the 13 elders that had been summoned from the Holy Realm, only Shengshun and Little Tai Sui were capable of fighting one of them. The other elders were besieged by the Peony Fairy, Dao Wuji, and the others in 2s and 3s. The members of the Heavenly Fate battle team were ordered to retreat. In front of these Transcendence Realm elders, they were mere God Realm cultivators and had no power at all. Meaningless sacrifices were not desirable, so retreating quickly was the best choice for them. This wasn't a failure. It was just that the disparity in strength was too great, so success or failure was an insignificant matter to them. Their ultimate goal was to preserve their lives with all their might. It's here. She finally took the bait. Long Qian's eyes flickered slightly as she watched the little stoic jump onto the black dragon and rapidly move toward her. She couldn't hide the smugness in her heart. Long Qian turned around and looked at her grandson. She lowered her voice and said, "Long Qian, you will be in charge of everything here from now on." Long Qian panicked for no reason and quickly asked, "Grandmother, where are you going?" "You don't have to worry about it," Long Qian said confidently. "No, grandmother." Long Qian quickly took a step forward with an anxious expression. He stared at Long Qian and said, "You promised me. You're only forcing Arbor to lend a sharp pearl. You don't want to hurt her, do you?" Long Qian looked at her grandson with a complicated expression on her face. "Long Qian, don't be like your father. You won't be able to become a good leader just because you are soft-hearted." "No." She immediately panicked and shouted anxiously, "Grandmother, you lied to me? You promised me. You promised me that you wouldn't hurt her at all." Grandmother. Long Shangyun couldn't help but cry out in a trembling voice, "Stop it, grandmother, okay? She's not as strong as you think she is. If her heart is hurt by you again and again, this time, everything will be irreparable." "Grandmother, actually this stoic-faced person, her heart wasn't bad. It was just that her mouth was a bit venomous. But most of the time, she would stand in the other party's shoes and think about their difficulties. Can't we discuss this with her properly?" Long Qian looked at her grandchildren with a crazed look in her eyes. "Long Qian, Shan Yun, both of you have disappointed me. Long Qian, if you continue to be as indecisive as your father, you won't be able to make decisions. You won't be able to shoulder the responsibility of the Long family's future." Grandmother. Chapter 4705. Long Shan-yun didn't realize that she was already tearing up. She looked at the extremely old woman in front of her and pleaded, "Can we discuss this with the little stoic?" "Discuss it. She's actually someone who could be discussed and communicated with. At a time like this, there's no other choice. The arrow has already been knocked and must be released. Do you think there's any use in discussing it?" Long Qian wanted nothing more than to give her two grandsons a stern warning. They were truly too disappointing. Just like their father, their temperament was soft and powerless. That was why she had no choice but to sit in the clan head's position all these years and bitterly support the entire dragon clan. If they were capable enough, she would have given them the authority to manage the dragon clan's affairs long ago. Long Qian coldly watched as Arbor flew over. She suddenly turned around and swiftly swam towards a beach. She abruptly dove into the sea, and cries of clan head resounded around her. When the little stoic saw this, she also put away her blood-patterned demonic dragon and dove into the sea. Long Qian wanted to compete with her in speed in the sea. That was a fool's dream. This time, she wanted to completely end the karmic conflict between her mother, herself, and the entire Long family of Wangchuan. Grandmother, where you going? Big brother. Long Shangyun tightly clenched her hands, and there was an inexplicable trace of fear on her face. She had an extremely bad premonition that was spinning rapidly in her heart. She even felt that although the world was bright right now, in her eyes, it was pitch-black darkness that couldn't be dispelled. She panicked. She felt extremely flustered for no reason. It was as if a merciless disaster was about to befall the entire clan. Because of the Dragon Clan's clan head, her grandmother's obstinate and opinionated misjudgment, perhaps they would face a disaster that would wipe out the entire Wangchuan. Oh no! Long Huan abruptly snapped out of his daze and quickly ran towards the beach. As he ran, he tried his best to mutate his fishtail and hurriedly shouted, "Grandmother, stop! Please stop! Big brother, where you going? Where you going?" Long Shangyun chased after him in a panic and called out uneasily, "Big brother." "Shangyun, go back first." Long Huan's expression was extremely unsightly right now. "No, big brother, I want to go with you." Long Shangyun was unusually firm. What exactly does grandmother want to do? She's leading the little stoic to the abyss of the sacrificial sea. Long Qian wailed miserably, and his fishtail swayed as if he couldn't even swim steadily. The color on Long Shangyun's face quickly faded. The abyss of the sacrificial sea was where the mermen gathered to offer sacrifices to the souls of the heroes in the sea. According to legend, the Merfolk royal clan's patriarch was able to summon a mysterious force from the sacrificial sea's abyss and use it. Grandmother, you want to? Long Shangyun's small face was pale, and her lips trembled continuously. He wants to use that mysterious power from the abyss of the sacrificial sea to strip the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl from the little stoic's body. No! Long Shi roared angrily. He quickly slid into the sea and swam towards the bottom of the sea. Grandmother had promised him that she wouldn't harm the little stoic. Grandmother had promised him. Grandmother's heart was just as the little stoic had said. Sure enough, she was so ruthless. Even his own granddaughter could be dealt with in such a way. She lied to him. She had been lying to him from the very beginning, because she never intended to let the little stoic off from the start. Chapter 4706. Grandmother actually believed in the legend of the abyss of the sacrificial sea. Did she really believe him? Grandmother wanted to summon the mysterious power in the abyss of the sacrificial sea to strip the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl from the little stoic. How is that possible? The mermaid pearl had already merged with the little stoic. If grandmother wanted to strip the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl from the little stoic's body, then she didn't care about her life at all. Long Qian closed her eyes and sank into the sea. She instantly felt the ice-cold seawater wrap around her. His body could feel a sudden cold aura approaching from afar. This area of the sea was connected to the merfolk's most ancient place to offer sacrifices to the heroic souls in the sea. Normally, no one would go to that place. The closer she got to the abyss of the sacrificial sea, the more she could feel a sinister and cold aura following the current. Arbor pursed her lips and swam extremely quickly. She was about to catch up to Long Qian in the blink of an eye. She shot out several icicles from her fingertips and swam forward rapidly, stabbing toward Long Qian's back. Long Qian already felt this power attacking her from behind. She quickly swung her fishtail and scuttled forward. However, even though she was fast, Arbor's icicles were even faster. In the blink of an eye, The icicles had already caught up to her and stabbed into her back. Long Qian narrowed her eyes and formed a defensive barrier around her, blocking all the icicles the little stoic threw at her. "Grandmother!" Long Qian anxiously chased after her. However, his speed couldn't compare to the little stoic and Long Qian's. He was a full 3,000 to 4,000 meters away from them. Long Qian turned around and glanced at Arbor. "You can't hurt me, Mu Qiao." As soon as she said that, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sea. Less than 100 meters away from her, a giant white snake suddenly emerged from the whirlpool. It opened its mouth and surrounded her with a ball of black mist. Long Qian was startled, and her expression abruptly changed. She saw that this little girl had summoned many sacred beasts and left them there to help kill the Heavenly Fate battle team and resist the 13th Elder together. Now that they were in the sea, that fire-breathing black dragon clearly wasn't suitable for it to stay in a place surrounded by water spirit energy. The little stoic had recalled the black dragon long ago. Long Qian never thought that she would be able to summon a white snake saint beast. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a critical moment, Long Qian really wished that she could ask the little stoic where exactly did she get so many sacred beasts. It was simply inconceivable for a single person to have so many saint beasts by his side. Arbor didn't bother with Long Qian. He didn't even bother to look at her as he reminded the little white snake to be careful. Arbor began to take out talismans from afar. Countless water talismans formed an array and flew towards Long Qian. Long Qian gritted her teeth. She raised her green scepter and broke many of the talismans. He knew that he could not continue to dawdle. This little stoic's tricks were simply endless. If she continued to dawdle with her here, God knows if she would have any more unexpected tricks up her sleeve. The top priority now was to lure this stoic man to the entrance of the abyss in the sacrificial sea as soon as possible. As long as she was within the range of the sacrificial sea abyss, she could grandmother. Long Qian shouted loudly from afar. When his voice entered Long Qian's ears, she couldn't help but frown, and her expression instantly turned ugly. Chapter 4707. Long Hua. This brat was getting more and more useless as he grew older. She already told him to stay up there and command the battle. Why did he follow her? As the heir of the Long family, he always acted on his emotions, which made Long Qian very disappointed. He was just like his father, indecisive and didn't know what to do. How could he be the future of the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness? Long Qian pursed her lips and remained silent. She was getting more and more anxious as she led Arbor deeper into the abyss. Both of them were extremely fast. When Long Qian realized that they were getting further and further away, her eyes were bloodshot. She couldn't help but shout, "Jojo, don't go." The power of the abyss isn't something you can fight against alone. That was the power of ancient techniques, the power of nature. It was impossible for a human to fight against it. When Arbor heard Long Hua shout, she frowned and hesitated for a moment. Now, she could tell that Long Qian was clearly trying to lure her to a place alone. Right now, she should retreat quickly to ensure her safety. It wouldn't do her any good to follow them. Long Qian turned around and saw that Arbor had stopped moving. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She knew that this wasn't good. This little stoic seemed to be on her guard. It was all Long Hua's fault. He couldn't do anything right. How could he be so emotional? Once he shouted, everything would be ruined in his hands. Long Qian thought about it and smiled coldly at Arbor. "Are you afraid?" Long Qian. Xiao Mu gazed at her icily and declared, "Clumsy goading is completely useless against me. Do you think that I chased you here because I was impulsive? What do you mean?" Long Qian couldn't help but turn around and look at her. She felt that this little girl's exquisite and beautiful face looked a little sinister when she looked at her through the water, especially when she didn't need the water-repellent pearl or a fishtail and could breathe freely in the sea. Her face couldn't help but twitch. There was no one else in the entire Long family who could breathe freely in the sea and wander around like her. It was supposed to be her successor, Long Chuyu's ability. Then, he would borrow Long Chuyu to pass it down generation after generation, bringing their entire forgetful river dragon family to greater heights. Shui Yuan's prediction was good. Without the 10,000-year mermaid pearl, the forgetful river dragon clan would lose their future and be drowned in the torrent of history as time passed. The current forgetful river dragon clan was getting worse with each generation. The merfolk race could not bear such a decline. At the very least, it couldn't continue to decline in her hands. What are you trying to say? Long Qian had a bad feeling about this. She knew that the little stoic was intelligent, but how could a young lady like her know her plans in advance? Very few people knew the secret of the sacrificial sea abyss. Only her successor, Long Huan, who was also the candidate for the next head of the family, would occasionally hear about it. Long Xie, this brat was really incapable of accomplishing anything, but good at spoiling things. Long Qian gritted his teeth and turned to Arbor. What other tricks do you have? Just use it all at once. You know, with your current realm, you can't hurt me at all. As soon as Long Qian finished speaking, she realized that golden talismans were rising from the water around her. Chapter 4708. Even though Long Qian didn't know anything about talismans, she still had a good eye. She knew that these golden talismans were the rare, sacred-grade golden talismans that were hard to find. Normally, it was hard to even see a sacred-grade golden talisman. Even in underground auctions and black markets, it was hard to find a sacred-grade golden talisman. But now, Long Qian realized that she was surrounded by a ring of sacred-grade golden talismans. Sacred-grade golden water talismans? Long Qian couldn't help but hold her breath. There were at least 10 sacred-grade golden water talismans in front of her. If all of them exploded at the same time, the power would be Long Qian's pupils shrank. She quickly turned around and escaped into the sea. She even let out an angry roar. It was as if she was urging herself to speed up, but it was also as if she was panicking and running away. She swung her fishtail and dashed forward a few hundred meters like an arrow. She was so fast that it was dizzying. But even with such speed, it was impossible for her to stop the pursuit of dozens of sacred-grade golden water talismans. These talismans chased after her, and together with the hundreds of talismans that Arbor had thrown out, they formed a huge talisman array. There were 60 purple talismans and hundreds of blue talismans. These water spirit talismans gathered together and formed a huge water spirit talisman formation. They fluttered in the air and surrounded Long Qian. It took a long time for the talismans to surround Long Qian, but it all happened in a matter of minutes. It didn't even take a second for the talismans to be activated and for the talismans to be released. The array shook violently at the bottom of the sea. Everyone who was fighting hard near the beach was startled by the loud tremor. Whether it was the members of the Tianyan team or the 13th Elder, they all looked in the direction of the sea. At this moment, there was a whirlpool that was spinning rapidly on the surface of the sea. It was boiling and spinning as if it was trying to suck in all the living creatures in the sea. Even the ground near the beach was affected by the tremors, and the ground began to shake vigorously. With such a huge commotion, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried. Qi Xian and the others all had worried expressions on their faces. Jojo was fighting with Long Qian at the bottom of the ocean, and no one knew if he was at a disadvantage. Although she had the blood-patterned demonic dragon by her side, the demonic dragon was of the fire attribute. Naturally, it would not be able to perform well in the sea that was surrounded by water spirits. Even if she still had the little white snake by her side, it could protect her at a critical moment. But he couldn't be sure that Long Qian wasn't plotting something. Previously, she had lured Jojo into that sea because she wanted to hide her secret. Meanwhile, under the impact of the Saint-grade golden talisman's talisman energy, the entire seabed shook as if there was an earthquake. Long Qian's face was ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from his inner world and poured it into his mouth. She murmured, as if she was chanting some ancient curse. The expression on her face was twisted and bizarre. She concentrated on reciting the words, her eyes shining with a resolute light. Her voice grew louder and louder. Arbor couldn't understand a word she said. However, She could feel that the seawater around her body was like boiling water, gradually heating up and slowly boiling. Boom! There was a loud explosion. A crack suddenly appeared in the depths of the sea, and a huge hole appeared. Chapter 4709. Cries and screams came from the abyss and pierced Jojo's eardrums. Summon Ghost Talisman, activate. Arbor's cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. As he threw out a sacred grade Summon Ghost Talisman, he ordered, kill the leader of the Wangchuan dragon family now. Long Huan, who was rushing over, had a trace of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Jojo, grandmother. Why did his grandmother insist on fighting with Xiao to the point where they would not rest until one of them died? Couldn't they just get along? Long Qian's face twisted with pleasure. She turned to look at Arbor and screamed, "No one can resist the power of the abyss of the sacrificial sea." Her abdomen, sternum, face, and arms all suffered heavy blows. She couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. Suddenly, it was as if a huge, invisible force was grabbing onto his throat. Long Qian's face turned pale. She struggled to make a sound, but all she could do was watch as her feet left the ground. It was as if there was an invisible person in front of her who was grabbing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground with one hand. What kind of terrifying force was this? Summon Ghost Talisman? What was that? How many trump cards did Mu Qiao have that she hadn't used yet? She had already reached the spiritual supreme realm. Why was she still being held down by this little girl who was only at the 5th level of the immortal state? Grandmother. Long Shangyun swam through the water and came closer. She was shocked when she saw Long Qian in this state. Long Huan felt a dry and faint taste of blood in the depths of his throat. He couldn't speak. In fact, after the abyss of the sacrificial sea was opened, the water around them was boiling. Even the cultivators above the immortal state felt suffocated. It was as if there was a layer of lava in the water. The flowing water in the surroundings was like boiling water, bubbling and bubbling. Arbor looked at Long Qian, who was being held by the ghost spirit, expressionlessly. His eyes were cold and ruthless. "No, don't. Let's talk nicely." "Jojo." Long Yin looked at Arbor with fear in his eyes and tried to persuade him. "You can't kill grandmother. She's also your grandmother. Jojo, you can't do this. I know that you're suffering, but you're a girl. How can you bear the infamy of killing your own grandmother? Jojo, please let her go. I promise, after this incident, grandmother will never." "Damn liar." Arbor interrupted Long Huan with a cold expression. "What do you have to guarantee that?" Long Huan couldn't help but shudder slightly when he met her gaze. It was a look of extreme distrust. Jojo would never trust him again. She called him a liar and would never trust him again. Yes, he was the one who had destroyed her trust with his own hands. Long Qian's eyes were filled with anger. She couldn't open her mouth to speak, and she could only make some noises from her throat. Long Shangyun felt that her body was burning. She looked down and saw that the skin on her arm had been burned red by the boiling water. It was as if they were standing on top of a volcano. Chapter 4710. Every breath she took was filled with a burning aura. Due to the purifying power of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl, Xiao Mu was born unable to see ghost spirits. Hence, she didn't know how powerful the ghost spirit she summoned with this ghost summoning talisman was. She could only tell from Long Qian's pained expression that the ghost spirit could suppress Long Qian. A mocking look flashed past her eyes. Long Qian saw it. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but her neck was being held by the ghost spirit, so she couldn't say anything. She could hear the creaking sound of her neck bones. It had not been broken yet, probably because she had gathered all of her saint energy around her neck to protect this slim chance of survival. "Grandmother," Long Shangyun called out anxiously. She opened her mouth, but when she saw Arbor's expression, it was as if there was a bone stuck in her throat. She couldn't say anything. "Kill her," Arbor ordered coldly. Instead of calling this woman her grandmother, it was better to call her the enemy who killed her mother. It was her. It was because of this old woman's cruelty that her mother was pushed to her death. It was her. It was her who made her mother lose the will to live. It was her. It was her who made her mother suffer an indescribable blow before she died. She didn't deserve to be a mother. She said that everything was for the future of the Long family. Why did you have to sacrifice Long Chuyun's happiness in exchange for the future of the Long family? Long Chuyun deserved it. Death. She. Really? No, no. Long Qian screamed. He really didn't want Jojo to go down the path of killing his ancestors. It was too tragic to bear such a fate. She would be condemned by everyone for the rest of her life. She didn't deserve such a fate, Mu Qiao. Long Qian, who was struggling on the verge of death, screamed, "You will pay an unbearable price for what you have done today. The abyss of the sacrificial sea will take everything away from you." Long Qian screamed. She could clearly hear the cracking sound of her neck bones. What little saint power she had left was not enough to protect herself. However, at this moment, from the crack in the abyss of the sacrificial sea, a strand of bone-piercing coldness that penetrated one's heart gushed out with a bang. Under the support of this chill, its cracks suddenly seemed to be torn apart from the middle by a force. It was a loud noise. Arbor looked down subconsciously. The boiling seawater in the surroundings surged into the crevice. In the depths of the abyss, the shadow of a glacier appeared, giving people an indescribable visual shock. This was the true abyss of the sacrificial sea. Over the years, the Dragon Clan had offered sacrifices to the souls of their fallen heroes. Long Huan's gaze seemed to be glued to the glacier at the bottom of the sea. A strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Jojo, get out of there!" Long Xie couldn't help but shout. Excitement flashed through Long Qian's eyes, and from her dying lips, she began to chant a series of incantations. Activate the irreversible power of the sacrificial sea abyss. Take back the Millennium Mermaid Pearl of the Dragon Clan. Xiaomu abruptly sensed an invisible giant palm grabbing her waist. Her body swayed a few times, and a cold, murderous aura appeared on her face. Chapter 47:11. This huge force was dragging her down at an extremely fast speed towards the glacier in the abyss of the sacrificial sea. "Chow, chow." Long Huan instinctively pounced over and grabbed her wrist. However, compared to the power of the abyss of the sacrificial sea, his strength was far too weak. His entire body was being dragged down towards the abyss of the sacrificial sea. Long Qian felt the grip on her neck loosen, and the force that was strangling her suddenly stopped. She was elated, and she quickly took out some ointment from her inner world and applied it on her neck. The strong ghost spirit had already let go of her. At this moment, it had no time to care about Long Qian as it rushed to save its little master. Although Long Qian was relieved, her neck was already broken, and she was well aware of the situation. If it wasn't for the sacred medicine that could reconnect bones and tendons, she wouldn't have been able to escape death. Although she would probably die, as long as she could get the millennium-old mermaid's pearl back for the Long family, she would be able to die in peace. Long Qian had a smile on her lips, but when she shifted her gaze over and saw Long Huan, who had not let go of Qiao Mu, her expression froze. Long Huan was becoming more and more disobedient. If he were to let his emotions affect his decisions, he might end up losing his life as well. "Let go," Arbor said to Long Huan calmly. Long Huan could not change the speed of her fall, even if he tried to pull her. Instead, he had lost his life for nothing. It was useless. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. Even though Long Qian was clamoring for her to be taken away, her body didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. The mermaid's pearl was still in her body. That enormous power also made her feel a little strange. Although it was holding onto her tightly, it didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Could it be that the huge force in the abyss of the sacrificial sea was one of the 3 special abilities in heaven and earth, the power of deprivation? It was obvious that the power of deprivation didn't feel any disharmony with the force in her body. It was as if she was born with it and could blend in perfectly, which is why, in fact, Arbor wasn't as flustered as Long Qian thought. She did not panic at all. She even had the mood to casually glance at Long Huan. Long Huan suddenly jumped out and grabbed her tightly at the critical moment of life and death. She was surprised. She did not expect that she still had some brotherly affection for her. With a fling of her hand, Xiao Mu flung away Long Huan, who was holding onto her with a death grip. Her face was still expressionless, and her words were icy. "You won't die, Jojo," Long Lu called out in shock. At this time, Long Shangyun had also rushed to her brother's side and hurriedly reached out to support his continuously retreating figure. "Brother." She raised her head to look in the little stoic's direction. She seemed to be bound by an invisible force. She was suspended above the glacier at the bottom of the sea, unable to move her hands and feet. Arbor felt a bit mysterious at this moment. His entire body felt like it was soaking in a milk bath, and he inexplicably felt that his Dantian star domain was very comfortable. A strange power was slowly flowing into her Dantian. She didn't know why, but she knew that this force would not harm her. At this moment, Little Tree's surprised voice rang in her mind. "Little Master, this is the power of deprivation, right?" Chapter 47:12. Little Master was really as expected. She was a relative of the Tendo family. She was clearly lured to the sacrificial sea abyss by someone who wanted to use the mysterious power of the sacrificial sea abyss to take away the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in her body. In the end, he didn't expect that this power of deprivation would be so gentle as to enter his little master's body, inexplicably fusing with her. This is really hilarious. It had to be said that Little Master was probably born and raised by the heavens. She was lucky everywhere. Arbor didn't know what Xiuqiu was thinking. She only felt that after the powerful power of deprivation from the sacrificial sea abyss entered her body, her original power of deprivation quickly increased. This was an extremely exaggerated method of improvement. Although this fellow was muddle-headed, he was still able to sense the changes in his Dantian star domain immediately. Take the original power of deprivation, for example. She could only deprive others of their inner world, and later on, it would increase to their bones and blood. But now, she had a feeling that she could deprive the origin of the five spirits. Of course, this might just be an illusion. It was because of the power of deprivation that gave her this feeling. If she didn't put it into practice, she would never know her true feelings. Arbor suddenly opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. Long Qian, who was standing not far away and was slightly swaying, immediately felt her cold gaze. Her heart tightened, and she turned to look in Arbor's direction. A quarter of an hour had passed. Why hadn't the mysterious power in the sacrificial sea abyss removed the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl from Mu Qiao's body? Could it be the mermaid pearl had absorbed this power? Long Qian looked at Arbor suspiciously. Her neck was so stiff that she couldn't turn around. It was as if she turned her head would fall off her neck. This made her uncomfortable, and she didn't dare to make any excessive movements. "Jojo," Long Qian let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Arbor floating in the air and nothing unexpected had happened after so long, he knew that she must have resisted the mysterious power in the sacrificial sea abyss. He and his sister, Long Shangyun, already knew about Arbor's abilities on the way to the River of Forgetfulness. This little cousin of his had a lot of secrets, and Long Huan had always known about them. He even knew that his little cousin had even more secrets that no one knew about. She had many trump cards that she had yet to reveal. Therefore, even the two of them did not know what she would do next. Although her grandmother's cultivation level was much higher than hers, it was useless. This little cousin of his had always been someone who could create miracles. Just like now, no one could be as calm and expressionless as the Dragon Clan's clan leader after activating the power of the sacrificial sea abyss. Long Qian was shocked as well. She didn't understand what was going on. Why didn't the power of the sacrificial sea have any effect on this stoic face? Didn't it rob her of the 10,000-year mermaid pearl? If it didn't take away, how was she going to get the shark pearl back? How to baptize the many clansmen? How to save the snowland? How to continue the excellent bloodline? She had done so much not for herself, but for the bloodline of the Forgotten River Dragon clan. Long Qian could feel the pain in her neck, and she couldn't help but raise her head slightly. Chapter 47:13. However, the feeling of her neck being broken in half was too painful, so she couldn't raise her head at all. The seawater around them had reached an extremely high boiling point and was churning non-stop in front of their eyes. Long Qian could feel the scorching heat waves hitting her in the face. This feeling made her a little uncomfortable. Long Shangyun's small face was also roasted red by the scorching heat waves, and her breathing was scorching hot. This place was getting hotter and hotter. It was so hot that it felt extremely strange. After all, they could clearly see the glacier entrance to the abyss of the sacrificial sea below them. This glacier and the magma-like seawater were clearly separated and existed at the same time. The glacier didn't melt from the scorching seawater. The boiling seawater wasn't watered by the glacier's chilling aura either. This strange combination of cold and hot, one ice and one fire, surprised many of the people present. The siblings, Long Ji and Long Shangyun, had never seen such a scene before. To them, this place was extremely strange and bizarre. Arbor suddenly moved her limbs but couldn't break free. At this moment, she was still suspended at the glacier entrance of the abyss of the sacrificial sea, neither moving up nor down. However, Long Qian finally saw through some clues. Under the little stoic's feet, a mysterious force gushed out of the ice cave entrance to the abyss of the sacrificial sea, but it didn't attack Mu Qiao or her. Otherwise, that mysterious force wouldn't have allowed Mu Qiao, that girl, to stay here unharmed until now. It would have stripped the mermaid pearl from her body long ago and swallowed her body into the ice cave, right? Although she didn't know what was going on, Long Qian already realized that her granddaughter most likely had another trump card in her hand. What exactly was that trump card? Long Qian couldn't figure it out, but she already had a thought to quickly leave this place. She had to leave this place. Once the little stoic regained her mobility, she would definitely order that ghost spirit to continue killing her. She couldn't die in this abyss of the sacrificial sea before she obtained the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. Absolutely not. Long Qian's eyes shifted slightly, and she was about to retreat. Suddenly, she felt a strong pinch on her arm. Ah, grandmother! Long Qian and Long Shangyun turned around and hastily called out. Naturally, they could see the ghost spirit shrouded in black mist. Arbor used his divine sense to order Gue Ling to imprison Long Qian. Now that things had come to this, she would never allow Long Qian, that shrew, to leave this place alive. Today, either she or she would die. As long as this old woman had the slightest bit of affection for her, she wouldn't be so heartless. She lured her to the abyss of the sacrificial sea with the intention of killing her. If Arbor was an incompetent person, he would have already died in the land of forgetfulness. Arbor's eyes flashed with coldness. She was the one who wanted to continue her mother's life. No one had the right to make Arbor die. Long Qian opened her mouth in shock. Suddenly, she felt a strange yet powerful force enveloping her body. That unusually ferocious and mysterious power abruptly and directly charged towards her dantian. Long Qian's heart skipped a beat as fear flashed through her eyes. What was she trying to do? This little stoic, what was she trying to do? Long Qian was still begging for mercy when he saw his grandmother's face contorting in an extremely strange manner. Chapter 47:14. Long Qian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as she shrieked, "You-ah!" It was too painful. It was too painful. This kind of pain seemed to extend from his bones and blood vessels, and it carried an indescribable feeling of pain. Long Qian was completely stunned, but her arm was tightly gripped by Gue Ling, so she couldn't move at all. She could only endure it. Long Shangyun and Long Qian were also shocked. They couldn't tell what kind of pain Long Qian was enduring from her skin, but they knew very well that the little stoic was starting to retaliate. "Ciao, Arbor," Long Shangyun said while trembling with fear. Can you? She wanted to ask her to let her grandmother off for the sake of Long Chiyun's aunt. But when she thought about what her grandmother did to Long Chiyun's aunt, she suddenly felt that she couldn't bring herself to say it. Arbor only glanced at Long Shangyun indifferently before retracting her gaze. A sharp spark danced in her eyes as she stared at Long Qian with a cold and bright gaze. After a while, she asked, "How do you feel?" Long Qian was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. The sweat on her forehead fell like a waterfall. This kind of pain that came from the depths of her bones wasn't as simple as the pain on her skin. The most terrifying thing was that Long Qian could faintly feel that a once powerful force was being forcefully extracted from her body. "No!" Long Qian screamed with all her might as she struggled with all her might. As soon as she moved, she felt that something was wrong with her body. She couldn't feel the water spirit force in her body while she was struggling. How could this be? How could the water spirit not exist? The origins of the 5 spirits were something that every cultivator who successfully entered the realm of Spirit Master had to comprehend. It was impossible for a cultivator to lose the power of the 5 spirits. It was impossible. Long Qian's eyes widened in shock as she shook her head and screamed, "No, it can't be." She must be scaring herself. How could her 9th layer of spiritual water disappear? That was the water spirit force that she had comprehended. Arbor stared at Long Qian coldly, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Now you know how it feels to be taken away by someone else. How does that feel?" The grandfather and granddaughter trio looked at Xiao Mu in shock. As if they couldn't understand what she was saying, the 3 pairs of eyes stared at her blankly. Arbor could not break free from the shackles of the sacrificial sea abyss. She still stayed in front of the glacier entrance, but her eyes were much clearer than before. She stared at Long Qian, and Long Qian stared back at her. Their gazes almost collided in midair, causing sparks to fly. Long Qian looked at the little stoic girl, and her heart shuddered for no reason. There's a type of coldness called bone-piercing coldness, and Long Qian was probably experiencing it now. She hated her. This little stoic probably already hated her to death. "What did you do to me? Arbor, what did you do to me?" At this moment, Long Qian felt as if her voice came from the other side of the world, and it made her hair stand on end. That hoarse voice with a hint of hysteria and sadness actually belonged to her. The leader of the Iron Blood tribe, who used to be so high-spirited and had never been soft-hearted when leading the Long family, now had a terrified expression on her face. Chapter 47:15. Perhaps she simply didn't realize that one wrong step would lead to another. One day, she, the dignified patriarch of the Forgotten River Dragon clan, would actually fall into such a predicament. Arbor was expressionless. His gaze shifted to the Dragon clan's patriarch as he said indifferently with a mocking expression, "I just want you to personally experience what kind of feeling is called deprivation. Didn't you want to disregard my wishes and deprive me of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in my body? Didn't you want to take the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl for yourself? No matter how nicely you make it sound, you're still trying to murder me without regard for your own family. It's like this to Mother, and it's also like this to me. Could it be that this mother and daughter pair were born to owe the Forgotten River Dragon clan a huge debt and had to repay it the moment they were born? How does it feel to be deprived?" Arbor coolly glanced at the Dragon clan's patriarch as he asked indifferently. The Dragon clan's patriarch's wrinkled old face was instantly filled with resentment and unquenchable emotions. "Arbor, you this." Long Qian was so angry that she couldn't speak. Even the words "little bastard" that she wanted to say were stuck in her throat due to the immense pain. She was in pain, in too much pain. This pain originated from the fear and despair in the depths of her bones and blood. Very quickly, the raging fury that she had just accumulated was suppressed by a deep sense of fear. She had felt it. She had truly felt it. Her water spirit, her 9th layer of spirit water, was currently being forcefully extracted from her body by that terrifying deprivation power. No, she couldn't do this. She simply didn't know what would happen to a transcendent realm cultivator after they lost their water spirit. Would their cultivation decrease along with it? Or would they merely lose the power of their water spirit? She couldn't use this power in the future. Or would she lose her cultivation after falling from a tall building to the bottom? She didn't know. This kind of fear of the unknown caused people to involuntarily sink into despair. Long Qian suppressed an inexplicable panic that was difficult to suppress in her eyes. She hastily turned to look at the little stoic and shouted angrily, "Stop, stop! What do you want to do? Mu Qiao, don't forget that I'm still your grandmother." Arbor couldn't help but sneer. He hovered above the entrance of the sacrificial sea and coldly stared at the shouting dragon patriarch. Not only was Long Qian stubborn and self-opinionated, she was also hilarious. At this point, she still had the face to claim kinship with her. What were you doing in the first place? You can't do that. Long Qian screamed at the top of her lungs as she screamed at Arbor, "Mu Qiao, I'm your grandmother. You can't take away my water spirit power." No, Arbor didn't give her a chance to continue talking nonsense. At this moment, the layer of deprivation power that had fused into her body was continuously pouring in, gradually filling her Dantian star field. This power was too domineering and powerful, so much so that she had a feeling that it was difficult to grasp. Now, she could only slowly get used to it and use it more often. Long Qian let out a shrill scream. Her body suddenly fell limply to the ground, and a hot current enveloped her body. She shivered from the heat and tilted her neck slightly to the side as she screamed in pain. Grandmother. Long Shangyun swam a dozen meters forward in trepidation and reached out to catch the dispirited Long Qian. However, Long Qian rushed forward first and supported the deathly pale dragon patriarch. He hastily asked, Grandmother, what happened to you?" Chapter 47:16. To be honest, Long Huan and his sister didn't know what was going on even after watching for a long time. However, when they heard the little stoic say, "How does it feel to be deprived?" their hearts were vaguely stirred. Could it be that the little stoic used some strange power on grandmother and deprived her of something inside her body? However, grandmother was only a normal cultivator and didn't have a mermaid pearl inside her body. What did the little stoic deprive her of? Long Qian's entire body was soaked in seawater. Her defensive barrier had long disappeared without her noticing. Long Qian's entire body was listless, and her hair was wet from the seawater and drooped on her face. Her fishtail drooped heavily, and her face was lifeless. Long Huan clenched his fists and looked in the little stoic's direction, unable to restrain his anger. You, what did you do to grandmother? You're too ruthless." Long Shangyun hastily tugged at him. Speaking of Long Huan, he was truly an extremely contradictory person. Previously, when he found out that grandmother wanted to kill Arbor, he truly lamented in his heart. To be honest, the little stoic only had a terrible temper and was a bit of a con man, but she didn't have a bad heart. When grandmother wanted to kill the little stoic, he naturally objected to it 1,000 times over. But now, it was the other way around. When he saw his grandmother, whom he had always respected, lying in the crook of his arms on the verge of death, he couldn't help but resent the little stoic in his heart for being too ruthless and not knowing her limits. Therefore, it could be said that Long Huan was a contradictory and indecisive person. Whenever he encountered a problem, he would waver. The little stoic had interacted with the siblings for a long time, so she believed that she understood their temperaments. Now that she saw his expression, although she didn't think much of it, she wasn't very angry. This person was just like that because of his temperament. How bad could he be? That wasn't necessarily the case. How good could he be? That wasn't necessarily the case either. This fellow was born in a peaceful era, so he was rather suitable to be an idle young master who tended to flowers and plants. If he really had to shoulder the future of a certain family with his wavering temperament, it wasn't that Arbor was looking down on him, but it really wasn't too suitable. In the face of the little stoics, "I'm too lazy to pay attention to you, gaze." Young Master Long simply had nowhere to vent his anger. He reached out to support the Dragon Clan leader, who had already fainted, and hurriedly took out 2 pills and stuffed them into her mouth. "Let's end this matter here," Long Chi said coldly. "Grandmother was in the wrong first, but now you are paying her back in her own coin. You are paying her back in full." His voice abruptly stopped. Suddenly, she saw her grandmother release a soul-sealing arrow from between her fingers, shooting it straight at Xiao Mu. Long Huan's eyes widened and his handsome face contorted. He pushed the old woman away and shouted, "Grandmother! Grandmother!" The blood drained from Long Shangyun's face in an instant. Grandmother actually released the treasure of the forgetful River Dragon clan, the soul-locking arrow? Why? What kind of deep hatred did Grandmother have with the stoic face that she would actually release a holy weapon like the soul-locking arrow? She wanted to obliterate Xiao Mu's body and soul. Once he was hit by the soul-locking arrow, Arbor's soul would completely disappear from this world, and it would be irreparable. Long Qian had opened his eyes at some point, and his hair was disheveled as he guffawed like a madman. Chapter 47:17. If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have given birth to your mother. I even raised a little bastard like you. Long Qian glared at Arbor in shock and shouted harshly. Back then, Long Chuyun and Long Chuyu entered the Dragon Clan's sacred ground together. Chuyu came back covered in wounds, but your mother obtained the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. How can there be nothing fishy about this? Your mother knows best what she did. Long Qian coughed out mouthfuls of blood, and she looked like she had gone mad. She didn't have long to live anyway, and her body couldn't support her anymore. Moreover, after losing the 9th layer of the spiritual water, she could already feel that her cultivation was dissipating bit by bit. She couldn't bear the feeling of falling from the transcendent God realm to the bottom of the valley at her age. She could no longer be like a youngster who could make a comeback after a fall. She had no chance. Before she died, it would be a great merit if she could solve the Dragon Clan's current problem and drag this black-hearted little stoic into hell. The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl is an inheritance passed down from generation to generation of the Dragon Clan. It's a treasure that can improve bloodline power. Your mother took it for herself and refused to return it. What use do I have for a daughter like her? The soul-locking arrow, glowing with green light, stopped in midair amidst Long Qian's agitated roar. The tip of the arrow pointed straight at Arbor's heart and trembled. It was as if it could pierce through his heart in the next second. Do you think I'm doing all this for myself? Long Qian shouted harshly. I'm doing this for the future of the entire Dragon Clan. You only covet your own benefits and see the small benefits in front of you. Which person is willing to look at the future of the clan? Who is willing to make a small sacrifice? The 10,000-year mermaid pearl is originally a family item, and it should be passed down through the generations of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan. It shouldn't be given to your mother and left to you alone. Long Qian shouted coldly. Didn't you ask me if I sent people to Seacon Planet to kill your mother? Yes, Long Qian said coldly. If she had been willing to take responsibility for the family and handed over the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl earlier, there wouldn't have been so many troublesome things that followed. The same goes for you, Long Qian said coldly. You're just as cold-blooded and selfish as your mother. You don't care about your own family. Selfish and cold-blooded people, like you, are destined not to go far in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qian suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the soul-lock arrow in midair. Long Qian and his sister let out a sorrowful scream. Their eyes were fixed on the soul-locking arrow as it flew towards Arbor. Grandmother! Long Shi slid forward, but he knew he could not catch up to the speed of the arrow. In the blink of an eye, in the gap between light and shadow, a red figure suddenly rushed to Arbor's side and blocked her front. Countless streams of wood spirit power surged out and firmly caught the soul-locking arrow, which was chasing after him at high speed between the vines. Arbor's heart thumped heavily. When she looked up, she saw the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turn around and wink at her jokingly. Jojo, what are you hanging there for? The little stoic's anger instantly surged, and she glared at him irritably. Stop talking nonsense, with a cheeky smile. If I couldn't block that arrow just now, what would you have done? Chapter 47:18. How can I not block it? He pursed his lips, looking unconvinced. It's just a holy weapon. It hasn't been used for many years, so it's not very nimble even if I want to use it. Look, this holy weapon's effect isn't that great. Arbor rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she shouted at the man in front of her, "Get out of the way." How can I get out of the way? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He pretended not to hear the little fellow's exasperated cry and turned his head to continuously transmit with spiritual power. In the boiling seawater in front of him, a lush green wonder appeared. Strands of wooden vines swayed in the seawater, and thousands of colorful flowers bloomed in the water. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, Arbor would definitely be very happy to admire the beautiful scenery in front of her. The rotten peach blossom's control of with spiritual power had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. But that soul-locking arrow, once it locked onto its ultimate target, it couldn't stop. Looking at its stubborn appearance, it definitely wouldn't let her go. Ji-chan kept using her holy power to lock it down. She could lock it down for a while, but not forever. If you can move, go into the star domain and hide. I'll think of something. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal blinked at her and pretended to be relaxed. Don't worry, this soul-locking arrow is locked onto you. It has no effect on others. Arbor couldn't help but laugh bitterly when she heard that. She was hanging there stiffly because she couldn't move. Get out of the way. Arbor saw that the soul-locking arrow was about to break free from the binding of thousands of vines and couldn't help but be shocked. Ji-chen's hand was injured. It must have been injured when she fought with the 13th elder above. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was in great danger. So, she suddenly flashed to her side through the star domain and caught the soul-locking arrow. Get out of here! Arbor roared at him fiercely. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned to look at her, aggrieved. No! Arbor glared at him and roared anxiously. Are you going to dodge or not? Quick! Buzz! They watched as the soul-locking arrow broke free from the vine's encirclement and broke through the layers of defense laid out by the peach blossoms. In an instant, it flew in front of the two of them. Arbor felt his vision darken. His head was dizzy, and his heart was in his throat. Rotten peach blossoms! She shouted. The soul-locking arrow was already in front of them, but the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal caught it with one hand and held it tightly in his palm. Arbor saw the blood in his palm flowing down, and his eyes seemed to be filled with the color of blood. Longqian couldn't help but laugh coldly when he saw this, and he forcefully propped up his tattered body before he said with a ridiculing expression, once the soul-lock arrow locks onto its target, then it's the outcome of not stopping until it's dead. In this world, who could resist the might of a saint artifact? A mocking look flashed across Long Qian's eyes. A cultivator who had not reached the ultimate god realm would not be able to fight back against the sacred weapon. Rotten peach blossom. Arbor's eyes narrowed, and he shouted angrily, "Let go!" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal thought to himself, "Why would I listen to you and let go?" Even he found the soul-locking arrow troublesome, let alone Jojo, who had not reached the transcendent god realm. Xiaomu was so anxious that she kept struggling. "I have a way to deal with this thing," she said with a determined gaze. "You let go. Now." Who said that she was going to surrender? Chapter 47:19. It was just a divine weapon. It was not as if Arbor did not have one. Her left hand suddenly moved. While she was delighted, she hurriedly lifted her leg and pounced toward the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's arm. "Let go." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was shocked by her actions. He did not expect her to be released from the abyss of the sacrificial sea and jump into his arm. With this, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal abruptly loosened his grip, and the soul-locking arrow he was grasping stabbed towards Xiao Mu's heart at lightning speed. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's pupils shrank. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Arbor's figure suddenly disappeared into the sea. Along with the soul-locking arrow, she disappeared before everyone's eyes. Oh no! The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's heart pounded wildly. This divine weapon completely ignored space and followed Jojo into the star region. The moment Arbor entered the star region, she immediately felt the soul-locking arrow chasing after her. She could not help but curse under her breath. She quickly turned around and glared at the soul-locking arrow that was chasing after her. It was really a soul-locking technique. It had locked his soul and wouldn't let go. The power that the soul-locking arrow exuded made her not dare to act rashly. Arbor ran in front, weaving through flowers and trees. She could only watch as the soul-locking arrow pierced through dozens of peach blossom trees that were so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around them, leaving huge holes in the tree trunks. Her heart ached terribly. The soul-locking arrow caught up to her back and was about to pierce her head. Arbor quickly summoned the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron and blocked the attack. With a crisp dang sound, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was obviously no match for this exceptionally ferocious soul-locking arrow. The huge cauldron body was knocked out of the cauldron, spinning in a circle in the air. As Arbor ran, she touched her left palm. There was no other way. The situation was critical. She could only use the Fushi sword in her hand to deal with the divine weapon in front of her. If he couldn't avoid this soul-locking arrow, even if he hid in the star domain, then there was really no other way. Xiaomu simply strode out of the star domain, circling the star domain sky with the soul-locking arrow in tow. After releasing an ear-piercing buzz, she swiftly gave chase with a shake of the arrow's tail. At the same time, Mo Lien, who was cultivating in the Phoenix Spring, seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly opened her phoenix eyes that were filled with murderous intent and looked sharply towards the sky. After the little fellow rushed out of the star field, it continued to run in the sea. She ran in a hurry and looked back as she ran. Just like that, she bumped into someone. Xiaomu's forehead hurt from slamming into that person's body, so she angrily looked up at this door plank that was blocking her way. Young Master Ding hurriedly reached out to help her, but the little fellow rudely waved his hand away. Dingyan looked at her with a straight face and said, "Are you hurt?" As he spoke, that soul-locking arrow had already circled around the seawater and locked onto its target, Xiaomu, again, shooting swiftly towards the middle of her back. Young Master Ding frowned and turned to look at Long Qian, who was struggling on the verge of death. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. How did Long Qian become so dispirited in such a short time? It seemed like she didn't have long to live. This is the soul-locking arrow of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan. Arbor didn't have time to talk to the person in front of him. He was concentrating on activating the Fushi sword hidden in his left hand. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't think too much. Chapter 4720. Even though she hadn't fully gathered her soul remembrance, she couldn't care less. However, if she rashly used the Fushi greatsword, she didn't know if she would alarm Master and Ant Master. If they disregarded everything and came again, would Heavenly Tao, Budo, go crazy? The soul-locking arrow was extremely powerful. Even when she used the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron to block it, it was still sent flying. If it came a few more times, she didn't know if the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron would be destroyed by this damn soul-locking arrow. She didn't dare to try again. Arbor lowered her eyes slightly and moved her left hand. The tip of the sword slowly emerged from the palm of his hand. Her complexion turned a bit pale. When the Fushi greatsword was taken out of her body, it continuously absorbed the spiritual energy in her body as if it wanted to suck her dry. She already couldn't remember how powerful the Fushi greatsword was when she took it out in the past. She hoped it could sever the soul-locking arrow. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to resolve today's matter. Arbor took a deep breath, and her complexion abruptly changed and paled inch by inch. It was so obvious that Ding Yun, who was standing beside her, couldn't pretend he didn't see anything. "What are you doing?" Ding Yun reached out to grab her arm. Arbor dodged, but her body swayed weakly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was frightened by her actions. Arbor herself didn't know what her current situation was. However, Yuan Shurchin saw it clearly. The little girl's slender body was like a thin leaf swaying in the wind and rain. Her entire body was almost transparent, as if her soul was about to jump out of her body. It was too frightening. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hastily kicked the water forward and shouted anxiously, "Stop! Jojo! Don't bam!" A scorching waterspout abruptly swept up from the depths of the sea, separating Yuan Shurchin and the little stoic at once. The dying Long Qian seemed to have a momentary lucidity before death. Her eyes emitted a terrifyingly bright light as she muttered, "Yes, it's open. The door to hell from the abyss of the sacrificial sea has opened. No one can struggle free from this power. Ha 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 ha. The demonic sea beast guarding the abyss of the sacrificial sea will devour all of you." "Grandmother, what are you talking about?" Long Shangyun shook Long Qian's body instinctively. "Stop it. Don't keep making mistakes and continue to make mistakes. Everything is negotiable. Discuss? Who am I going to talk to?" Long Qian turned around with a twisted expression on his face. "The Forgotten River Dragon family will become the overlord of the ocean under the nourishment of the Millennium Mermaid Pearl. Perseverance above the river of forgetfulness." Ah, cough, 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 cough. Long Shangyun was so shocked that she quickly wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth. "Grandmother!" Tears streamed down Long Shangyun's face as she wailed. "Is it that in your eyes, the future of the Forgotten River Dragon clan is more important than the facial paralysis, than father, than me, than brother, than anyone else?" "Yes." Long Qian stared at Long Shangyun in shock. "It's difficult for your brother to take on such a huge responsibility. When the demonic sea beasts eat all of them, you'll have to help grandmother find the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl from the pile of corpses. Save your sister Shui Yuan. I can rest assured if I leave the future to Long Shui Yuan." A strange light shot out of Long Qian's eyes, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. She grabbed Long Shangyun's arm tightly. Chapter 47:21. However, Long Shangyun only felt her grandmother's 5 fingers clawing at her, causing her to feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. The old woman seemed to have thought of something and suddenly took out a coffin from her spatial ring. Long Shangyun's eyes widened in shock. Grandmother actually placed Sister Shui Yuan in a coffin and carried it around with her? So, grandmother had planned from the start to take out the shark pearl and give it to Long Shuyuan as soon as she killed Arbor? Long Shangyun couldn't help but shiver at the thought of this. "Shui Yuan promised me that she would dedicate her life to the Forgotten River Dragon clan," the old woman said with a self-righteous expression. "Let her keep the shark pearl for a while. When your brother's child grows up, let her hand over the 10,000-year-old shark pearl and pass it on to your brother's heir. Then, the future of our dragon clan will be passed down for generations to come." The old woman's eyes shone with a strange light as she said this. Long Shangyun opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She felt that the old woman was simply bewitched. For the illusory future of the dragon clan, she had been planning and scheming. She had even used her own grandson and granddaughter to scheme against them. "I can't rely on my own son or grandson. I can only place my hopes on your brother's child." Long Shangyun looked at her grandmother in a daze. Her brother didn't even have a wife now. How could she place her hopes on her brother's child? "I've already chosen your elder brother's fiancée. Duo Shan Mei of the Duo family has a good bloodline and talent. She is a good match for your brother. Since he can't take on the great responsibility of the Dragon Clan in the future, he must obey the arrangements and give birth to a smart and healthy heir for the Forgotten River Dragon Clan." Long Shangyun shivered again and looked at the old woman in a daze. "So, back then, you wanted to kill my aunt because she didn't obey your arrangements?" The old woman probably didn't love Long Shuyuan that much. It was just that Long Shuyuan was a very qualified tool in her eyes. She was willing to use her own blood to predict the future of the Forgotten River Dragon Clan. For the Dragon Clan, she promised the old woman not to marry and to serve the clan for the rest of her life. Then what was she, Long Shangyun? The old lady suddenly grabbed Long Shangyun's arm and roared, "As the next successor, you are the aunt of your brother's child. I hope that you won't be as ignorant as Long Chuyun." Back then, when I asked her to return the mermaid pearl, she told me that the mermaid pearl had already fused with her bloodline. She will die if we take it out rashly. A trace of disdain flashed across the old lady's eyes. She shouted sternly, "So what if I die? If it was me, for the prosperity of the entire clan, even if I die, I will definitely hand over the mermaid pearl. What about her? She's just a selfish ingrate." I gave her two options. Take the mermaid pearl and stay behind to become the saintess of the dragon clan. You will assist the next successor of the dragon clan, which is Jing-er. The other one is to bring the mermaid pearl to the marriage. But the future is unpredictable. Even if something happens in the future, I won't help her. Long Shangyun shivered. It was as if she was meeting her grandmother for the first time. She just stared at her in a daze. For that ethereal future, you're going to treat your own child as a tool? Chapter 4722. Sister Shui Yuan is obedient now. She promised you that she would never marry and protect the future of the Long family. But grandmother, you're going to die soon. Long Shangyun couldn't help but cry. Many years later, Sister Shui Yuan doesn't want to return the mermaid pearl and doesn't want to protect the family anymore. Are you going to crawl up from the ground and kill her? We are all your children. Every single one of us is an independent individual with our own thoughts and our own hearts. They are not marionettes that you can command at will and hit wherever you want them to. Rebellious daughter. Long Qian wanted to slap Long Shangyun's face. However, she felt a grip on her arm. Long Qian had grabbed her hand tightly. Long Qian pulled Long Shangyun and old madam and quickly retreated, avoiding a wave of heat that came from the bottom of the sea. Are all of you going against the heavens? Long Qian glared at Long Qian and Long Shangyun with her old eyes. The light in Long Huan's eyes dimmed bit by bit. He looked at her and said with disappointment, Grandmother, I won't follow your arrangements and walk down the path you've arranged. I won't marry Duo Shanmei from the Duo family. You can give up. Rebellious. Long Qian was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were as white as ash. She knew that she didn't have much time left, but this group of juniors, one after another, didn't listen to her. The grand scheme that she had planned for the future of the Long family was going to be destroyed in the hands of these unfilial descendants. When she asked Long Qian to hand over the mermaid pearl, she refused. When she asked Long Qian to marry Duo Shanmei from the Duo family, she refused. When she asked Long Shangyun to support Long Qian's future children, she mocked her for being delusional. She even told her that everyone was an individual with their own thoughts and not a puppet in her hands. Even most obedient Shui Yuan, could it be that after she woke up with the mermaid pearl, she would really stop listening to her like what Long Shangyun had said? She wanted to find someone who could support the family wholeheartedly, someone who could bring the family to greater heights. Why was it so difficult? Deep in the abyss of the sacrificial sea, a terrifying roar that sent chills down one's spine resounded. Everyone looked back and saw a giant snake tail rolling up from the depths of the abyss. It hooked onto a member of the dragon clan beside Prophet 2 and dragged him down with a splash. Everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink. That dragon clan clansman was at least at the 15th level of the spirit realm, but he'd been dragged down so easily and without a sound. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. This demonic sea beast, I'm afraid mature saint beast. Long Qian suddenly burst out laughing. She stared at the nearby Qiao Mu, whose figure was separated by the rolling waves, and remarked coldly, You are indeed a bit stronger than I imagined, but your life ends here. Arbor was too lazy to care about the old woman. She could see it now. This old woman was headstrong and self-opinionated. She had probably reached the peak. She thought that just because she drew the blueprint for the future of the Dragon Clan, everyone had to follow her arrangements and become tool for the clan to climb to the top. But was that possible? The future wouldn't be as she wished, because the Dragon Clan of Wang Chuan had been destroyed by her. They had no future. The future of the Dragon Clan of Wang Chuan had been destroyed by this old woman. Chapter 4723. Did Long Qian think that the demonic sea creature in the depths of the sacrificial sea would recognize her as its master? Wasn't she too naive and full of herself? Did she really think that the demonic sea creature would be able to differentiate between her enemies and her allies? Did she think that it would let the Dragon Clan off just to attack her in Arbor? Wrong. It was an indiscriminate attack. Just like right now, the giant tail in the undersea abyss struck out violently, and the boiling seawater was like a heat wave that covered everyone's faces. The streams of water turned into transparent arrows and pierced through the chests of the Dragon Clan clansmen, turning a dozen or so of them into beehives. The Dragon Clan's members were frozen on the spot, and in less than a second, they were torn apart and swept away by the waves of heat. Long Qian was shocked and didn't know how to react. That was until Long Shangyun suddenly shouted at her, "Grandmother, why your hand?" She finally regained her senses and looked down at her hand. She couldn't help but scream. It turned out that her hand had been silently melted by the boiling seawater. Long Qian only realized that something was wrong when Long Shangyun reminded her. The main reason was because there wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't in pain. The pain was so intense that she didn't even notice the change in her hand. Long Shangyun couldn't help but shiver as she looked at the boiling seawater. "Let's go up, brother." The seawater had already melted her grandmother's hand, and she wasn't sure if it would melt Long Shangyun's arms, legs, or even her head. This was too scary. Could it be that in the depths of the sacrificial sea, there weren't only icebergs that hadn't melted for thousands of years, but also volcanoes? Long Shangyun didn't want to stay in this strange place where fire and water mingled, yet they were still clearly separated. Quick! Defense. Defensive spiritual weapon. Defensive spiritual weapon. Quick! Cover me with a defensive spiritual weapon. Long Qian shouted. Hearing this, Long Shangyun's fingers trembled, and she hurriedly put on a defensive spiritual artifact for her. Long Qian immediately felt much better. At least the burning sensation on her skin was slightly better. At this time, the seawater had already taken on an abnormal crimson color, like layers of heat waves. Circle after circle of shrinking encirclement, it wrapped in their direction. There was scalding hot seawater all around, and there were demonic sea beasts that attacked indiscriminately. Long Shangyun felt that such days were simply too difficult. She had to rush up to the surface of the sea as soon as possible. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would really die here. The more Long Shangyun let her imagination run wild, the more scared she felt. She then turned around and shouted anxiously in her brother's direction, "Brother, let's go." Long Qian was smarter than Long Xiang. His expression was still calm. "Don't panic, Xiangyun. As long as you circulate a portion of your spiritual power around your body, you'll be able to resist this hot seawater." The reason why his grandmother's palm was melted by the scalding seawater was because she seemed to have lost the ability to defend herself. Long Qian looked at Long Qian in surprise. Long Qian, on the other hand, was curled up in pain inside the shield. He stared at his half-burned hand and screamed in pain. His eyes were filled with anger. This Mu Qiao had gone insane and stripped her of the 9 layers of spirit water in the depths of her flesh and blood, as well as in her dantian. As a result, she was now a cripple. Her cultivation had deteriorated so much that she couldn't even activate the shield. Chapter 4724. She was simply too unlucky. A trace of anger flashed across Long Qian's aged face. This little stoic was simply too abominable. She looked in the direction of Arbor. She couldn't help but be shocked by what she saw. At this time, Arbor was like a thin leaf swaying in the wind and rain. Her figure was almost transparent as she swayed on the spot. However, there was an extremely vigorous energy revolving around her body, as if it was about to burst out from her body. Long Qian's body trembled slightly as she was separated by the defensive barrier. However, in the blink of an eye, an ink-colored figure broke through the void like a fleeting shadow and abruptly appeared beside the little stoic. This person seemed to have torn open the void with his bare hands and emerged from it. He was so fast that Long Qian didn't detect a trace of the aura of a divine realm opening. She merely stared blankly at the young man who suddenly appeared and recognized him as the crown prince of the divine province at a glance. A trace of nervousness flashed through Long Qian's heart. Looking at how proficient this crown prince was when he tore open the void and emerged from it, it didn't seem like it was his first time doing this. Could it be this crown prince of the divine province also grasped the supreme power of the void? Our dear Qiao Mu, who was engaged in a tug-of-war with the Fushi greatsword, was currently drenched in cold sweat and was somewhat hesitant. The soul-locking arrow was blocked by the thousands of defensive talismans she threw out in passing. However, these thousands of defensive talismans could only block it for about 15 minutes. At this moment, this soul-locking arrow was piercing through layer after layer of defensive barriers at a breakneck speed and was trying its best to attack Arbor. Prince Mo's sudden appearance caused the little stoic's hand that was trying to pull out the sword to stiffen slightly. She turned around to look at him in a daze. Did Jojo's lotus come out of seclusion? No, it didn't seem like it was a normal exit. Arbor panicked, and her gaze roamed back and forth on his body. Just as she was about to speak, she felt her body lighten. He had already reached out and scooped her up, swiftly dodging a dozen water arrows that were shooting straight at her. When the transparent water fell into the sea, it created a series of splashes. It was full of energy. An angry roar came from the abyss. The giant snake's tail suddenly swept over like it had gone berserk, fiercely brushing past Xiao Mu and the others. Mo Yin glanced over expressionlessly. She wiped away the seawater in front of her with one hand, as if she was tearing a crack in the ocean. The countless waves created by the snake's tail were all sucked into the crack, not leaving a single bit behind. Long Huan's pupil shrank. He opened his mouth and muttered, "Is this the power of the void?" The power of the void could shatter the void and reverse the situation at any time. It made people unable to resist it at all. This man with cold phoenix eyes and stern features had grasped the power of the void. It was too unimaginable. Emolian lowered his head to glance at the little stoic. Although his handsome face was still expressionless, he actually said to her, "Don't be afraid." The little stoic, with Emolian's appearance, she really should use an image talisman to record it and play it for him to silently admire. It would definitely be very interesting. At this time, that soul-locking arrow finally broke through the layers of barriers and flew to Arbor. Unfortunately, before this fellow could stab into Arbor, the seawater in front of it parted slightly, revealing a black hole-like vortex that instantly sucked it in. "Be careful," the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said hastily. "This soul-locking arrow ignores space." Chapter 4725. Sure enough, as soon as the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal finished speaking, the soul-locking arrow jumped out of the black hole. The soul-locking arrow seemed to be drunk from the start. It shook its head and felt dizzy. After finally distinguishing the direction with great difficulty, she saw Xiao Mu as if she had seen a delicious snack and hastily dashed in her direction. Annoying, Emolian stared unhappily at the bouncing, soul-locking arrow. Suddenly, she opened her inner world and took out a small bronze cauldron. Arbor's eyes lit up. Jojo's lotus was indeed ferocious. Looking at the situation, was she going to refine this annoying, soul-locking arrow directly? The soul-locking arrow seemed to have sensed something. It turned around and scuttled. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly and burrowed into the black hole that Emolian had torn open. But very quickly, it came out from the other side of the black hole again. Very intelligently, it braked in the air. If it had a face, it would definitely make a scared, shitless expression at this moment. There was nothing else. It had burrowed into the black hole and escaped again. It was getting closer and closer to that expressionless kid. Was he that scary? The soul-locking arrow retreated a little, but a huge suction force suddenly pulled it over. With a clang, the soul-locking arrow fell into the small bronze cauldron. This time, it was like a ferocious tiger entering a cage. Everyone could only hear the incessant clang, clang, clang sounds. The soul-locking arrow struggled to get out of the small bronze cauldron. It knocked the cauldron's lid flying outwards. Emolian pressed her hand down and added a stream of holy power to seal the small bronze cauldron. She narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to throw in a stream of holy fire. Black flames suddenly sprang up from the bottom of the bronze cauldron. Instantly, the small cauldron was roasted to a faint red color. Arbor frowned as he looked at the inconspicuous small bronze cauldron in Emolian's hand. He suddenly thought of something and used his divine sense to enter the Tianji secret realm. Ever since he came out of the Tianji secret realm, He had been busy urging Jojo's Lotus to cultivate. Arbor did not have time to give the crafting cauldron to Lotus. At this moment, seeing him summon that small broken cauldron to refine the soul-locking arrow, Arbor finally remembered. After a quick search, he dug out the best crafting cauldron in the world, heaven and earth, from the vault guarded by the 100 or so mechanical men. The funny thing was, Charles sensed that she was taking away their treasures. At first, they stacked on top of each other and hung on the crafting cauldron, hugging it tightly without letting go. Then, because they couldn't snatch Jojo from him, they were thrown to the ground one by one, and they couldn't help but cry. That comical scene scared Arbor so much that he hurriedly locked them all in the small vault and closed the door. Out of sight, out of mind. Damn it. Using a face that was similar to hers and crying nonstop, it really looked like a fantasy. Arbor took out the heaven and earth cauldron and stuffed it into Emo Lien's arms. Lien, use this to refine it. Everything that Emo Lien was doing right now was practically coming from his instincts. Strictly speaking, he was still in a state of half-cultivation and was not fully awake. But now he was not completely unconscious. Seeing that Jojo gave him a palm-sized crafting cauldron that shone with a glazed luster, Emo Lien instinctively felt joy in his heart. Just as he made a contract with the heaven and earth cauldron, a thunderous roar came from the bottom of the ocean. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition floated in their hearts. For some reason, this unknown sense of danger was so strong. The sudden danger caused everyone's hearts to jump to their throats. Chapter 47:26. Emo Lien instinctively kept the cauldron of heaven and earth into her inner world and turned around to look at the depths of the sea. Under the layers of glaciers, a head slowly emerged from the whirlpool of silver-white ice crystals. Everyone was on tenterhooks as they broke out in cold sweat. They thought that this mature sacred beast would be a ferocious beast from the ancient times. With a bloody mouth and a body that was as tough as copper, it should be as tall as a small mountain. But they didn't expect that. What emerged from the whirlpool of ice crystals was actually a human head. The beast in front of them was just as they had imagined. Its upper body was still in the form of a human, and its face was almost as white as snow. Its eyes were slightly closed, and its eyebrows and lips were silver white in color. Arbor took a look and retracted his gaze. His gaze landed on the soul-locking arrow that was trapped inside the small bronze cauldron. Bang! In just a few seconds, the soul-locking arrow knocked away the ordinary weapon cauldron. Emo Lien frowned slightly. This ordinary cauldron that had been with him for a long time was destroyed by the soul-locking arrow, just like that. He stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed the soul-locking arrow that was still trying to fly forward. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other side, Long Qian subconsciously took a few steps back. When she touched Long Shangyun's arm, she quickly grabbed the ladder and whispered, "Let's go. Let's go up first. We'll talk after we get up." Long Qian wasn't stupid. She could already feel the heavy pressure that was coming from the demonic sea beast in human form. How strong was this pressure? Unknowingly, she was pressured to the point of suffocation. There were many juniors from the dragon clan in the sea, and none of them were a match for the demonic sea beast. The Wangchuan dragon clan still had to rely on these juniors to develop, so they couldn't all die here. Therefore, she was very anxious. She grabbed Long Shangyun's hand and whispered, "Let's go. We'll retreat first." Long Shangyun also felt the danger. After Long Qian grabbed her arm, she instinctively flung it away as if she was stung by a poisonous snake. Her instinctive reaction caused Long Qian's face to turn red from embarrassment. Her own granddaughter avoided her like a viper. This made her feel uncomfortable. At the same time, anger rushed to her heart. The Wangchuan dragon clan was completely ungrateful. She really hoped that this demonic sea beast could hear her and devour all these ingrates. "Let's go." Long Qian came out of the hot sea and grabbed his sister Long Shangyun's arm. Long Qian instinctively grabbed onto Long Shangyun's other arm and refused to let go. "Shangyun, you know how grandmother used to treat you." She could only rely on the defensive barrier to resist the scalding seawater outside. If Xiangyin didn't continue to use her spiritual power to support the defensive barrier around her body. After losing the defensive barrier, she would definitely be scalded to the point where her skin would split open and her bones wouldn't even be left. Long Xiangyun closed her eyes, turned around, and was about to pull her up with her. The terrified cries of the Dragon Clan's juniors could be heard all around. Ah, why is the seawater so hot? Oh my God, it's too hot. When Long Qian saw the hundreds of juniors from the Dragon Clan, her eyes widened. She couldn't help but shout at them. Why are you here? Could it be that the battle above had ended? That shouldn't be the case. Chapter 47:27. Even if they had already won the battle above, these juniors shouldn't have rashly entered the sea to follow them. Let's go, let's go. Clan leader, defensive walls have been erected all around here. What's this? This was the Sacred Beast confinement zone, set up by the mature Sacred Beast in front of them. Long Qian couldn't help but shudder. He abruptly turned around and glared at Long Qian. Grandmother, were you the one who awakened this mature Sacred Beast slumbering at the bottom of the sacrificial sea? How could Long Qian admit it at a time like this? How would she dare to admit such a thing? Even if she was the one who summoned it, she didn't dare to admit it. Besides, she had no confidence at all. Previously, she wanted to summon a powerful demonic sea beast to force the little stoic to hand over the shark pearl. But now things had clearly spiraled out of her control. Even she felt powerless to reverse the situation. Stop wasting time. Let's go. Long Qian roared anxiously at Long Qian. She turned around and saw that the half-human sacred beast had already crawled out of the ice crystal abyss. Yes, half-human. The lower half of this sacred beast's body was coiled with a giant snake tail. Long Qian guessed that if it expanded its body, it would probably be 100 meters long. It was obvious that Long Qian had underestimated the strength of this sacred beast's snake tail. It suddenly uncoiled its snake tail. Even though it was only half uncoiled, it still crushed dozens of Dragon Clan youths. Those youths from the forgetful Chuan Dragon Clan who had just entered the sea and hadn't recovered from the heat of the sea were instantly sent flying by that giant snake tail and crashed onto the ground. They didn't even have a chance to cry out before their bones and muscles were pulverized, and they all went to the Yellow Springs. Long Qian! Run! Run! Before Long Qian could finish her hysterical screams, the humanoid holy beast opened its eyes dangerously. His eyes were almost transparent, and they flickered with a dangerous, bloodthirsty glint. Xiaomu obediently played the role of a little quail, hiding in Mo Lian's embrace as she furtively peeked at that crazed humanoid sacred beast. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurriedly whispered to Arbor, "No matter what happens later, remember not to escape into the galaxy. Cover it properly and don't open it." Arbor's pupils shrank slightly. She immediately understood what the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal meant. This meant that in front of this mature, holy beast, any space was useless. Escaping into the star field would only speed up his own death. That was because he was able to ignore the laws of space. If he were to follow Zhang Xianin, the consequences would be dire. Based on how bloodthirsty and merciless this saint beast was, it was likely that all the creatures in the star field would be wiped clean, including Arbor, the master of the star system. At the thought of this, Arbor couldn't help but shiver. He then looked at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and said, "Let's escape together." These words were spoken very decisively. Running away was probably the best option at the moment. He ran far away and didn't want to confront him head-on. Who asked him to be ruthless? Who asked him to be so pretentious? Who asked him to fly? They didn't want to play with him anymore. Running away was the right thing to do. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at the little fellow's sparkling eyes. If it wasn't for the critical situation at the moment, he would have burst out laughing. Why did this fellow make it sound so natural to admit defeat and run away? I'm afraid it's too late to run away. This sacred beast looks like it has gone berserk. Once he dealt with those Dragon Clan members who were like little worms, what would happen next? Chapter 47:28. Then they would become targets. The humanoid sacred beast would focus on them. Now that he had erected the sacred beast realm everywhere, How could the people inside escape? Jojo, don't let the little white snake and the others out. Ma-I-Chin whispered to her. If this mature, sacred beast saw the little white snake and the others, it would happily devour them. Arbor nodded, secretly breaking out in cold sweat. Luckily, Ma-I-Chin and the others were still thousands of miles above the sea. Now that this place was blocked by the sacred beast realm, it naturally wouldn't be able to sense them. As for the little white snake, she had already kept it in her galaxy. Otherwise, if they were targeted by this humanoid sacred beast, Arbor's heart shuddered, secretly rejoicing. At this time, Long Qian felt that her heart was about to stop. She watched as the young people of her clan were killed by the humanoid sacred beast like vegetables. With a sweep of his hand, they were turned into a pile of minced meat. Long Qian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill them, don't kill them. This humanoid demonic beast was killing the future of the dragon clan. How could this be? How could this be? Shouldn't the demonic sea beasts of the Forgotten River Dragon clan be their sacred beast guardian? Why would he attack indiscriminately? Look at his cold eyes. He couldn't see anyone at all. It was as if everyone in front of him was a small insect that had invaded his territory. Only by crushing them one by one would he be able to continue sleeping peacefully. It shouldn't be like this. Long Qian looked at the scene in front of her with tears streaming down her face. She felt as if a sharp knife was gouging the flesh from her heart. These young people who could create the future of the Forgotten River Dragon clan. But they were all killed by a sacred beast. He watched as the Dragon clan's people were swept up into the air by the demonic sea beast's tail like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves before turning into a pile of dust that fell to the ground. Long Qian's body fell backward and landed heavily on the ground. There was no hope. There was no hope. To think that the future of the Dragon clan would be written in such a hilarious way. The youths of the Forgotten River Dragon clan had all died in this comical battle. What future did they have left to write? The funniest thing was that this humanoid holy beast was the trump card that the Forgetful River Dragon clan's clan leader had personally summoned. It was a trump card that he intended to use against his own granddaughter. However, even Long Qian herself was baffled by the sudden turn of events. When the last member of the Dragon clan, who was desperately trying to escape to the surface of the sea, was smashed into meat paste by the huge tail of the humanoid Saint Beast, Long Shangyun lowered her head to take a look and couldn't help but jump in fright. Long Qian's eyes were wide open, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. His entire body was stiff, and his face was stiff. "Grandmother!" Long Shangyun cried out in a mournful voice, trembling as she reached out to feel for her grandmother's breath. Long Shangyun's body fell backwards into the scalding seawater. Long Qian rushed over with a calm expression. He reached out to feel the old lady's breath before turning around and nodding at Long Shangyun. "Grandmother, she's gone." Long Shangyun shuddered as she looked at Long Qian's furious face. She couldn't help but mumble, "Brother, grandmother must have been angered to death." This was the biggest joke in the world. The Forgetful River Dragon clan's clan leader was angered to death. Chapter 4729. Long Qian's heart ached when she saw this. Unable to withstand such a huge blow, she fell backward and fell into the boiling water with her shield. His whole body sizzled as it was being burned by the boiling hot sea water. "Grandmother!" Long Qian quickly rushed over with a calm expression. He raised his hand and touched the old lady's nose. Then, he turned around and looked at his sister with a strange expression. "Grandmother, she's not breathing." Long Shangyun shivered and lowered her head to look at Long Qian. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked like she had died with a grievance. It was a terrifying sight. Long Shangyun subconsciously reached out and grabbed her brother's hand. She couldn't help but mumble, Brother, grandmother, could it be that she died from anger?" This was the biggest joke in the world. The dignified leader of the Wang Chuan Dragon clan was angered to death by a mature sacred beast? Who would believe it if he told them about it? Long Qian shook his head. She was severely injured before this. In other words, the leader of the Dragon clan probably knew that he didn't have long to live. Because he was severely injured before, and seeing the juniors of the Wang Chuan Dragon Clan being massacred, he couldn't do anything about it. He was so angry that he couldn't recover. She left so suddenly. Long Qian and his sister looked at each other, not knowing what to think. Their grandmother, who had always been decisive, had passed away in such a strange way. Although she had stopped breathing, their grandmother was now a transcendent realm cultivator. Her divine sense could probably suddenly. Long Huan's gaze changed slightly. He quickly pulled Long Shangyun, who was beside him, and quickly retreated. Long Shangyun suddenly hugged her head and cried out in alarm. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she shivered. Shangyun, Shangyun. Long Qian stared at Long Shangyun angrily. As he reached out to support her, he couldn't help but shout angrily, "Grandmother, your divine sense quickly retreat from Shangyun's body. She can't withstand your transcendent realm divine sense. She will die." Long Shangyun's body stiffly fell backwards. At the same time, the mature sacred beast that had swept through the entire Forgotten River Dragon clan slowly turned its cold and indifferent glassy eyes in their direction. Just like that, he stared coldly at Long Shangyun across the churning magma-like seawater. Long Huan's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Suddenly, they saw the humanoid super holy beast stretching out its huge snake tail and sweeping it towards them. She didn't have time to think. He quickly grabbed Long Shangyun's body and retreated. At the same time, clusters of black flames suddenly ignited in Mo Lian's hand, firmly locking the soul-locking arrow that was trying to escape in a panic in her palm. With the burning of the holy fire, the soul-locking arrow became a little more obedient. It lay on Mo Lian's palm and stopped courting death, probably because it realized that the man in front of it was a terrifying guy who could refine itself. The soul-locking arrow obediently stayed in his palm and pretended to be dead. After Mo Lian finished burning the soul-locking arrow, he suddenly flicked his hand. A stream of light flew out. The soul-locking arrow flew towards the humanoid holy beast at lightning speed. The arrow pierced towards the beast's thick snake tail. 0480 had some small changes. It was mainly to increase the old lady's mental activity. It didn't matter if she saw it or not. Chapter 4730. Even Arbor could not help but look at the death-courting arrow in a different light. Not only did this thing only know how to bully the weak, Joe, it even dared to confront a super sacred beast. In the blink of an eye, the humanoid sacred beast suddenly turned its head. A pair of cold, glassy eyes stared fixedly at the soul-locking arrow. The soul-locking arrow made a 360-degree turn in the air and swiftly flew towards Mo Lian with a whoosh. Arbor was speechless. She took back her previous compliments. A coward was a coward. Persimmons were soft persimmons. The soul-locking arrow flew to Mo Lian's side and pretended to be dead. Arbor looked at it with disdain. To think that you were a sacred weapon. Who would have thought that you were such a big coward? Spiritual weapons had spirits. Furthermore, this was a sacred weapon. This thing had already been enlightened and understood human nature. Arbor's glance seemed insignificant, but contained a great deal of mockery. The soul-locking arrow jumped twice in the air. It wanted to charge down and continue to aim at Arbor. However, upon seeing Mo Lian's pitch-black eyes coldly sweep over, the soul-locking arrow immediately became docile. The humanoid sacred beast was stopped by the soul-locking arrow. Its attention was focused on Mo Lian and He Jiechen. Long Huan, who had escaped death, was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly turned and grabbed Long Shangyun's hand. He lowered his voice and growled, "Come out." Long Shangyun flung Long Huan's hand away. She pursed her lips. When she raised her head again, her eyes were filled with vicissitudes and coldness. "Do you know the past of the Forgotten River Dragon clan?" Long Shangyun stared coldly at Long Huan. She said word by word, "The overlord of the Forgotten River for 100 years. Half of the country was under his control. During the most prosperous period, even the emperors of the 3 continents had to bow and respectfully greet the Forgotten River Dragon clan's patriarch as Senior Long. Our clan once had the world's strongest guardian beast, the sacred beast Black Dragon. The cold sweat on Long Huan's forehead rolled down one by one. He really wanted to kneel down and beg this grandmother to stop causing trouble, come out of his sister's body. At this moment, Long Shangyun's body was barely able to support Long Qian's spiritual soul. As time passed, she would definitely collapse. Long Huan, you should have guessed it. If this guardian beast did not go berserk for some reason, the Dragon Clan's ancestors would not plan to get rid of it, scatter its spirit, and seal it in the Black Soul Pearl. For this reason, our tribe has been secretly researching the reason why the Black Dragon went berserk. Long Huan's of the Black Dragon Clan's eyes. Long Huan clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Grandmother, can you stop talking? Come out of Xiang Yun's body first. Long Shangyun's body was already cracking, and wisps of blood were seeping out from her skin. Long Shangyun raised her head. It was as if her head had been pulled up from the back of her head by a hook. Her head was twisted at an angle. We call these berserk holy beasts that don't even recognize their own kin exterminators, because when they went berserk, they could destroy everything in the world. At this point, Long Shangyun suddenly laughed wildly with a twisted expression. Her sharp voice was mixed with a trace of age. Since we can't go back to the past, then let the others be destroyed with our forgotten River Dragon Clan. Chapter 4731. Long Shangyun's expression was very apathetic as she reached out and took a space ring from Long Qian's corpse. Grandmother, Long Qian shouted in horror. However, Long Shangyun quickly took out several bottles of clear blue medicinal liquid and threw them into the sea. The surroundings immediately emitted a strange fragrance, and the entire underwater abyss was enveloped by this smell. A berserk factor surged in a humanoid sacred beast's eyes. It was accompanied by Long Shangyun's half-shrill, half-aged voice. Although we haven't been able to develop a method to break this berserk state. However, we have extracted an item from the sacred beast Black Dragon's body that can make a berserk medicinal liquid. In the eyes of an exterminator, everything in the world must be destroyed without exception. Ha. Long Shangyun laughed maniacally until blood seeped out of her facial orifices. She looked especially terrifying as blood trickled down her face. The humanoid sacred beast's body suddenly doubled in size. The entire azure sea was pressed down on the top of its head, and the eerily cold underwater abyss was coiled up beneath its body. It bared a mouthful of fangs and lowered its head to whip its tail without any explanation, striking at the place where Mo Lien and Ji Chan were standing. Mo Lien reflexively flung the little stoic outside. The Raven Moon Sword was already in her hand, and she swiftly drew a stream of black flames to meet that huge tail head-on. The black flames landed on the humanoid sacred beast's huge tail, but they were swiftly repelled. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's divine sword scraped against the snake's hard scales, and he felt the web between his thumb and index finger go slightly numb from the shock. When he withdrew his sword to take a look, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A divine weapon was completely rolled up from the sword tip to the blade. It was clear how sturdy that fellow's scales were. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's face was cold as he casually tossed that divine weapon out. With a point of his finger, the divine weapon exploded with a boom. The unrestrained flow of water slapped in all directions. A divine weapon's explosion at such a close distance didn't injure the humanoid sacred beast in the slightest. This sacred beast merely glanced at Ji Chan indifferently before swiftly swimming toward him. Rotten Peach Blossom. Arbor's heart raced at this moment, and her gaze was somewhat dazed. She felt her heart beating so fast that it was about to jump out of her chest. The humanoid holy beast was too fast, so fast that she didn't even have time to react. The sacred beast's huge body was like a huge black screen, suppressing the light in front of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. Emolyen's movements were also very fast. Seeing that the situation was not right, he almost instinctively threw out a hidden weapon that he carried with him. With a slight movement of his fingertips, more than 10 expressionless golems were summoned from his space ring. They surged forward to besiege the humanoid holy beast. At the same time, he appeared beside the venerable peach blossom immortal and pulled him away from the human-shaped divine beast. The huge tail of the humanoid holy beast fell down and slammed into the sea. The sweeping force caused the two of them to stumble forward. All of a sudden, a whirlpool appeared in the depths of the ocean. A terrifying suction force instantly wrapped around a section of the humanoid holy beast tail. Emolian and the venerable peach blossom immortal looked back at the same time. Without needing to greet each other, they simultaneously launched a swift and powerful attack toward the head of the humanoid holy beast. Black flames mixed with green, with spiritual energy, were wrapped in two streams of sacred power. They ruthlessly slammed into the head of the humanoid holy beast. Bam! A bloody bump appeared on the forehead of the holy beast from the explosive force. Chapter 4732 40484 Fushi Great Sword Emolian and Yuan Shurchen did not need to communicate at all. Even if Emolian was still in a state of half-cultivation, he also knew the principle of taking advantage of a person's weakness to take his life, seeing that the humanoid divine beast tail was entangled by a mysterious force in the abyss. How could they not take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? The two of them released their saint powers and smashed it all on the head of the unlucky humanoid divine beast, as if it was free of charge. The group of mechanical men summoned by Mo Lien were even more impressive. They did not care about their lives at all and pounced forward one after another. The swords, spears, swords, and halberds in their hands were all aimed at the upper body of the humanoid divine beast. The lower body of the humanoid divine beast was like an iron bastion. If they were to attack, it would be best to aim at his upper body. Now that this fellow was entangled by the force in the abyss, it was a good opportunity for everyone to torture him. A series of attacks were aimed at this fellow's face. This humanoid divine beast was so enraged that he roared continuously. His cold, glazed eyes stared straight in the direction of Mo Lien and Yuan Shurchen with an expression of hatred. Even if you hit someone, you would not hit their face, not to mention that he was a senior at the level of a mature divine beast. This bunch of little bastards, they really did not want to live anymore. They actually dared to attack this senior's face. Arbor had been secretly hiding at the side. When she saw this, a section of the Fushi Great Sword suddenly appeared in her left hand and quickly pulled it out. The moment she pulled it out, the little fellow's body shook violently a few times. Emolian felt something and turned around to take a look. Instantly, she saw that the little fellow's body was white and seemed to be swaying, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Suddenly, he felt his heart stop for a moment. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't move." To be honest, Arbor did not even notice what Emolian was shouting at her. At this moment, all her senses were focused on the Fushi Great Sword in her hand. She could feel an extremely strong force flowing endlessly into her body. The feeling of becoming one with the sword was wonderful. However, Arbor looked up at the sea with a guilty expression. For some inexplicable reason, the surrounding air seemed to have become a few degrees colder. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she kept feeling that ever since she pulled out the Fushi Greatsword, she seemed to be able to sense the aura of the Heavenly Tao, which suddenly enveloped her. "Heavenly Tao, do you dare to come? Come, and I'll curse you to death. You don't care about so many people who were smuggled in from the sanctuary. Even if you care about the heavens and earth, you can't care about Jojo drawing the Fushi Greatsword." Arbor held the Fushi Greatsword in his hand and turned his head to look at the human-shaped sacred beast that was entangled in the abyss. "If I don't kill you now, when will I?" Arbor carried her greatsword and rushed towards the undersea abyss. That image made one's mouth twitch uncontrollably at a critical moment. "Get out of the way." Arbor waved his little hand at Mo Lien and Yuan Shurchen. His entire body was filled with the power of the Fushi Greatsword. She couldn't control it. Lord Jojo raised the Fushi Greatsword in his hand high up and slashed down at the human-shaped sacred beast's head in the undersea abyss. The human-shaped sacred beast's pupils constricted silently, and he hurriedly waved his hand to set up a realm. Arbor's Fushi Greatsword fell. The speed was almost shocking. At this time, There was no such thing as swordsmanship. Arbor just followed her heart and casually slashed with this sword. It was this sword that struck the sacred beast realm with a loud bang. With just one slash, thousands of spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the realm. Chapter 4733. A hint of disbelief flashed through the humanoid sacred beast's glassy eyes. It wasn't the only one who was shocked. Mo Lien and He Chun were stunned as well. Their gazes landed on the Fushi sword in the little fellow's hand. What a powerful, sacred weapon. At this moment, the sword was covered in a layer of intense white light. They could only vaguely see the dense, sacred chi flowing on it. Even Xiao Mu herself was taken aback by this attack. She didn't expect the Fushi greatsword to be able to break through the realm of the humanoid sacred beast with a single slash. The spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared. Seeing that the humanoid sacred beast's head was about to be pierced, it hurriedly swung its long tail and wrapped itself in it. The power of the sword landed squarely on its tail, scraping its scales and slicing off a piece of flesh from its tail. Everyone felt the pain for the humanoid sacred beast, even though they were separated by the boiling water. Arbor's sword cut through the sea and pointed at the sacred beast. Its power was so great that it made everyone's jaws drop. Long Qian, who was in Long Shangyun's body, couldn't help but stare blankly. She muttered to herself, "No, it's impossible. How is this possible? What kind of sword in the world could slash a saint beast and peel off the scales of a saint beast?" This world was truly a fantasy. When did this little girl become so capable? Long Qian took a deep breath. She couldn't help but clench her fists. This lass's secrets were truly endless. It was as if she had countless trump cards that she would never use at once. She was so young, but she was so scheming. She wasn't easy to deal with. But so what if this sacred weapon was powerful? In the hands of a little deity realm cultivator, no matter how useful it was still very limited. A cold light flashed through Long Qian's eyes. Don't waste your energy struggling. No one can escape from the palm of the berserk sacred beast. Long Qian's face was filled with excitement as she said that. It was an honor for these people to be able to accompany her, the leader of the dragon clan, to die near the Lethe abyss. The humanoid saint beast suddenly let out a furious roar. His glassy eyes suddenly turned into a pair of vertical pupils as he stared coldly at Arbor. The giant tail beneath him suddenly turned into hundreds of afterimages and wrapped around Arbor. Arbor only felt a cold and gloomy aura rushing towards him, and subconsciously wanted to dodge this attack. However, the holy beast was too fast, and Arbor was locked on by his aura, so he couldn't use the power of space to teleport. In a moment of desperation, she subconsciously raised her Fushi greatsword to block the attack. Mo Lien and Hichin only felt that this little lady was too audacious. Their hearts were in their throats, and they threw themselves at the little stoic without any explanation. With a loud rumble, the entire seabed abyss collapsed. Subsequently, Xiao Mu's figure flew out and tumbled several times in the seawater before stabilizing herself with great difficulty. Sir Jojo wiped his face with his small hand and blinked. He waved his hand at Mo Lien, who rushed over in a panic, indicating that he was fine. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that the entrance to the endless ice cave in the sacrificial sea abyss and the cross-section of a glacier were shattering inch by inch in this earth-shattering quake. The scene in front of them was like a galaxy shattering. The boiling seawater was enveloped by the icy aura emitted from the seabed abyss. Chapter 4734. The seawater finally started to cool, but very quickly, everyone present felt that something was amiss. The temperature of the seawater was dropping too quickly. In less than a second, everyone felt that the surrounding seawater had frozen into an ice hole. Waves of cold air seeped into their limbs and bones, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. "Jojo!" Hu Shurchin shouted. The humanoid divine beast's roar suddenly drowned out his shout. A pair of vertical glazed eyes were filled with coldness. If it was said that he was a powerful divine beast with some consciousness just now, then he was now a Terminator who had no consciousness at all and only knew how to kill. I will hold him back. You take Jojo and leave first. Hu Shichun pushed Mo Lien hard, but the latter did not budge. What are you waiting for? Let's go. If you die, Jojo will be sad. Nonsense. How can someone with my level of cultivation die? The venerable peach blossom immortal suddenly turned to look at Mo Lien. You have recovered? This guy's tone just now sounded very conscious. Probably. Mo Lien nodded slightly. Later I will use the ancient Mo Lien's real body to deal with him. You will assist me. What's the price? Hu Shichun raised his brows and asked. He did not believe that there would be no price to pay for activating the ancient Mo Lien's real body. Mo Lien was silent for a moment, then said, I will probably be in deep sleep for a while. Hu Shichun rolled his eyes at him. That won't do. Jojo will cry if you do that. Don't think that he did not know. This guy had sensed Jojo's danger and forcefully removed himself from the state of cultivation. Now that he had gotten rid of his unconscious state, he must have used some secret technique from the ancient inheritance. Correspondingly, the price he had to pay would naturally not be small. By then, if he fell into deep sleep, Jojo would be in tears. No, absolutely not. Ma Yingchen waved at him and said, All right, cut the crap and stick to the original plan. I'll hold this guy back while you take Jojo and the others away from here. The further away, the better. Looking at the current state of this human snake, it should be impossible for him to leave the Forgotten River domain. In short, as long as Jojo and the rest got out of Forget River, they would be safe. Mo Lien remained silent, but she had made up her mind to activate the ancient Mo Lien to temporarily deal with this mature sacred beast in front of her. Once he activated the ancient Mo Lien, he would be completely immersed in the main body of the plant, and it would be difficult for him to extricate himself from it for a short period of time. Ancient Mo Lien's seal wouldn't harm him in any way. On the contrary, cultivating in a deep sleep was actually very beneficial to him. But if that happened, Jojo would still be sad. Seeing that he was hesitating, Yuan Shichun didn't waste any more words with him. She directly jumped in front of the human snake. Staring at the other party's vertical pupils, she said coldly, You little worm that lives in a bottomless pit, you're quite fierce. Do you understand what I'm saying? I wonder how old you are. The venerable peach blossom immortal raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly. Your opponent is me. Arbor kicked in the water and slid towards the venerable peach blossom immortal at an incredible speed. Halfway there, she was stopped by Mo Lien. Stay here obediently and keep your sword. Mo Lien gazed at her ghastly pale small face and reached out to touch her ice-cold cheek. Hurry! Arbor was stunned. She was about to ask if he had regained his consciousness when she saw that Yuan Shichun was in danger. Chapter 4735. The berserk sacred beast let out a roar, exuding a boundless chill. Narrowing its eyes, a layer of icy mist appeared around it. With a wave of its hand, it crushed the snowflakes into thousands of pearl-shaped snowflakes that lined up in the air. It flung the snowflakes in the direction of the venerable peach blossom immortal. The cold air that tore through the air rushed toward the venerable peach blossom immortal. If he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. His body would be turned into a hornet's nest by the snowflakes. It would be a spectacular sight. In the blink of an eye, Mo Lien released Xiao Mu and swiftly planted a kiss on her temple. He said softly, Stay here and don't move. Jojo, remember that no matter what happens to me, I will always be worried about you. No matter how difficult the future is, I will find a way to return to your side. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. She had a feeling that Mo Lien was implying something. She wanted to ask more. Mo Lien had already torn open space and moved to the venerable peach blossom immortal's side. When Jichin saw Mo Lien running over, he couldn't help but panic. Why did you roll over here? Get lost. Get lost. Mo Lien didn't even bother to look at him. She said in a low voice, I said that if you die, Jojo will be sad. How can I, Mo Lien didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the berserk human snake. Suddenly, she raised a defensive wall around them. With a cold glint in her eyes, she stared at him and said, Get back to the seabed abyss. Xiao Mu sprinted madly, wanted to dash over, but was blocked outside the defensive wall. "What are you doing?" Arbor panicked. She had a strange feeling that something bad was about to happen. This humanoid sacred beast was indeed very strong, but it wasn't invincible. She planned to explode the mystic realm if she couldn't defeat it. What was Mo Lien trying to do? Amidst the chaos in Arbor, an ink-colored lotus rose from the ground and grew to the height of dozens of meters in a split second. At this time, even through the defensive wall, they could clearly see that Mo Lien's complexion had turned a bit pale. "Lien!" Xiao Mu shouted harshly. She was almost scared to death by him. Even if he wanted to use ancient Mo Lien's special technique to deal with the sacred beast in front of him, there was no need to keep her outside the defensive barrier, right? Unless there would definitely be repercussions if he dealt with it this way. Arbor's mind raced. Suddenly, he realized that Mo Lien might have forced herself out of seclusion. There was a high possibility of this happening. Therefore, if he hastily used the ancient Mo Lien, it would probably affect his body to a certain extent. What kind of impact would it have? Arbor was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She rushed over and slapped the defensive barrier. "Open it. Mo Lien, listen to me." Arbor was both anxious and angry. "If you don't open it, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life." It was like this every time. Every time something happened, she would try to keep Jojo outside and deal with it herself. Jojo wasn't just for show. Jojo could fight alongside her. She wasn't afraid of danger. She was only afraid of Mo Lien. When things came to a head, she always liked to hide things from her and take on everything herself. "Open it." Ji Chen was also very anxious. However, at this time, the ancient ink lotus had already completely opened its huge corolla. Suddenly, the entire flower was lit up with black flames. The flames spread outward as if they were going to swallow everything in the world. Chapter 4736. This power was extremely strong. The humanoid sacred beast didn't know if the others felt the same way. Anyway, he had entered an illusion at this moment. Under the endless sea of ink-colored lotus flowers, a tall figure stood in the air above the sea of flowers, staring at him coldly. This was an ancient Mo Lien's bounded domain. Although the humanoid sacred beast was in a frenzied state at this time, his mind was still somewhat clear. Seeing such a vast and boundless bounded domain, he was shocked and his heart couldn't help but tremble. This bounded domain was too vast and boundless. He didn't know if this person could mobilize all the forces in the bounded domain. Thinking of this, the humanoid snake saw the sea of flowers in front of him churning and rippling. One after another, ink-colored lotuses soared into the air, mixing together in clusters and sticking closely to each other. Petals fell and fluttered in the air. But in front of him was pure darkness. The ink-colored lotus petals covered the sky and the earth, causing the humanoid snake's vertical pupils to reflect this ink-black color. This kind of black color was too pure. Arbor stood outside the defensive wall, only seeing Mo Lien, Hu Shichen, and the humanoid snake, suspended in the air in a triangular tripod. Hu Shichen was anxiously shouting something at Mo Lien. The other two were facing each other, not moving at all. This soon, the huge ink-colored lotus flower beside Mo Lien emitted a black luster, covering the humanoid snake. The humanoid snake also emitted a light wheel, protecting himself like a protective circle. Arbor's eyes widened. She was outside the defensive wall, so she didn't know what was happening inside. What she saw was the scene of Mo Lien and the humanoid snake confronting each other, but she didn't know that the two of them had already entered the divine sense realm. They had already broken away from the battle of the physical body and entered the battle of the divine sense. The humanoid snake's divine sense was locked in the bounded domain by Mo Lien and couldn't come out for the time being. Now the two of them were just empty shells, both of them in the outer world. At this moment, other than Yi Chun, who was able to tell that something was amiss, even Long Qian, who had sharp eyes, was shocked and didn't say anything. She didn't see how the rapid change in the situation before her eyes had developed. She also didn't know that Mo Lien and the Snake Man had engaged in a battle of spiritual awareness. Meanwhile, A familiar, exasperated roar came from the sky. Qian Huang, what are you doing? Dark Phoenix, why are you here again? You and Defy the Sky are trying to defy the heavens. If Heavenly Tao had a face right now, it would definitely be an expression of exasperation. I'm telling you, you can't do this. With your strength, if you recklessly interfere in the matters of this place, this region will collapse. It collapsed. Scram! How can you be so rude? The Heavenly Tao was so angry that it was hopping around. Hundreds and thousands of heavenly locks firmly restrained Qian Huang's limbs. With an uncompromising look, it said sternly, "No, I can't let you go. I'll bet my head with you. That brat of yours will definitely be fine. She's definitely alive and well. Right now, this child's soul is just a little unstable. Why are you so anxious?" Scram! The Heavenly Tao was furious. Other than scram, can't you add a few more words? Get the fuck out of here. The Heavenly Tao was speechless. How could Qian Huang be such a person? Was it going to compromise or not? If it didn't let Qian Huang go, would those people from Qian Huang's family come to cause trouble? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Chapter 4737. Why not? Looking at the furious Qian Huang in front of him, Tian Dao felt very stifled. Qian Huang and Against the Sky always took turns to cause trouble here. What should he do now? Heavenly Tao, you old geezer, are you up to something in secret? Those 13 old things on the sea don't look like people from here. Why can they come here, but I can't? Because you're much more powerful than all of them combined. Tian Dao muttered in his heart. But he would never say this in front of Qian Huang, lest Qian Huang become even more cocky. Tian Dao's current thoughts were probably, it's too difficult for me. There'd always be a few variables in a continent that was originally developing normally. Can't you just develop properly? You like to have a few little evildoers and perverts every day. Just looking at you makes one feel stifled. Against the Sky, Tian Dao suddenly transformed into a half-grown child and pounced on Qian Huang like a tiger. Its meaty hands firmly pressed down on this person's mouth. Stop! Stop shouting! Stop shouting! Qian Huang looked into Tian Dao's bulging eyes at a close distance. She inexplicably had the urge to burst into laughter. This fellow looked too comical and ridiculous. Don't think that you can change the nature of your old bones just because you've turned into a cute baby. Qian Huang scolded expressionlessly. Tian Dao's face was bitter as he stammered, "Don't alarm Against the Sky again. He came not long ago and can't come again. I'm telling you. All right, you go back first. Leave the matters here to this old man, okay?" "No," Qian Huang cried out agitatedly. Her saliva almost sprayed on the old man's face. Tian Dao's old face twisted in anger. Then he said with a fierce face, "I'm telling you, Qian Huang, don't force me to use my trump card. You can't bear the consequences." Qian Huang stared at the fellow in front of her with disdain. There was still some doubt in her eyes. What trump card? According to her understanding, Tian Dao was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It wasn't that she was looking down on this fellow, but what trump card could it have that could threaten her? Heavenly Tao, who was close at hand, suddenly let out an earth-shattering cry. Qian Huang, he pounced on her and hugged her arm. He wailed, "If you don't go back, I'll go to your house every day and cry until you die." Qian Huang, with a wave of his hand, he was unable to shake off the Heavenly Tao. Qian Huang suddenly felt helpless. "What do you want?" "Go back." "No." Qian Huang angrily slapped the back of his head. "Didn't you see that my Xiaobao has taken out the Fushi sword? Her soul is so unstable, and there are still 2 fragments of her soul that have yet to be retrieved," Qian Huang said with a cold face. "I have to see with my own eyes that everything is settled and that she is fine." Yes, I understand." Tian Dao wiped his tears and said solemnly, "Qian Huang, go back first. Leave this to me. Don't worry, I won't let any of those old fellows who trespassed into the sacred region off." "You?" Qian Huang glanced at him suspiciously, indicating that she was somewhat doubtful of his words. Tian Dao was very soft-hearted. Would he really deal with those outsiders? "Hey, don't doubt me." Tian Dao noticed the suspicion in her eyes and couldn't help but feel anxious. Let me tell you, I'm really not that unreliable. Chapter 4738. That human-shaped sacred beast was originally left behind from the ancient times, so it can't be considered as an intruder. Tiandao solemnly swore. Although he's unusually fierce, he was actually just woken up by someone. He's also very innocent, isn't he? Xian Huang. Just like you, if you're suddenly woken up from a good sleep, you'll also have a temper when you wake up, right? Xian Huang. Fuck. I'll be a fool if I believe you. This temper when you wake up almost killed my disciple and his group. Hey, we really can't interfere with this sacred beast. Ah, he's also very innocent, right? Tiandao wiped his old tears and acted cute as he discussed with Xian Huang. He was originally sleeping in the abyss of the sea. I'm afraid he might not wake up even after 1,000 years. However, someone with ulterior motives woke him up and even sprinkled a berserk medicinal liquid on him. If he wakes up now, the first person he'll kill will definitely be the person who woke him up and sprinkled the medicinal liquid on him. You talk so much nonsense. What exactly do you want to say? Xian Huang angrily kicked Tiandao. Tiandao, I'm suffering in my heart. Hey, I want to say, those cultivators who came from the holy region, I can help your disciple to deal with them. But Tiandao's words took a turn. You also promised me that you won't interfere with that sacred beast. That sacred beast is also very innocent. So I have to fucking watch that human snake kill my disciple and his group? You have to believe in destiny. Tiandao raised his finger and pointed to the sky. How can your disciple be killed by a sacred beast? What kind of person is your disciple? I know, and even the heavens and earth know. Hey, little girls need to go through some training before they can blossom and bear fruit. Right? Scram. Xian Huang angrily punched Tiandao's eye. Tiandao's eye instantly swelled up. Fortunately, he was a formless, colorless, and shapeless person. He reached out to wipe his eye and returned to his original appearance. You can't be so crude and violent. Tiandao was extremely angry. He extended his fist and heavily knocked on Xian Huang's head twice. This old man is discussing with you right now. Discussion. Don't fucking refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Xian Huang. Exclamation point. I'll drink as punishment. I'll drink as punishment. Fucking drink as punishment. Just as Tiandao's voice fell, Xian Huang transformed into a terrifying Tyrannosaurus. She lifted Tiandao and threw him left and right, punching and kicking him. Old bastard, quickly remove the heavenly lock on my body. Otherwise, I'll tear your sky apart. Ow. Ah. Aya. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me anymore. Xian Huang's temper flared up. Regardless of whether the person in front of her was the heavenly Tao or not, she would beat him up first. Fortunately, this fellow was still bound by hundreds and thousands of invisible heavenly locks by the heavenly Tao. His movements were not that nimble after being beaten up. Heavenly Tao wailed pitifully a few times and scrambled away from the Tyrannosaurus. Xian Huang, let me tell you, don't think that you could be so disrespectful to me just because I dote on you. Don't come over. Tiandao widened his eyes and stretched out a hand to block in front of Xian Huang. Okay. You tell me, what should I do? As long as you don't bring Nitian here to cause trouble and kill that sacred beast, I will promise you anything. Chapter 4739. Is this holy beast your relative? Xian Huang looked at Tiandao in confusion. This guy didn't seem like someone who liked to be kind. 800 years ago, there was some history, the heavenly Tao said hesitantly. Xian Huang's eyes immediately changed. With a rich expression, she sized up Tiandao from head to toe. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. You and him? Wow, what? Tiandao looked at this guy's expression and immediately felt a chill down his spine. Put away your messy thoughts. Heavenly Tao was so angry that he was jumping up and down. We are not in the relationship you think we are. Xian Huang winked at the little old man. I understand. You understand my ass. Tiandao was so angry that he pulled her sleeve. Let's go. Let's go and find those 13 old fellows to settle the score. They came uninvited and don't even want to live such a good life in the Holy Land. Xian Huang looked at him expressionlessly. I heard you mention it last time. Aren't the days of the sacred domain rather poor and desolate? It said that you don't even have a cup of tea to drink. What poor? Tian Dao stared at Xian Huang in disbelief. I'm doing this for their own good. They have already entered the transcendent God realm. In order to reach a higher level, shouldn't they work harder than anyone else? Drink what tea? Eat what rice? These are all people in the transcendent God realm. Usually, they eat a nutrition pill every year and a half. It's simple and easy, and it doesn't consume time, right? You don't know what the Holy Land is like, so don't blindly comment. Xian Huang, why did the people in the Holy Land feel so miserable? They had already risen to such a realm, so why couldn't they even eat hot soup and hot rice? Then what was the use of reaching the large success stage? Didn't they just want to live a better life? Tian Dao saw that her expression was indescribable and immediately snorted unhappily. What do you know? You only know how to eat all day. That brat of yours is now a deity realm cultivator. So what if he doesn't eat for 3 or 2 months? He ate every day, every meal, and 3 meals a day. I learned everything from you too. You don't want to learn anything good, but you want to learn these useless things. Xian Huang glanced at him mysteriously. Tian Dao, could it be that because of you I can't taste anything? Every time I see other people eating and showing a happy expression, I feel especially bitter in my heart. That's why they made the rule that people in the Saint Domain can't even drink tea, right? Release. Bullshit. Xian Huang shook her finger and nodded secretly. I must be telling the truth. Scram. The heavenly Tao roared in annoyance. Then, it rolled on the clouds and angrily headed toward the sea. At this moment, the 13 Saint Domain elders still didn't know that they were facing imminent danger. At this moment, they were imprisoning more than 20,000 elites of the 3 continents within their own defensive walls, using their pressure to oppress Little Tai Sui, Thin Monk, and the others. When Heavenly Tao rushed over, he happened to see this scene. He was so angry that his bun-like face scrunched up. How preposterous! He told them to cultivate properly in the Holy Land, but they came to the river of forgetfulness to abuse their power. A bunch of reckless things. Although Xian Huang was pulled over by the Heavenly Tao, her attention was still on her little disciple. Chapter 4740. At the same time, Arbor saw that inside the defensive wall set up by Mo Lien, the 3 figures floating in the air suddenly moved. The Snake Man was the first to let out a howl. With a wave of his hand, thousands of blue waves turned into countless water spirit blades, sweeping towards Mo Lien and He Chun. The defensive wall was instantly shattered. Arbor's little face was bone-chillingly cold. He anxiously rushed to Mo Lien's side. The humanoid sacred beast seemed to have sensed something and turned his head, seeing Arbor holding the Fushi greatsword coming at him. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. He had already experienced the power of the sacred weapon just now. Now there was still a terrible pain in his tailbone. When he saw the Fushi greatsword, there was only one thought in his mind. I can't let this sword fall on me again. I can't let the little girl use the Fushi greatsword to cut me again. I feel that the Fushi greatsword's power is far more than this. Arbor's sword light flashed, his little face full of hostility. When the sword fell on his head, the ground suddenly shook violently. The upper body of the Snake Man in front of him expanded by several feet. With a wave of his hands, the glaciers in the underwater abyss actually shattered in an instant. Like the explosion of a star, countless ice dots came straight at him. Mo Yin's eyes shrank. He hurriedly tore open space and quickly moved to Arbor's side, blocking this fierce attack for him. His body swayed a few times. Arbor hurriedly reached out. Just as he was about to support his body, he suddenly felt a suction force, suddenly lifting his whole body up. Looking carefully, it turned out that it was because Mo Yin's body was suddenly rolled up by the Snake Man's tail. And because he was firmly holding onto Mo Yin's arm, he was also dragged towards the entrance of the underwater abyss where the Snake Man was standing. Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of fury. hanging onto Emolien's body. He whispered in her ear, "I'll send all of you into the star domain later. I'll explode a nameless star. The shock force may cause the star domain to be unstable. But don't be nervous." Chocho will, before he finished speaking, he felt his whole body being pulled down rapidly. At the entrance of the underwater abyss, the bottomless ice cave was like a monster opening its huge mouth, biting towards the two of them. At first, the Snake Man only wanted to suck Emolien into the underwater abyss. He didn't want to go in together. It wasn't easy to escape from Emolien's ancient Emolien realm. The Snake Man had a trace of fear of this kid in front of him. He only wanted to trick Emolien. But then he found that things were out of his control. There was an irresistible natural suction force in the abyss. Once a person entered the ice cave, they would be pulled down involuntarily. There was no way to resist that force. While the humanoid divine beast was stunned, he couldn't help but be at his wit's end. At this moment, a pure white color appeared in Xiao Mu's eyes. The entire world was now covered in the white light of the glacier. She reached out and hugged Emolien's neck tightly, a guarded expression on her face. Emolien couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He looked at her and said, "Jojo, we'll be together wherever we go." Arbor reached out and knocked him on the head. "You can't leave me behind again." "Okay, we'll go wherever you want." Emolien sighed helplessly, his voice gentle. Arbor's heart calmed down a little. As long as she was with Jojo's Lotus, no matter how difficult the situation was, it could be resolved. "Jojo." Emolien reached out and stroked her hair. Chapter 47-41. "Don't worry." Emolien smiled at her and stroked her cheek. "I will protect you." How could she not be worried? Arbor stared at Emolien, who was just inches away from her, with a guarded expression. "If you abandon me again, I will never pay attention to you again." "Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll do as you say." His gaze lingered on her face for a split second, and his phoenix eyes flickered as if there was starlight swimming in them. Arbor hung onto him and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard him say this. It was fine as long as this guy didn't abandon her. In any case, she would follow him wherever he went. This ice cave in the underwater abyss was like a bottomless pit. After the two of them fell for a long time, they could only hear the sound of wind whistling by their ears. White light flickered before their eyes, and they couldn't see their surroundings clearly at all. The little stoic wanted to move her head, but she suddenly felt a strange pain assault her. Her conscience was violently shaken, and her entire body couldn't help but stiffen. Emolien took in all of her abnormality. He raised his hand to press down on her head, his tone still gentle as he said, "Xiao Xiao, your soul isn't very stable. Forcing yourself in will cause fatal damage to your conscious pool. You've absorbed the power of deprivation in this underwater abyss, but the remaining mysterious power has the effect of divine sense attacks. This power will cause space to tear and become unstable. You should have felt it. The divine sense attacks, surging from all directions, will injure your conscience. You won't be able to withstand it in your current state." Arbor covered his mouth with her hand and glared at him with her round eyes. "I'm not leaving." Her heart started beating wildly for some reason. However, Emolien smiled gently at her and pulled down her small hand, rubbing his lips against her palm. "Jojo's conscience might be strong, but your soul isn't stable. If you continue to force yourself like this, it will cause great harm to you. I can't watch you get hurt," he whispered next to her ear. "Let's make a promise, okay? I will come find you. This seabed abyss can't trap me. Even the Tower of Punishment couldn't trap me, let alone this place." Swindler, Xiao Mu was extremely flustered. She clutched his clothes with both hands and glared at him with her round eyes. "What do you want to do?" "I won't leave. I won't leave you." "Jojo, listen to me." "I won't listen. I won't listen. After I deal with that stinky snake, I'll catch him and give him to you. I don't want anything. I want you to stay by my side." Arbor had a bad feeling because Emolien was holding her waist with one hand and an irresistible force was being emitted from his body. He was going to throw her out. Emolien. She felt an immense sense of panic. It was different from the time when she was captured in the Tower of Punishment. That time, She knew that Mo Yin had been captured by the heavenly axiom to be punished. There was always a chance for her to escape. But this time, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. In this seabed abyss, she didn't know what kind of danger was waiting for him. The sacrificial sea abyss was able to trap that human-shaped sacred beast for so many years. How would she know if it would trap Mo Yin as well? She couldn't afford to gamble and didn't want to gamble. She only wanted to be by his side, wherever they went. However, how could Mo Yin just watch as she became a target and suffered the attacks of the mysterious power in the seabed abyss? If her conscience couldn't withstand it, then he couldn't either. Don't be afraid, Mo Yin whispered in her ear. Chapter 47-42. I'll send you up. Just follow the path and keep going forward. Do you still remember the star I gave you? If the path is too dark, take out the star and shine it on it. Although I'm not by your side, my heart will definitely accompany you all the way out. I don't want it, I don't want it. Arbor hung onto him tightly. She hugged his neck and shouted anxiously and angrily, I don't want it, I don't want it. She didn't want to leave his side at all. No. Mo Yin lowered his head and kissed her heavily on the lips. Then, without waiting for her to refute, he immediately sent her soft body up. Arbor's eyes widened slightly. She felt an irresistible push coming from below her waist. Mo Yin said he was going to send her up. How could she resist? That huge force instantly pushed her away from his side. The last thing Arbor saw was Mo Yin's rapidly sinking figure. At the same time that he used the force to send her up, his body accelerated and slid down in the opposite direction. This big liar. He tricked Lord Jojo again. Arbor followed Mo Yin's pushing force and rose up involuntarily. This pushing force lasted for a quarter of an hour before it slowly disappeared. Arbor's figure didn't fall down. Instead, she stopped in midair. It was pitch black in front of her. She couldn't see the way out. Arbor didn't even think and jumped down. As a result, her body crashed into something with a dong sound. She raised her hand to touch it. It felt like something intertwined with green vines below her. She hurriedly reached out and hammered it a few times. She couldn't move it at all. Maybe it would be better if she took out a divine hammer and hammered it. Arbor hurriedly reached out to take something out of her inner world. This time, she discovered that because she had been attacked by the mysterious power of the underground abyss before, her conscience was still unstable. She couldn't even open her inner world. Arbor unfolded a wisp of blue spiritual fire in her hand. She wanted to burn a hole in the vines below her. However, after burning for a long time, he touched it and found that it was still a crisscrossing mess. His little bit of fire was not enough to burn the things that covered the ground below him. The little stoic walked dejectedly in the darkness for a while, feeling like she had landed on a circular platform. Since she couldn't go down, she could only continue to go up and see if she could think of another way to go down. Arbor's body gently leaped upwards without any hindrance. When his fingers touched an icicle, Arbor subconsciously climbed up. His body gently landed on the protruding icicle and took 2 deep breaths. His head hurt terribly, and he felt weak all over. At the bottom of the seabed abyss, he was indeed injured by that divine sense attack. The little guy took out a storage talisman from his sleeve and wanted to take out a luminous pearl. But after trying for a long time and finding that it was useless, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. In the abyss of the sacrificial sea, even storage talismans couldn't be used. In the past, when she went out to train, she had never been as miserable as she was now. The surroundings were too cold, and she felt a bit cold. Standing on that protruding icicle, she felt a bit drowsy. I still have to find Jojo's lotus, Arbor muttered in his mind. He curled up his body and leaned against the cool ice wall. That icy touch couldn't extinguish the anxiety and worry in his heart. His body suddenly moved as he recalled what Mo Yin said to him earlier. Do you remember the star I gave you? Chapter 47-43. Why did he say this? Was it because he already knew that her conscience was severely shaken and that she couldn't use her divine conscience or even talisman energy for the time being? A heart? That's right. Mo Yin gave her a star on her birthday at the Royal Academy. Her pentagram necklace. Arbor pulled out a silver necklace from around her neck and held it in her palm. The pendant of the necklace was a pale pentagram, and the soul-calming frost jade was also hanging from it. The moon-shaped jade pendant circulated with a faint luster, reflecting the splendor of the stars beside it. The stars accompanied the moon, and the moon reflected the stars. Arbor's fingers gently caressed this star and moon. As soon as she let go, that aqua-silver pentagram leaped up in front of her eyes and emitted a gentle light. The pitch-black darkness in front of her was instantly dispersed by the light. Tiny mimicry stars leaped up everywhere, instantly illuminating this area with incomparable splendor. The little stoic reflexively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she could clearly see the landscape of this place. Sure enough, she was standing on an ice prism protruding horizontally from the ice wall. All around her were ice boulders and ice walls. She couldn't see the end of the ceiling, and not far below her, countless old vines and vines had sealed off her path. Arbor's heart thumped fiercely. She suddenly scooped up the pentagram next to her and leaped down, landing in that area of interwoven vines again. "Rotten peach blossom!" Arbor suddenly shouted loudly and pounded on the path sealed by the wood spirit twice. She couldn't go down. The venerable peach blossom immortal had used countless layers of wood spirit seals to seal off her path. Even if she was at her peak, she couldn't open a seal set up by a venerable immortal, let alone now when her body was on the verge of collapse. A sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. The most frightening thing was that when she was sent up by Mo Yin's force just now, she should have brushed past Rotten Peach Blossom in the pitch-black cave. After she was thrown up by that force, Rotten Peach Blossom set up layer after layer of wood spirit seals on her path, completely sealing off her path down. The two of them didn't even discuss it with her and acted on their own accord. They even cooperated with each other decisively and perfectly, leaving her in this mediocre place. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Arbor patted the seal with reddened eyes and muttered, "Emolian, Rotten Peach Blossom, where did you go? Emolian, Rotten Peach Blossom, get back here." She used her fingers to dig at the old vine that was as hard as iron. She sat there in a daze for a while before muttering to herself, "I'm going up now. I'm going up to look for someone. I can't open this with spirit seal, but little Tai Sui and the others should be able to. Yes, find little Tai Sui and the others." Arbor jumped up, holding a star in his hand and shining it above. She didn't know how long it had been since she fell into the bottomless pit of the sacrificial sea. Now, when she looked up, she could see no light at the mouth of the cave, as if all the light had disappeared at the bottom of the icy cavern. "Damned heavenly Tao, if anything happens to my disciple, I'll use your dog life to pay for it. You clearly know that she can't possibly be in any danger." Heavenly Tao rolled his eyes anthropomorphized. He put his hands on his hips and stood in front of Xian Huang. His little body was straight, and his little face was filled with solemnity. Life requires experience. If you don't experience it, how can you become stronger? In the past, when you went out for experience, didn't you go through so many difficulties and hardships? Chapter 47-44. Isn't the reason why you reach this height today because you can face any difficulties and hardships? A strict teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Xian Huang was silent for a moment, and in the next second, she kicked Tian Dao away. It was true, but she could say such big words to other people's children, but she couldn't stand it when she saw her own child suffer. Tian Dao saw her turn and go in the direction of the sacrificial sea abyss and couldn't help but sigh sadly. Getting up and brushing off the non-existent dust on his body, Tian Dao's face was faintly sad. As long as Xian Huang doesn't smash the sacrificial sea abyss and destroy any space in this realm, then no matter what she does, I can turn a blind eye to it. Tian Dao didn't want to pay attention to Xian Huang at all. She turned her head and revealed the face of a young woman, glaring at the 13 sanctuary elders who were like quails. At this time, little Tai Sui and the others could also breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone was more or less injured. The injuries on Thin Monk's body were the most frightening. There was a sword wound on his back that was so deep that his bones could be seen. The Peony Fairy was pursing her lips and applying ointment for Thin Monk with a cold face. Her cold eyes swept over the 13 elders who kept their mouths shut from time to time. Do you know your crime? Tian Dao changed his cute and cowardly appearance in front of Xian Huang and put on a serious face and questioned coldly. Who allowed you to make your own decisions and secretly come to the Forgotten River realm? So many of you transcendent realms have come over. Have you greeted this old man? One of the Forgotten River elder said boldly, We didn't come here on our own. We were summoned here. Yes, just like the god inviting talisman, we abided by the laws of the heavenly Tao. We. Tian Dao snorted coldly. With a raise of his hand, a purple-red lightning turned into a whip shadow and tightly wrapped around the neck of the Transcendence Elder. Little Tai Sui and the others were shocked and looked in the direction of Tian Dao. At this moment, they were also feeling a little uneasy. Unfortunately, they were also a group of Transcendent Realm experts. What was even more unfortunate was that they were a group of Transcendent Realm experts who had escaped from the Punishment Tower. If even Transcendents could not come to this continent, strictly speaking, they should have ascended to the Holy Realm long ago. How dare you quibble with me? Tian Dao put one hand on his waist and made the shape of teapot. He glared at the 13 sanctuary elders and reprimanded them, as if he expected better from them. Your trip here has already caused instability in the Forgotten River realm. It's completely against the rules of the Heavenly Tao. The secret technique you're using is a sinister technique left behind by the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness to summon their ancestors. It can't be considered a proper deity inviting talisman. The god inviting talisman can only summon one saint-level cultivator at a time. What about you? You guys came in a group the moment you came. Who the hell could stand it? With so many transcendent realms coming, it's impossible for me to turn a blind eye to it. The elder who had the lightning whip wrapped around his neck wanted to push the whip away in fear, but he could not do so for a long time. Venerable one, the elder stammered. We know our mistakes now. Please let go of me. I swear that for the rest of my life, I will never interfere in the affairs of the juniors of the Forgotten River again. I will never step into the Forgotten River again. It's too late. Chapter 47-45. You trespassed into the Wangchuan realm and caused the realm here to become unstable. You must bear the consequences, Heavenly Tao said coldly with an ugly expression. The serious expression on this fellow's face made everyone's heart beat like a drum. There is a world of difference between the mental state of the 13 elders from the sanctuary and the mental state they were in now. The more arrogant they were before, the more cowardly they were now at their current position. As long as they didn't court death, they wouldn't die. But now, from the looks of it, the Heavenly Tao wanted to punish them. Who wouldn't panic? The elder whose neck was wrapped by the lightning whip hurriedly took a few steps back and begged for mercy with a bitter expression. Supremacy, please forgive us. We were really summoned here by someone. If we were wrong, we were just careless. Splash. Long Shangyun and Long Huan emerged from the bottom of the sea one after another and saw the confrontation between the two sides. Long Shangyun's heart skipped a beat. She put down the coffin she was carrying with one hand and pinched Long Huan with the other, using her eyes to tell him not to spout nonsense later. Heavenly Tao's small body was standing in the air. Opposite him were 13 elders standing in a row like quails. Little Tai Sui, Dao Wuji, and the others were all healing their injuries. When they heard the commotion, they hurriedly turned to look. When they saw that only Long Shangyun and Long Huan came out, disappointment flashed through their eyes. Recover quickly. Come down with me to see what's going on, little Tai Sui said to Dao Wuji, a hint of worry lingering in his heart. To be honest, the trembling of the earth and mountains below was truly worrisome. He wondered how Jojo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal were doing. The latter's cheeky expression changed, and he nodded at him with a serious expression. Yes, supremacy. The sanctuary elder turned and saw Long Shangyun and Long Huan. His face tightened, and he hurriedly called out to them. Where's your grandmother? Let Long Qian come out and explain. Supremacy, we did cross the boundary this time, but there's a reason for this. We were also deceived. I thought that the secret summoning technique that Dragon Clan leader used was just like the god descending talisman. It was within the scope of the heavenly Tao's permission. Long Shangyun's eyes flickered as she stared coldly at the elder in front of her. With an indifferent expression, she said, "Elder, are you trying to push all the blame onto our clan leader? Useless things." So many people came, but they still couldn't solve the problem of Arbor. Only now did she truly regret that she had summoned this group of useless trash to the river of forgetfulness. Not only did she tire herself out, she had also caused her own body to be destroyed. Now, she could only possess another body to be reborn. Her granddaughter's body simply couldn't withstand her powerful divine soul. In less than 2 hours, her body would directly collapse. By then, if her soul could not be reborn from a new body, it would turn into ashes. This was obviously not what Long Qian wanted to see. "Where's Long Qian? Ask her to come out and explain herself," that elder said angrily. In fact, it was indeed her who used a secret technique to summon us here, wasn't it? Now that something like this had happened, and even the heavenly Tao had been alerted, someone had to take responsibility for this. There was no other person other than Long Qian. Long Shangyun's face contorted slightly. Before Long Huan could speak, she fiercely grabbed his hand. Chapter 47-46. Long Shangyun said sternly, "Clan leader Long has died in the abyss." "What? Impossible. Clan leader Long really died in the abyss of the sacrificial sea?" Little Tai Sui and the others looked at Long Shangyun in confusion and frowned. How could Long Qian die so easily? Little Tai Sui and the others didn't quite believe it. Long Qian looked like a scheming person who could even plot against her own daughter and granddaughter. She didn't look like someone who would die in the sea. Besides, Jojo and the others hadn't come out after so long, but Long Shangyun and Long Qian had come back up. This made little Tai Sui and the others feel even more uneasy. The Peony Fairy swallowed a pill and looked at Long Shangyun and Long Qian coldly. "Where's Jojo?" Long Shangyun said coldly. "Mu Qiao has fallen into the abyss. She can't come back up." So what was the point of her gathering so many elite disciples of the duo clan of Wangchuan, and specially summoning the 13 elders of the sanctuary? In the end, it was all because of her, Long Qian, who used a secret technique to awaken the humanoid sacred beast in the abyss. Only then did she get rid of that troublesome guy in Arbor. So what was the point of her scheming and painstaking efforts to get these useless people to come to Wangchuan? They couldn't help at all. Not only that, but they also wanted her to take the blame and bear the wrath of the heavenly Tao. What a whimsical idea. Little Tai Sui's eyes narrowed. He stood up and glared at Long Shangyun. "Who are you? You're not Long Shangyun." Long Shangyun was stunned. Long Qian was also shocked. He didn't expect that the little celestial, who was always by Jojo's side and didn't speak much, could recognize that Long Shangyun wasn't the real Long Shangyun. "Long Qian, you took over your own granddaughter's body?" Little Tai Sui looked at Long Qian in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. This woman was indeed a ruthless and ruthless woman. Not only was she heartless to her own granddaughter, she was even ruthless to her own granddaughter. No wonder Long Shangyun's face was as pale as a dead person. Long Shangyun wouldn't be able to withstand Long Qian's powerful spiritual soul. She would kill her granddaughter with her own hands. "Grandmother!" Long Yin finally could not hold back his tears as he cried out miserably, "I beg you, quickly come out of Xian Yun's body. She can't hold on any longer." Long Qian was furious. 1 by 1, 2 by 3, all of them wanted to go against her. He really wished that a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky and strike these unfilial grandsons and granddaughters to death. Boom! Thunder roared. Long Qian's entire body tensed up. She raised her hand and threw something out, blocking the lightning that was falling from the sky. With a loud crack, the lightning struck the item that Long Qian had thrown out and split apart. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was a top-notch coffin. However, at this moment, the coffin had already been split open by the power of the heavenly lightning. A young woman rolled out from within and landed heavily on the ground with her face facing the ground. "Sister Shui Yuan." Long Qian's shrill voice echoed in everyone's ears. The woman who was lying on the ground was covered by the power of lightning that was as thin as a snake. Her entire body was slowly being torn apart by the power of the lightning. A terrifying scene played out in front of everyone. It turned out that at the critical moment, the old woman felt that the heavenly lightning was about to strike her body, so she kicked. Chapter 47:47. She immediately kicked Long Shuiyuan's coffin away. At such a critical moment, Long Qian didn't have time to think about it. Her brain immediately reacted. She used Long Shuiyuan to block the attack. After a few minutes, Long Shuiyuan's body was torn to pieces by the lightning. His soul was shattered into pieces, and he couldn't be reassembled no matter what. Long Qian was stunned for a moment before he turned to Long Qian and shouted, "Grandmother, you." She said that she wanted to find a 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl to repair Long Shuiyuan. In the end, it was all an excuse. When she kicked Long Shuiyuan out to block the lightning, why didn't she think that Long Shuiyuan was the future hope of the River of Forgetfulness? When she sent Long Shuiyuan to his death, why didn't she think about Long Shuiyuan's contributions to the River of Forgetfulness? Who did Long Shuiyuan offend? Even after death, he couldn't rest in peace and was struck by lightning until he turned into ashes. At this moment, her grandmother didn't feel bad for the River of Forgetfulness for losing a great prophet and a cultivator with great talent. Long Qian's expression was a little awkward as she raised her head and looked at Tian Dao vigilantly. If Tian Dao hadn't attacked her without any explanation, she wouldn't have subconsciously kicked Long Shuiyuan's coffin out to block it. How could she be blamed for this? This was an instinctive action, okay? Little Tai Sui looked at the old lady with disdain. "You're too disgusting." At this moment, the 13th elder also reacted. He quickly pointed at Long Qian and said, "Venerable one, it's her. She summoned us." Tian Dao only looked at them coldly. "You are the main culprits, and she is an accomplice. She will also be punished by Tian Dao." The 13 elders' expressions changed at the same time. Two of the elders hurriedly turned around and fled into the distance. Their speed was very fast. In just a moment, everyone saw two small black dots on the sea as they shot away. Tian Dao didn't even bat an eyelid. It was formless, colorless, and tasteless. Anything in the world could be him and not him. Any drop of water in the sea could be him and not him. This was Tian Dao. These two elders were too laughable. Escape? Where could they escape to? Where did they belong? The heavenly Tao looked down on them coldly and said solemnly, "According to the rules of the heavenly Tao, this sovereign will punish you with 99 bolts of heavenly thunder. Those who can withstand the 99 bolts of lightning and maintain their undying bodies will be considered to have overcome this tribulation. I won't pursue this matter in the future." The faces of the Saint Domain elders turned ashen, their faces ashen. 99 heavenly thunders? Back then, during the five spirits' reincarnation, the heavenly thunder would at most strike down 9 times before stopping. At that time, they were struck to the point where they were on the brink of death, vomiting blood incessantly, losing more than half of their lives. But now, the heavenly Tao actually said that it would send down 99 lightning punishments. Not everyone could be like Arbor, who could withstand the lightning bolts and jump around. Not everyone could be like Jojo and be tolerated by the heavenly axiom over and over again. Who had the ability to withstand 99 bolts of heavenly lightning tribulation without dying? It wasn't like he had an indestructible body made of iron. Even if they had risen to the transcendent realm now, they were still humans. Boom! A soul-shaking sound of thunder came from afar. In the blink of an eye, bolts of heavenly lightning struck the surface of the sea one after another, producing loud sounds. Tian Dao looked expressionlessly at the elders whose faces were ashen. With a flick of his finger, the two elders who had already flown far away were like chicks who had been grabbed by the back of their necks. Chapter 47:48. It was as if an invisible palm had pulled them all the way back from afar and flung them heavily to the ground. The heavenly lightning halos circled around the two of them. Everyone looked down and saw the sizzling power of lightning circling around the two of them, gradually climbing up to their necks. Suddenly, it rushed towards their faces. It was as if a lightning bolt had opened up on their faces, creating a long crack. The two elders' faces cracked from their chins to their foreheads. It was a tragic sight. Everyone silently looked away. They were shocked to find that Tian Dao was incomparably cruel. Although he acted cute on the outside, they did not expect him to be so ruthless. When he taught people a lesson, it was really impossible to guard against him. When the other elders of the sanctuary saw this, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. At this moment, they were extremely regretful. Why did they listen to Long Qian's summons and come down to the river of forgetfulness from the sanctuary? If they continued to stay in the sacred region, diligently practicing their martial arts and diligently cultivating their realms, then it would be impossible for an accident to offend Tian Dao in 10,000 years. Now, everyone was in a difficult position and regretted their actions. When Xian Huang found her beloved disciple, this little fellow was struggling to climb up. "Master!" When Arbor saw her, her eyes lit up. "Xiao Bao, don't worry. Master will bring you out now." Her gaze suddenly fell on her hand. "You took back Fushi?" Arbor nodded. Her body had reached its limit and could not support the power of the Fushi sword. She had already taken it back. "Xiao Bao, your soul." Qiao Mu didn't wait for Xian Huang to finish reciting before flying to her side and shaking her arm forcefully. "Master, Rotten Peach Blossom has set up a seal barrier below. Can you help me remove it?" Xian Huang looked at her little disciple's expression and could not help but feel uneasy. His little disciple's face was as calm as water, but the anxiety in his eyes couldn't lie. She was burning with anxiety. Xian Huang nodded and followed her to the wood spirit seal wall. While unlocking the seal, she consoled her little disciple. "Xiao Bao, the natural suction force in the abyss under the sea is not something that one or two people can deal with. You don't have to blame yourself." Arbor nodded and lowered his little head, his eyes fixed on the wood spirit seal that his master had opened. It had been opened. A crack had been created in the seal by his master's sword. From the center of this crack, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared, shattering the entire seal in a matter of minutes. Such tyrannical power. Arbor took a deep breath and looked down. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, when she looked down and saw a bottomless ice reflected in her eyes, the little stoic's heart still crumbled. Nothing. There was nothing left. The rotten peach blossom and Jojo's lotus were gone. Who knew if they had gone down tens of thousands of meters? In any case, with her eyesight, she couldn't see the end of this ice cave. "Little treasure," Xian Huang called out to her worriedly. This fellow's eyes were vigilant, ready to prevent the little fellow from jumping down if she took things too hard. Arbor looked up and forced a smile at Xian Huang. That smile was as ugly as a wooden carving, as if a strange mark had been carved on a wooden face. Xian Huang's heart tightened, and she reflexively grabbed Arbor. "Little treasure, don't worry. Wait here. Master will go down and see what's going on." Chapter 47-49. Arbor nodded obediently. "Okay." Xian Huang was truly worried when she saw that her condition wasn't good. She squeezed her small hand and said, "How about you go to the surface first and wait for Master?" Xian Huang looked at this child's expressionless face and knew that her heart was in turmoil. She absolutely couldn't be as calm and peaceful as she appeared on the surface. When she thought of heavenly law's many obstructions just now and then looked at her little disciple's expression, she really wished she could drag heavenly law over and give it a good beating. "Those little friends of yours are all waiting for you up there." The little stoic was silent for a moment before peeking at her master. When Xian Huang saw this, she patted her head. "Don't worry. Although this abyss of the sacrificial sea is bottomless, it can't hurt your master. Come, I'll send you up first." Xian Huang pulled Arbor's hand. Arbor instantly felt a tremendous force coming from below her, and she involuntarily flew up with her master. It felt like she was flying, but it also felt like she was tearing apart space bit by bit and teleporting over. Qian Huang was extremely fast. In a flash, she sent Arbor to the glacier entrance of the sacrificial sea abyss. Due to the huge earthquake just now, the glacier at the cave entrance had completely collapsed. Qian Huang shattered the ice that blocked their way and pulled the little stoic out of the cave entrance. Only then did the little stoic realize that the seawater only lingered around the sacrificial sea abyss and didn't pour into the cave entrance at all. Thus, she couldn't see a single drop of water below the glacier. "Child," Qian Huang rubbed the little stoic's head and exhorted softly, "Swim up. Master will go down to take a look. I'll come up to find you soon." The little stoic nodded obediently again. She stared at Qian Huang's figure diving into the sacrificial sea abyss for a while before turning around and following the current to swim up to the surface. At this time, the seawater had already recovered its ice-cold temperature and was no longer shockingly scalding. Perhaps it was because the glacier emerged from the bottom of the sacrificial sea abyss, but the temperature of the seawater here was much lower than the surrounding currents. A trace of coolness lingered in Arbor's heart, but it couldn't suppress the fire in her heart that flared up. Long Qian. Today's matter was fundamentally caused by this deranged old woman. What kind of hatred did this old woman have for her to be so eager for her to die? In order to deal with her, he even went as far as to summon the freakish holy beast of the undersea abyss. Just to kill her in one fell swoop? A cold light flashed in Arbor's eyes. He kicked his legs and quickly swam towards the surface of the sea. 13 elders from the sacred region. 2 of them were captured by the heavenly Tao during their escape and were destroyed by humanity. As for the other 11 elders, they were currently suffering a fate worse than death. They had no idea how many bolts of heavenly lightning there were. Their flesh was torn and their bodies were char-black. They were locked in a realm by the heavenly Tao and could only endure the bolts of heavenly lightning. 28. Long she shuddered and counted in his heart. Among them, 2 elders had already fainted on the ground. However, the heavenly thunder would not sympathize with the elder who had fainted. They continued to strike the 2 pitiful fellows who had fainted on the ground until their bodies were riddled with holes and could no longer be repaired. Only then did they beat the gong to retreat. Long Qian's eyes flickered as she stood there. She stealthily took a step back, then another step back. Chapter 4750. If she didn't run now, when would she? Looking at the aggressive manner of the heavenly Tao, could it be that after settling the score with these elders, it would immediately look for him? Long Qian couldn't help but tremble when she saw the miserable state of the 13 elders after being struck by lightning. She could feel that Long Shangyun's body was on the verge of collapsing. It seemed like she had to find a chance to leave this place and find a suitable body before Long Qian turned around and was about to leave, but she met a pair of dark, cold eyes the moment she turned around. Xiao Mu just so happened to emerge from the seawater, and she immediately saw Long Shangyun facing her, her eyes filled with astonishment. This old woman used Long Shangyun's face to make such an expression. It was really disgusting. Get out of her body. Xiao Mu swam a distance in the sea before sensing that her divine conscience had returned by quite a bit. He took out a few attack talismans from his inner world and threw them at Long Shangyun without thinking. Now that he thought about it, there must be something wrong with the abyss of the sacrificial sea. That was why he felt his consciousness tremble when he fell into the bottomless glacier. Arbor took a deep breath and stared coldly at the person in front of him. Long Shangyun's body was Long Qian's soul. This old woman was now staring at Arbor with a twisted expression. It was as if she didn't expect Arbor to be able to climb out of the abyss at the bottom of the sea. This girl was really like a ghost. As Long Qian thought this, her gaze toward Xiao Mu became increasingly bizarre and twisted. "What did you get out of there?" Long Qian couldn't help but ask. Her voice was so sharp that everyone couldn't help but turn to look at her. Little Tai Sui and the others were originally paying attention to the elders who were suffering from the lightning tribulation. When they heard the conversation between Arbor and Long Qian, they were all delighted. Jojo was out, so they knew that their Jojo would be fine. Now, she only looked a little pale and didn't seem to be injured. Little Tai Sui quickly went to Arbor's side and looked up with a serious face. How are you? Xiao Mu looked down at him and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Heavenly Dao also caught sight of the little stoic. This fellow looked behind her and didn't see Xian Huang, so his brows couldn't help but crease. He opened his mouth and asked seriously, "Where's Xian Huang? Why didn't she come with you?" Arbor didn't even look at him, as if he couldn't be bothered with him. The Heavenly Dao could not help but feel a little stifled. He muttered to himself, "I'm so good to the little girl, but she still doesn't like me. I don't know why." "Little Tai Sui, take them to a place a little farther away," Arbor whispered to little Tai Sui. He raised his hand and pushed little Tai Sui lightly. Little Tai Sui's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately reacted. He turned his head to look around Arbor and subconsciously asked, "Why aren't your Lotus and Peach Blossom here?" Normally, when Lianhua and Lianhua heard little Tai Sui call them that, they would have jumped up and chased after him to beat him up. Now that he had been muttering to himself for a long time, other than noticing that the little stoic's expression was becoming more and more unsightly, he didn't see these two fellows. "They'll be fine." Little Tai Sui immediately realized that he shouldn't have asked and hastily comforted him. "Don't worry. I'll go down with Endless Blade later to see what's going on." Chapter 4751. Arbor gently nudged his small body again and used her eyes to signal for little Tai Sui and the others to move further away. It was time to settle this muddled debt with Long Qian. Arbor pursed her lips and remained silent. Her body hovered above the sea, and her icy gaze met Long Qian's trembling gaze. Then, she raised her hand slightly. At first, everyone couldn't react in time. Then a disciple of the Wangchuan Duo clan exclaimed, "See sea waves? The waves are rising." Everyone turned their heads to look. Only then did they discover that on the distant horizon, a monstrous wave was rolling up to a height of several hundred feet. The stormy wave was sweeping towards them at a rather terrifying speed. The little stoic's ability to control the water spirit was truly shocking. What are you going to do?" Long Qian's heart trembled, and her pupils violently contracted. So this was Long Chuyun's daughter. Even if they searched the entire Wangchuan, they probably wouldn't be able to control the sea of Wangchuan to this extent. This Long Chuyun's daughter had mastered the power of the water spirit to the point of perfection. It was obvious that she could command the water spirit with a single breath and use it completely. Young Master Ding stood at the back of the crowd. When he saw Arbor's actions, his eyes involuntarily flickered. The little girl was the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just like back then, when he made her mother faint as a joke and then pretended to be her, it deeply infuriated this little stoic. She stabbed him in the chest like a knife. Now that Long Qian caused Mo Lien and He Shichun to fall into the bottomless abyss at the same time, it was obvious that the little stoic wouldn't let the main culprit, Long Qian, off. This was truly courting death. Ding Yin nonchalantly curled his lips, and a faint smile flitted through his eyes. "What are you doing?" Long Qian watched as the monstrous wave came closer and closer to them, and a trace of fear involuntarily arose in her heart. This girl couldn't be thinking of summoning the power of the sea to punish the entire Wangchuan, right? Was this possible? Could she fight the entire Wangchuan realm with her strength alone? The head of the Wangchuan Duo clan, Duo Chong, was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, and he nearly fell to the ground. Looking at the huge wave in front of him, Duo Chong had a bad premonition that a disaster was about to befall him. What kind of stupid thing did he do with the Dragon Clan leader of the Forgotten River Dragon Clan? Duo Chong's face paled as he looked at the incoming wave. He hurriedly activated his defensive barrier and roared, "Get ready. What should I prepare?" As if they were facing a formidable foe, everyone activated their defensive equipment and waited for the instant the little stoic's torrential wave came crashing down. However, just as everyone was mentally prepared to give up, the monstrous waves suddenly stopped. The meandering wave drew an arc in the air and stopped right above everyone's heads. Some of the unlucky ones standing at the front could see a drop of water breaking away from the huge wave and slowly dripping down. Everyone's heart clenched tightly. It was like having a sharp sword hanging above their heads, and no one knew when it would fall. This was much more unbearable than falling behind already. The waves were suspended in mid-air, as if they were about to fall. The rolling waves stopped uniformly in front of everyone, making them feel a huge threat coming head-on. Long Qian's heart was about to jump out her chest. She gaped and looked at Arbor, dumbstruck. So this was the ultimate power of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl? It could control an entire body of water? It could raise monstrous waves so easily. Chapter 4752. Let's talk things out. Long Qian's heart thumped wildly. Heavenly Dao's eyelids also kept twitching, and he hastily stopped her. Little miss, don't act recklessly. Your master should be in the seabed abyss right now, right? It's not impossible to get these people back up. Arbor glanced at him coldly. Are you sure? Heavenly Dao was instantly terrified and couldn't utter a single word because of the little stoic. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that the natural suction of the sacrificial sea's abyss had already pulled those two brats to God knows where the bottom of the abyss was endless and connected to an unknown number of mysterious hidden spaces. Even Dark Phoenix, who could control the power of space, would find it difficult to find them within an hour. An hour later, he was going to kick Xian Huang back. Of course, this was only Heavenly Dao's wishful thinking. As for who would be kicked out in the end, Heavenly Dao himself didn't know either. The little stoic despised Heavenly Dao even more. She glared at him icily, causing Heavenly Dao's heart to feel stifled. He clearly cherished the little miss so much. So why was the little miss unwilling to give him the slightest bit of respect? Her husband had clearly reached the conditions to ascend to the holy domain long ago, but he turned a blind eye to their fooling all day long. Wasn't this friendly enough? Right now, he was merely changing her husband's training location. So why was the little miss so angry? Back at the Tower of Punishment, they could all break out of prison. A place like the seabed abyss should also be able to write. Look at little Tai Sui and the others. They were clearly the prison guards of the Tower of Punishment, but they could still break out of prison together with others. He already didn't settle old scores with them, so wasn't he being nice enough? Heavenly Dao felt indignant. He turned around and saw the little miss waving her small hand. The raging waves in front of everyone froze into ice inch by inch, freezing half of the sea surface at an extremely fast speed. By the time Heavenly Dao reacted, he discovered that the little miss had completely frozen the rolling waves. With a bang, they shattered into powder. Heavenly Dao couldn't help but shout, "Defend!" He was so anxious that his voice cracked when he called out. The members of the Forgetful River Dragon clan and the Duo clan all turned pale with fright. They hurriedly activated their second and third layer defensive spiritual artifacts in an attempt to block the oncoming frozen powder. His entire body had been turned into a sieve by the tiny ice lumps. Duo Chong hurriedly took out a large number of defensive spirit artifacts from his inner world and activated them one by one. His pupils contracted, and the fear he felt was indescribable. "All of you stay here for me," the little stoic said coldly, her finger lightly pointing at the sky. "Run!" Long Qian finally understood what was going on. This stoic face was truly ruthless. She wanted to exterminate the remaining disciples of the River of Forgetfulness here. The originally dormant waves started rolling again, as if they were quickly lifted up by the power of her finger. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they chased after the crowd. Long Qian and the others jumped into the sea. As they swam, they couldn't help but look back. With just one glance, he could not move his eyes away. The water current behind them condensed into the shape of a transparent human figure. Arbor stood in front of this illusory figure formed by the water current and looked at Long Qian with an icy expression. With a tap of his finger, a large Fushi sword materialized in the water illusion's hand and slashed at Long Qian's back. Chapter 4753. Well, what kind of godly skill is this? Everyone was shocked as they stared fearfully at the wave that had taken the shape of a human. The waves formed a huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun, blocking out the sunlight in front of everyone. Arbor stood in front of the shadow and pointed his finger at it. A Fushi sword appeared in the hand of the shadow, and it slashed towards Long Qian's back. Buffed. Long Qian was running for her life, but she couldn't avoid the shadow's attack. She thought that the little girl wouldn't be able to hurt her with her low-level divine realm cultivation, however. She forgot that this was Long Shangyun's body. With Long Shangyun's cultivation, there was no way she could block Arbor's attack. Her body fell forward into the sea. Long Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was soaked in cold water, and she shivered. Her soul was shaking, and her head was hurting. She couldn't hold it in. When she got out of the water, she spat out another mouthful of blood, and her face changed. Arbor looked at Long Qian, who was struggling in the water, expressionlessly. His eyes were filled with coldness. She and Long Qian were like fire and water. Their hatred was irreconcilable. If Long Qian still had some hope for Arbor in the beginning, as they got to know each other better, she no longer had any blood ties with Arbor. Forget about Arbor. Just look at how she treated Long Shangyun. She had watched her granddaughter grow up, and she took over Long Shangyun's body just like that. She didn't even care if Long Shangyun's body would break. This cold-blooded woman wouldn't do such a thing to her grandchild, even if she had any feelings for her grandchild. Get out of the way. Long Qian gestured at the mermen around him. Everyone did not need him to remind them. They hid wherever they could. Some sharp-witted mermen had already sunk into the water and fled for their lives back to their homeland. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: get away from this little fiend. The farther, the better. He commanded the shadow, formed by the waves, and chased after Long Qian, who was trying to escape. Everyone's eyelids twitched. The shadow raised the sword in his hand and swung it down. Boom! Long Qian's back was hit by a wave, and she fell into the sea again. She didn't pop her head out of the water for a long time. Long Xie opened his mouth wide, unable to make a sound for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he saw Mu Xingqian rushing over with a solemn expression. Long Xi hurriedly said, "Co-cousin, please persuade him." Mu Xingqian didn't even bother to look at Long Hua. Although I didn't see what happened in the abyss of the sacrificial sea, I can roughly guess what happened. Long Qian, ask yourself, is what Long Qian did to Jojo fair? Does she still have any humanity? Cousin, you think I want to plead for grandmother? Long Huan could not help but laugh bitterly. I'm not shameless enough to plead for her again. I'm just worried about Shangyun's safety. Long Huan's face was full of worry. Shangyun won't be able to take it after being beaten up by cousin. She didn't know anything from the beginning to the end. She doesn't even know that I listened to my grandmother and came to the Snow Island to approach my cousin. Cousin, I hope you can persuade her. Please ask cousin to be merciful on account of the time she spent with Shangyun. Mu Xingqian coldly glanced at Long Huan and shook his head. You don't understand her. You've spent so much time with her, but you still don't understand her. Chapter 4754. It's impossible for Jojo to take out her anger on others and kill the innocent. Mu Xingqian looked at Long Yun indifferently. Her actions won't hurt Long Shangyun. She probably just wants to drive Long Qian's soul out of Long Shangyun's body. Is that so? Delight flashed through Long Yun's eyes after his shock. However, Mu Xingqian no longer paid any attention to him. His gaze was fixed on his sister from afar. Sikong Fuling rushed to Mu Xingqian's side and humped softly. The little stoic is still the same. She gives people the feeling that she's very unreasonable. If you don't know her well, who would know her intentions? Mu Xingqian didn't speak. Sikong Fuling stole a glance at him and muttered, "There's a soft heart under that stoic face. I already knew when we were in the mystic beast forest in the lower star domain." Although Mu Xingqian didn't say anything, a faint smile flashed through his eyes. On the other side, Long Qian's soul couldn't stay in Long Shangyun's body any longer after being slashed a dozen times by Arbor's figure formed from water. She hastily flew out. When Long Shangyun's body sank into the sea without her noticing, the wood spirit whip in Arbor's hand flashed and coiled around her body, pulling and flinging her. Long Shangyun's limp body was sent flying towards Long Huan. Long Yun hastily swam forward and caught his sister that Arbor tossed over. He glanced at Arbor with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, Long Qian's soul wanted to escape the instant it left her body. However, Arbor had already calculated and set up an isolation talisman formation the moment he pulled her soul out of Long Shangyun's body. No matter how good Long Qian was at escaping, she couldn't escape from her formation for the time being. Long Qian screamed anxiously. Her soul flickered in and out of existence in midair as if it would disappear completely in the next second. Heavenly Dao suddenly said, "This person acted recklessly and used her clan's secret technique to secretly summon a holy region elder. This noble one must punish her." Arbor coldly rejected him. "You're no longer needed here." Heavenly Dao. It felt like the little stoic was extremely disdainful of him. When it was time for you to go on stage, you dilly-dallied and didn't go on stage. When it's not your time to speak, you're randomly interrupting. The little stoic coolly swept a glance at Heavenly Law. She pointed with a finger, and that gigantic wave, silhouette in midair, abruptly descended. The illusory Fushi sword in his hand revealed a shapeless pressure that came from the ancient times, and it instantly shocked everyone present to the point they went perfectly silent. When Xian Huang jumped out of the abyss, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Looking at the little fellow's pale face and fluctuating spirit, he was secretly using the power of the Fushi greatsword again. Why was this child so worrisome? She couldn't stop worrying if she didn't take a look at him. By the time Dark Phoenix flew over, the sword under the little stoic's command had already heavily chopped down. The seawater immediately split open from the middle, as if it had been split into a cross-section. Between the two sections, the seawater gushed out like two waterfalls in the direction of the underwater abyss. Heavenly Dao wailed as he rushed forward, shouting, "Little stoic, you can't destroy things like this." Fuck! How could she take out a sage weapon and randomly chop it, splitting mountains and splitting seas, cutting a large fissure in the sea of forgetfulness? From the looks of it, he didn't know if he could patch up this large fissure, even if he replenished it for 3 years. Ha woo. The little stoic was too deceitful. Chapter 4755. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at him. When Tiandao's eyes met her clear and cold moon-like eyes and her desolate expression, his heart couldn't help but sink. This little girl could it be that she wanted to exterminate the entire river of forgetfulness? This matter was serious. Tiandao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He looked up and saw Xian Huang's head popping up. Quick, quick! Aya, you're finally back. Hurry and bring your brat back. I almost had a heart attack because of her. Quick, stop fooling around. Splitting mountains and splitting seas and diverting water to fill up the river of forgetfulness isn't a joke. Xian Huang grabbed the fussing Tiandao and sternly shouted, "Calm down." Fuck, who's the one who's restless now? It's your disciple. Tiandao's gaze abruptly landed beside the little stoic. Whose spirit is this? At this time, a spirit that was so faint it was almost transparent slowly popped out beside the little stoic. The little stoic recognized it at a glance. It was Senior Long Xuanji. When Long Qian saw Ancestor Xuanji appear, he immediately hid behind her and stammered, "Ancestor, save me." However, Senior Xuanji didn't even look at Long Qian. His gaze landed on the little stoic, and he gently said, "Child, stop for now. Your soul is very unstable right now. Why aren't you retrieving this holy weapon?" Xian Huang frowned slightly and floated to her little disciple's side. She glanced suspiciously at Long Xuanji's soul and thought, "This soul is already so faint that it's almost transparent. It should only be a small wisp of soul and will disperse after 15 minutes at most." The little stoic was a person who clearly distinguished gratitude and grudges. The one who had a grudge against her was Long Qian, while Long Xuanji had always treated her with kindness. This ancestor of the Xuanji family had played an indelible role in pushing her forward on the path of her growth. She couldn't act like she was indifferent to others. Hence, she put away the Fushi sword. However, the huge projection that was formed from the ocean currents was still in midair. It was just that it was frozen and motionless at this time, and not a single drop of water fell. The little stoic bowed respectfully to Long Xuanji and said to herself, Senior, out of the 103 first-generation disciples of the Xuanji school, we've already found more than 80 people. Long Xuanji's eyes shone with gratification. He nodded, and his tone became more relaxed. Second sect master, your whole family is stupid. He had said this in front of Long Xuanji's soul projection in the Xuanji mystic realm. Now that Long Xuanji had said this in front of his half-conscious soul, Senior Xuanji looked a little confused previously. In Senior Tianjizi's secret realm, I helped you teach Senior Tianjizi's disciple, Senior Tian Tuzi, a lesson. When Long Xuanji heard this, a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. Is that so? Good child, you really didn't waste the heavy responsibility I entrusted to you. You've completed so many things so quickly. As expected of the second-generation sect master of the Xuanji school. Wait a minute. She didn't seem to have come out to chat idly with the little stoic. She still had something important to say. Otherwise, her soul would dissipate with the wind. Strange. Why was he inexplicably led astray by the little girl's words? Long Xuanji hastily organized his thoughts and said bluntly, Second sect master, please spare the mere folk in the land of forgetfulness. These disappointing things can't be helped by rotten mud, but they're still my clansmen after all. Chapter 4756. Long Xuanji's words caused Long Qian's face to turn green and white. She opened her mouth to refute, but she saw Long Xuanji turn around and slap her. Slap! Long Qianmu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that, as a divine soul, she could feel a burning pain from her soul after being slapped by another soul. Long Qian, do you know your crime? Ancestor Xuanji chided her with a dark expression. The moment Ancestor Xuanji appeared, Long Huan and the Merman Juniors had already curled up their bodies and lowered their bodies to pay their respects in the sea. What crime have I committed? Long Qian shouted in dissatisfaction. Ancestor Long Xuanji had humiliated her, the leader of the Dragon Clan, just for a junior. How could she face the rest of the clan in the future? You are selfish. For your own selfish desires, you implicated the entire river of forgetfulness and the innocent mermaids. Long Qian was enraged. I didn't. You did. Long Xuanji interrupted her and said coldly, The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl was left behind by our ancestors. It is indeed the most precious treasure of our mermaids. However, it was said when we left it behind, only those who are capable will get it. Did you remember what I said? Did you take it to heart? Long Xuanji questioned sternly. Long Chuyun is your daughter. She is a very outstanding child. The 10,000-year-old mermaid Pearl chose her. This is her fortune and her misfortune. Her misfortune is that she has such a self-righteous mother like you. Why did you insist that she contribute the 10,000-year-old mermaid Pearl to the clan? Was it really just to follow your instructions and place the mermaid pearl in the clan so that the juniors could be baptized by the mermaid pearl at any time? You clearly know that for those children who are not talented, it is useless no matter how much you baptize them. The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl will only have a negligible effect on them. This mermaid pearl will only have the greatest effect in the hands of the most talented person. Long Chuyun did not bury this 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. She gave it to the most talented child in our clan, the second-generation sect master of the Xuanji sect. This matter should have ended here. It's you. It's because of your own selfish desires that you've caused such a huge disaster, bringing disaster to the entire river of forgetfulness. Every word that Long Xuanji said was like a gem. With every word that he said, Long Qian's face turned even paler. In the end, Long Qian could only open and close her mouth. She couldn't make a single sound. Long Xuanji shook his head. I know that you want to lead the entire river of forgetfulness back to its former glory. But in everything, one must act according to one's capabilities. Everything in the world must follow the will of the heavens. You also know that the descendants of the Forgotten River Dragon clan are not as talented as before. Is it really because the 10,000-year mermaid pearl is not in the clan? It's because you're rotten, you're useless. Although I hate your cowardice and stupidity, I have no choice but to stand up and beg for mercy in front of this little girl. Long Qian, you've been blinded by greed and selfishness. Because of some trivial matters, you secretly summoned the 13 ascended elders of the clan and caused them to lose their lives in the river of forgetfulness. I represent the ancestors of the Dragon Clan to take your life. Do you have any questions? At this moment, a short blade flew towards Long Qian. Senior Xuanji moved his finger, and a short blade pierced through Long Qian's soul. Chapter 4757. Even though Long Qian reacted quickly and wanted to avoid it, there was nothing she could do. After being targeted by Long Xuanji's powerful spiritual soul, Long Qian had nowhere to run. She could only watch as the dagger pierced through her spiritual body. That bone-chilling cold caused her to feel a trace of panic for no reason. No, it was impossible. She couldn't have disappeared in the Wangchuan realm. She was Long Qian, the future and hope of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan. She was the Dragon Clan leader who could lead the Wangchuan Dragon Clan back to its peak. Long Qian was in a daze as she lowered her head mechanically. She couldn't hide the shock in her eyes as she watched herself shatter into pieces and disappear with the wind. She couldn't accept it. In the end, Long Xuanji only glanced at Long Qian indifferently, taking in the unwillingness and unwillingness in her eyes. Then he shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect the Wangchuan Dragon Clan to have a clan leader who was so determined to return to its peak. But was that possible? With the passage of time, there were many changes from generation to generation. It had been 300 to 400 years since the Wangchuan Dragon Clan reached its peak. No clan could boast that they would be able to prosper forever. Even the prosperous Divine Continent, Underworld Continent, and Song Continent could guarantee that their descendants would be able to prosper and last forever. It couldn't be. Everything could only follow the laws of heaven and follow the development of history. That was all. Long Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head. He took one last look at Long Qian's soul fragment before it disappeared into the sea. From today onwards, the remaining members of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan will be exiled to the Wangchuan Cold Valley. Ancestor Long Xuanji's cold words caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Long Huan. When Ancestor Xuanji said Long Huan's name coldly, the latter's body trembled. He quickly swam out from the group of mermaids and bowed. Junior Long Huan greets Ancestor Xuanji. Ancestor Xuanji nodded calmly. Your grandmother's mistake almost destroyed the entire Wangchuan Dragon Clan. Now that I have punished her, do you have any complaints? Long Huan shook his head blankly. Young Master Ding, who was standing not far away, watched all of this with cold eyes. When he saw Long Huan's reaction, a trace of interest flashed across his eyes. Who would have thought that this young Master Long would have such a day? Looking at his silly appearance, he was probably struck dumb by the series of blows he had received. His sister was possessed by her selfish grandmother. His grandmother had been killed by his ancestors. All the clansmen had to move to a barren land like the cold valley of forgetfulness, and they would have to endure the torment of starvation and poverty all year round. The clansmen of the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness were barely able to keep their lives. But what future did they have? What huge joke. Young Master Ding's eyes flickered. With a faint and indifferent smile, he lowered his head slightly. If he could see the expression on Long Chiyu's face right now, it would definitely be quite interesting. What should he do? He seemed a little impatient. She really wanted to know how the high and mighty Madame Long would feel when she found out that she had been tricked by the old madam and would be sent to the cold valley of Wangchuan to dig for wild vegetables to escape. The more she thought about it, the more interesting it was. While young Master Ding was gloating, Long Huan and the others' faces were ashen. They opened their mouths and wanted to plead for mercy on their behalf. Chapter 4758. However, Ancestor Xuanji's words stopped them from begging for mercy. Between death and going to the cold valley of Wangchuan, which one do you prefer? There was no room for negotiation. That was the truth. Ancestor had sold her face and forcefully saved them from the stoic little girl. How could they continue to bargain? Long Qian turned towards Arbor. When he saw her looking back at him coldly, he couldn't help but sigh. Ancestor Xuanji waved at him. Long Qian walked over with his sister, Long Shangyun. Ancestor. Long Xuanji nodded. He reached out his transparent hand and patted Long Shangyun's neck a few times. Long Shangyun slowly woke up. She looked at her ancestor, who was as pale as glass, as if a lifetime had passed. Ancestor. Tears streamed down her face the moment she opened her mouth. After being possessed by her grandmother, her soul was like a bystander, silently watching everything unfold. She was very clear about what had happened to her body. It was just that she was powerless to stop her grandmother. She didn't know what to say now. All sorts of feelings welled up in her, and she was in a daze. Long Xuanji sighed and looked at her. "You're called Long Shangyun?" Long Shangyun nodded. Long Xuanji said, "Your body was possessed by Long Qian before. Although she was forced out by Jojo, she stayed in your body for a long time. Her soul is much stronger than yours, causing your body to show signs of collapse. Senior, is there any way to remedy this?" Long Qian's tears flowed. He couldn't bear the pain and agony in his heart. He started to regret it. He regretted not listening to his father and believing his grandmother's nonsense. She said that everything was for the family. Only by saving Long Xuan would the Wangchuan dragon family have a future. But in the end, Long Qian personally pushed Long Xuan out to block the lightning and threw her to her death. Why didn't his grandmother think about it when she was on the brink of death? If she pushed Long Xuan to her death, there would be no future for Wangchuan. Senior Xuanji was right. Everything was his grandmother's selfishness. She kept arguing and saying that she wanted Long Chuyun's aunt to return the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. In reality, who would the mermaid pearl end up in the end? Her. Everything was for her own sake. No matter how dignified she sounded, she couldn't absolve herself of her selfishness. Long Huan closed his eyes and knelt down in front of Long Xuanji, kowtowing heavily. "Ancestor, please help Shangyun. The whole thing has nothing to do with her. She was just implicated by Wu Wang." Long Shangyun smiled bitterly and reached out to hold her brother's hand. "Big brother, it's already a great fortune to be able to survive. There's no need for us to make things difficult for our ancestors." Long Xuanji sighed and turned to look at Arbor, waving at her. The little stoic walked over with a cold expression and didn't utter a word for a long time. Long Xuanji said, "Second sect master, do you have anything to say about my arrangements?" Arbor remained silent and looked at Long Xuanji indifferently. It was so long that Long Xuanji thought that Arbor was unwilling to speak. The little stoic spoke in an extremely cold voice. "You already knew my identity when you gave me the 10,000-year-old Xuanji core back then?" Long Xuanji shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. "Little fellow, I'm not that resourceful. But speaking of which, Chapter 4759. This is a fate that can't be cut off. Ill-fated," Arbor said bluntly. "If not, why would she fall out with the dragon clan of Wangchuan?" Long Xuanji laughed and shook his head. "Child, the dragon clan of Wangchuan went to the Cold Valley. They might not return in 10 or 100 years. Look, can you forgive them?" "Never," Arbor interrupted Senior Xuanji coldly. "Senior, you've done me a favor. If you want me to let them go, I'll do as you wish." Qiao Mu stated coolly, "But that's as far as you go. I have nothing to do with the dragon clan of Wangchuan. Senior, you've been gone for so many years. You should be relieved." What she meant was, "Senior, don't interfere with the matters between the dragon clan and me." Long Qian had led people to chase after her. They had joined forces with the Duo clan of Wangchuan to kill her. They had even summoned a powerful sacred beast. They had failed to harm her, but they had caused Mo Yin and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal to be in danger. How could she forgive them? That was strange. Now, it was only because Long Qian and the 13 elders of the Holy Region had been killed. Arbor could let go of the dragon clan of Wangchuan, but it didn't mean that she could make peace with them. Long Xuanji was rendered speechless by the young lady's words. He nodded helplessly. "Jojo." Long Xuanji sighed. "I'm sorry." Arbor's eyes were cold. She didn't say anything else. She nodded slightly at Long Xuanji and turned to walk towards Xian Huang. Long Xuanji looked at her stiffened back and said softly to Long Huan, You're on your own now. His silhouette slowly lost its brilliance and disappeared like the wind in clouds. Ancestor! Ancestor! Long Huan and the others called out. They watched as Long Xuanji's figure faded until there was nothing left. Arbor, whose back was facing Long Xuanji, clenched her fists tightly. She didn't turn around. Her ill-fated relationship with the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness had been completely resolved the moment she turned around. She didn't want to turn back, even if it was just to take another look at Long Xuanji. Everything was over, even though Long Qian wasn't killed by her. She still died because of her. The 13 elders of the sanctuary had also died in the Sea of Forgetfulness because of Long Qian's summons. No matter what, the existence of this blood would stand between her and the Dragon Clan of Forgetting River. Arbor walked to Xian Huang's side and exchanged glances with his master. Xian Huang raised her hand and touched her head. Don't be sad, little treasure. Master, did you find it in the abyss of the sacrificial sea? Xian Huang looked at her for the entire night and nodded with a slightly solemn expression. It's so deep that you can't see the bottom. Xiaobao, your divine soul is not stable. You must not go down. As soon as he finished speaking, the master saw that his little disciple looked like she was about to cry. She hurriedly reached out to pull Xiao Bao into her arms and stroked the child's fur. Xiao Bao, be good. Don't be sad. I've gone down to investigate. Even though that place is very strange, it's not a dangerous place for the 2 boys who fell down. Master, can they still come back? Of course. Xian Huang turned around and glared at the heavenly Tao as she spoke. The latter looked at her innocently with a helpless expression. What could the heavenly Tao say? The invisible suction force in the abyss of the sacrificial sea wasn't something it could control. Was it a blame?